everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
My Hero Academia, The Beginning Without an End, author, milk_is_my_drug synopsis. Hashtag this is original, not translation. Before humanity existed, a single fragment of blue light gave birth to life. It passed from one living being to another across billions of years, evolving, learning, and remembering every death it endured. Through endless cycles of life and rebirth, it came to understand one truth above all: life must continue. Then it encountered humans. Unlike all other creatures, humans were not part of that system. They destroyed, dominated, and killed without restraint. Across countless lives, the being was hunted, tortured, and killed by them again and again, until fear turned into hatred, and hatred into purpose. Reborn at last as a human named Junsei, that ancient consciousness begins to act, learning its true nature, and what makes human actions feel different from everything else. What follows is not a conflict between heroes and villains, nor right and wrong, but a divide between humanity and life itself. This is not the story of a hero nor a villain. Chapter 1 to 26, Prologue. 3,399 words. A/N, before starting and in case you haven't noticed the tags. This is not romance, harem, erotica, etc. It is not wish-fulfilling. There are plenty of these already. But out of curiosity, comment here what you are into, genre/tags. Happy reading. Long before there was a sky to look up at, or a ground solid enough to stand upon, the world existed only as chaos, cosmic dust, drifting giants of stone in space, burning stars sending their light into vast nothingness, black holes devouring anything getting close, and other vast cosmic entities moving with indifferent purpose. Into this disorder came something new. A streak of blue-colored cosmic energy arrived upon what would one day be called Earth. It bonded instinctively with a handful of floating atoms from scattered elements, and in doing so created the first and most simple form of life, a microbial creature, primitive and fragile, resembling what would much later be known as a virus. The creature knew nothing of thought or purpose, yet it moved. Guided by instinct alone, it absorbed more elements from its surroundings and began to divide, creating others like itself. Each time it split, the blue energy made a choice. It slipped into only one of the two newborn creatures, leaving the other to survive solely on the energy stored within its elemental bonds. Thus, from the very beginning, there was always only one true bearer of that blue spark. Billions of years passed. Creatures adapted to water, air, and land, some rooted themselves as plants. Life multiplied, reshaping the world. Throughout it all, the blue energy persisted, gradually awakening. First it sensed movement, then presence, then itself. Slowly, it became conscious and alive in every meaningful way. And throughout it all, the blue energy endured. It did not remain unchanged. It evolved alongside the world. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, it began to gain awareness, first of movement, then of presence, then of itself. It learned the difference between what it was and what surrounded it. The energy became conscious. It became, in every sense that mattered, alive. Its first true awareness came in the sea. It inhabited a tiny creature, drifting and darting in endless waters, driven by a singular purpose, to survive and to procreate. When that fish eventually died, the awareness did not fade. It awoke again, this time within a creature walking upon land. Without being taught, it knew how to use this new body, how to breathe, how to move, how to feed, and how to reproduce. So the cycle continued. With every death came rebirth. Sometimes it flew as a bird, flying through the air with effortless grace. Other times it stood rooted as a tree, unmoving for centuries, watching the world pass in slow patience. Then the world shifted again, and the first generation of dinosaurs rose. The living creature experienced life as one of them, vast and powerful. Whenever one form fell, the next was born. It watched continents drift and climates change. It remembered. It observed other creatures evolving, becoming more complex and more capable with each passing age. Instinct told it one immutable truth: life must continue. The world would never stop changing, and it must live and create more life to endure it. The unique creature witnessed meteorites strike the earth in fire and ruin. It saw land split apart and sink beneath oceans. It endured ages of ice and storms of unimaginable force, disasters that reshaped everything around it. And every single time, life adapted. Forms changed, survival found new paths, and life pressed forward. Yet not all change was gentle. As the creature's intelligence grew and its awareness sharpened, it began to feel. Hunger gnawed. Fear crept in. Pain carved itself into memory. It did not fully understand why these sensations existed, only that they were part of its transformation. But the pain was unique for the creature. Each time it died, it experienced an endless, unbearable agony that followed it into awareness. It did not take long for understanding to form. Changing bodies was bad. Death was bad. Pain must be avoided. To live longer was to suffer less. Fear for its own well-being took root, and with it came self-preservation. The creature learned to avoid danger, to flee, to hide. Around it, other life forms began learning the same truths, though none remembered the weight of countless deaths behind them. More billions of years passed. In one life, the unique creature was born a herbivorous animal, grazing beneath an open sky. It was then that it encountered something entirely new. A creature that walked on two legs. It had no fur, no scales, no feathers, only bare skin and patches of hair, and wearing other animal skins. He had never seen them before and couldn't tell from which life they were born. Standing on all fours, the creature watched them carefully. The two-legged beings made sounds and pointed toward it. In their hands they carried strange lengths of wood. Curiosity filled it, but so did caution. Muscles tensed, ready to flee at any moment. Without warning, the two-legged creatures hurled their wooden weapons. The creature had never seen such a thing. Instinct screamed. It turned to run, but too late. More of them had circled around unnoticed, and they threw their sticks as well from all directions. Pain exploded through its body as the wood pierced. It was worse than any attack by claw or fang, worse than anything it had known before. The two-legged creatures rushed forward, binding its legs, dragging it across the rough earth as it struggled helplessly. For the first time in its endless existence, the oldest living creature met humanity and experienced its most agonizing death at human hands. After its first encounter, the creature continued to be reborn as it always had. It did so thousands of times. At first, it encountered humans only once every few dozen lives, and each time the result was the same. Humans would kill it. If it was a small insect, they crushed it beneath their feet. If it was a bird in the sky, a giant animal of the plains, or even a fish beneath the water's surface, the outcome never differed. Whenever humans found it, they ended its life. Over time, humans changed and refined their methods. Simple sticks became sharpened tools, their skills in hunting and killing unmatched. Escaping them became nearly impossible, and the creature remembered every encounter, powerless to adapt as they evolved. To it, humans were unerringly skilled at killing and hunting. Escaping them was extraordinarily difficult, and the creature remembered every meeting. With each passing age, they improved. The wooden sticks became stones, the stones became sharper, faster, deadlier. Their methods refined themselves over time, it couldn't match them. No other creatures could. The worst realization came slowly. After thousands of years, the creature noticed that its encounters with humans were growing more frequent. What had once occurred once every few dozen lives now happened every few. And it was always the same. In one life, it was born as a large and powerful bear. It knew its strength and believed itself capable of fighting any other animal in the land. It had 3 children. One day, it left them safely hidden in a cave while it searched for food. When it returned, the cave was empty. Panic drove it forward, following the fading scent of its offspring. Eventually, it reached a gathering of humans, and there it saw them skinning its children. It charged, roaring with fury, trying to save what little could be saved. It was killed. The same story repeated itself countless times under different circumstances. In one life, it was reborn as a chicken living among humans. Not long after its rebirth, once it had gathered enough strength to move on its own, it attempted to escape. A human caught it and killed it on the spot. In another life, it was born a dog living alone in a forest. Humans arrived riding horses, accompanied by other dogs. They hunted it down and killed it. That day it tried to communicate with the other dogs using the simple language they shared. From them it understood, dogs were made to attack and kill, and in return humans would feed them. In another life still, it was born a massive elephant, one of the largest forms it had inhabited in centuries. It grew tall and strong, and for the first time in a very long while, it believed it might survive even if it encountered humans. But upon seeing them, that hope shattered. There was a sound like clapping thunder, louder than anything it had known. Pain struck suddenly and completely, flooding its immense body. As it lay dying, it watched the humans approach, carrying sticks that smoked at their ends. They smiled. One of them said, still grinning, "An elephant with blue eyes like jewels. It must be a rare one. It will fetch a good price." Another replied, "If we caught it alive, it would sell much better. I'm sure people would pay a lot to watch it." A third laughed and said, "Too much hassle. A collector will pay us far more handsomely." The creature did not understand a single word. It only understood that they were pleased it was dying. After thousands of encounters with humans, the creature learned a crucial fact. Humans killed when they were hungry, cold, in need of shelter or for joy. They always kill. They were beings that existed to kill. It had seen them kill one another on many occasions as well, and on a scale no other living creature could match. To the creature, humans were the most terrifying living things of all. It wondered why such deadly beings had come to exist, and why they loved killing so much. It was as though they were the enemy of life itself. The creature was born yet again. It was alive, and it knew that much with the same certainty it had carried through countless lives. At first there was nothing, it could feel and hear but couldn't see anything. Then its eyes adjusted. The darkness thinned, peeled away, and reality revealed itself with cruel clarity. Iron bars surrounded it on all sides. A cage. Cold, narrow, inescapable. Beside it was another rat, larger and white, whom the creature instinctively understood to be its sibling in this life. Beyond the cage stood many humans, all clothed in white, their eyes fixed upon them. Fear settled over it like a suffocating weight. Death was coming. It always did when humans were involved. There was no path to flee, it knew nothing could save it now. The large white rat moved restlessly, sniffing the air, scurrying about before approaching the edge of the cage, and standing upright to peer curiously at the humans. The creature did not move at all. Long ago it had learned this truth: when in human captivity, struggle was pointless. It was a learned helplessness. The humans spoke among themselves. The creature understood none of the words, not a single one, though the sounds themselves filled it with unease. "These two are much bigger than any other rats," one said, "and that one was born with such beautiful blue eyes. They are like jewels." Another voice full of interest followed, "It could be a mutation, the mother of these two showed signs of having an undeveloped latent quirk. If we're right, these two are the new evolution, and we could be looking at the first animals with quirks truly. We need to find a way to awaken them." A third voice cut in. "Let's wait for them to grow a little before we proceed with the experimentation. And I suggest we give these two specimens proper names. It's easier that way. Let's call the bigger one Okina Nizu, and the blue-eyed one Ao Nizu." The others laughed. "You are quite creative in naming Ao and Okina." "Really?" The men only shrugged. "A name is a label, and mine is fitting for them." The others shook their heads, but they agreed. The following weeks were peaceful, for the most part. The creature, now called Ao, and its sibling Okina lived within the cage while the humans fed them and gave them water. Okina did not seem to mind the confinement. It ran about the cage, climbed its bars, and explored every corner with bright curiosity. Ao, however, remained stiff with fear and worry, its body always tense, waiting for the inevitable moment when the humans would decide it was time to die. Every action was watched. Every movement recorded. The humans noticed that Ao, despite being newly born, and having experienced nothing harmful in this life, showed fear toward them. It lacked curiosity entirely, behaving unlike any newborn experiment rat, unlike any rat at all. Then the experimentation began. At first they tested learning ability. Puzzles were placed between the rats and their food. Success was met with reward. It was a routine test, one the humans clearly expected to yield predictable results. Instead, Okina amazed them. It learned quickly, observing patterns, adapting with remarkable speed. It achieved results faster than any rat they had ever tested. Ao did not move. It refused to engage. It would not enter a maze or touch a puzzle unless food was placed directly before it. It watched everything with wary eyes, acting only when hunger could no longer be ignored. Eventually, the humans altered their methods. The two were separated but kept within sight of one another. Whenever Okina participated, it was fed generously. Ao was left without food. It took several days of denying Ao food and water before it finally moved. When it did, it revealed an ability to learn and observe equal to Okina's. Yet there was a stark difference. Okina solved puzzles eagerly, exploring mazes and learning with enthusiasm. Ao did only what was necessary. It completed the minimum required to eat, then stopped. The humans reduced Ao's rations further, forcing it into more experiments. The method proved effective. In time, they reached a conclusion. Both rats were far more intelligent and capable of learning than any others they had tested. And with that conclusion came the next step. They began preparing to see whether a quirk could be forcefully awakened through pain and through danger. The experiments that followed were nothing like the earlier ones. No longer content with puzzles and measured rewards, the humans began injecting the two rats with different fluids. Some burned through their bodies with sharp, searing pain, others dragged their minds into heavy, unnatural sleep. Then came the mazes again, but this time, something else slithered in it. Snakes were placed alongside the rats, their presence meant to simulate danger. The scientists ensured the snakes could not truly harm them. Their fangs were removed, their bellies full. The rats, of course, did not know this. That ignorance was the point. When the first snake was introduced, Okina reacted exactly as expected. Curiosity drew him forward, step by cautious step. Ao, however, did something that startled every human watching. It let out a sharp squeak and fixed its blue eyes on its sibling. Okina froze at once and retreated, putting distance between himself and the snake. What followed defied every expectation they had of a rat. Ao moved with sudden aggressiveness, leaping forward and latching onto the snake, its jaws snapping shut around the creature's neck in a movement far closer to that of a hunting feline than a rodent. The scientists recoiled in shock. Their response was escalation. More snakes were introduced, larger ones. Okina began to keep his distance, fear finally overcoming curiosity. Ao, by contrast, grew increasingly aggressive, fighting snakes many times its size. It struck, bit, and subdued them ruthlessly. The scientists could have sworn Ao seemed to know exactly how to move and fight snakes as if he was a cat. Despite all of that, there were no real results or changes noteworthy. The scientists doubted it was due to the lack of danger and fear despite the convincing struggle. Dissatisfied, the scientists introduced a greater threat. A cat was placed into the enclosure with the two giant rats. As expected, a fight erupted. Ao and Okina fought together, moving as one, defending each other with desperate coordination as they struggled for survival. This continued for weeks. Their ability to fight, to protect one another, improved with every encounter, all of it carefully recorded. During one battle, Okina was accidentally injured, a deep cut slashed across his right eye. It healed, leaving only a mark behind. Then came the day that silenced the room entirely. In the aftermath of another confrontation, Okina turned toward his sibling and spoke a single word. "Ao." The scientists were stunned. A rat had spoken. From that moment the forced battles ceased. Instead, the humans attempted something new. They began teaching Okina words, patiently, as though he were a human child. To their amazement, he learned. He repeated sounds. He remembered them. Ao, however, remained distant. He did not engage. He would not repeat words or perhaps could not. One day, Okina squeaked softly to Ao, then pointed toward a pot nearby. "Water," he said. Ao hesitated. Then, uncertainly, "Wada." "Water," Okina corrected. The scientists watched in amazement. Okina was not merely learning, he was teaching. They observed with open elation as the two animals began communicating in crude, human-like language. Soon, another question arose. Could this be Okina's quirk? The ability to learn and teach, to raise the intelligence of others. More rats were introduced, placed among them in the hope that Okina would teach them as well. The hope did not last. Okina tried to communicate, but the new rats did not respond as Ao had. There was no understanding, no imitation. The conclusion became unavoidable. Ao and Okina were both truly unique. As all of this unfolded, something darker took root within Ao. Life in the cage grew increasingly unbearable. He was denied freedom, denied the instinct to search for food, denied the right to procreate. He was forced to fight and kill for human observation and satisfaction. Worst of all, he was beginning to understand their language, the language of the creatures he had feared for countless lives. The suffocating weight of it became too much. He pitied Okina. He loved him. But he could not continue like this. One day, without warning, Ao turned on himself. He bit into his own flesh, tearing and shredding his body with determination. The pain was unbearable, but it was still preferable to living under human control. That day, for the first time in his endless existence, Ao chose death over living, it killed itself. Okina watched in horror as his sibling destroyed himself, helpless to stop it. The scientists who came to witness the bloodied cage stood frozen, shocked beyond comprehension, and once they saw the video recording of what happened, they began asking themselves a question none of them could answer. What has gone wrong? Why did such an intelligent rat bite itself to death? After the life of torment in the cage, Ao's existence continued, though it had grown darker and more hopeless. He was reborn tens of times, each life ending shortly after its rebirth, always the same way, killed by humans. It was as if every corner of the world had come under their control, and no matter how he tried, there was never a place to hide. Escape was an illusion, and death had become a constant companion. Humans existed to torment him. Then, one day, he was born again, but he could not see. At first, he assumed it was yet another life as a rat, and he wondered if he would find himself in a cage again, under the watchful eyes of the cruel humans. Then, slowly, light entered his world. His eyes adjusted. And horror gripped him yet again. A human held him, and so he screamed. The cries of despair and fear tore from him. He thrashed, trying to wave his limbs, trying to escape, trying to flee the fate that had hunted him across countless lives. And then he finally noticed it, noticed his own body. He was a human this time. Chapter 2, You All Sound the Same. 1,560 words. Kimi was a quirkless college student living in Japan, and it was just like the rest of the world where superpowered individuals filled the streets, the news, and the dreams of nearly everyone. Growing up in a society so dazzled by spectacular abilities had not been easy for her. She admired heroes with bright, overwhelming powers, but living in such a society without a quirk of her own had often made her feel small and unseen. Even so, she believed her life had turned out well enough. She was on the verge of graduating as an engineer, top of her class, with a future she had earned through effort. Kimmy liked the idea of helping others. She admired heroes deeply, especially All Might, the greatest hero in the world and the pride of Japan. Yet being quirkless and born into a modest family placed clear limits on how much she could do, how closely she could resemble the figures she admired from afar. She had learned to accept those limits, even though it stung her. Still, she found a way to make the world a little better. Near where she lived stood a small orphanage, home to children who had lost their parents for countless reasons. Whenever she had time, Kimmy volunteered there, helping care for the children and playing with them. If she could not be a hero in the way the world celebrated, she would be one in her own quiet way. She wanted to be their superhero, as much as she could. Among all the children, one drew her attention more than the rest. He was a little boy of 5, with white hair like freshly fallen snow and pure blue eyes that seemed to mirror the sky. His appearance alone was striking, but it was his behavior that truly set him apart. The boy was silent most of the time. He did not play with the others. He did not speak to anyone. He seemed to do only what was necessary to remain alive, eating when food was placed before him, sleeping when it was time, and sitting alone for hours on end. Even the other children appeared to ignore him, as though he were invisible. After seeing him like that again and again, Kimmy finally decided to ask the 2 caretakers about him today. They told her his mother had died shortly after giving birth, never having the chance to name him. And they couldn't identify the mother's name, let alone find the father or any relatives. With nowhere else to go, the child had been brought to the orphanage. They had named him Junsei, a name Kimmy found strangely fitting, given his unique features. What troubled her most, however, was what the caretakers said next. From the time he was a baby, Junsei had not behaved normally. He barely moved and cried only when left without food for too long. If he was fed on time, he made no sound at all. As he grew older, the difference became more pronounced. When other babies began crawling and exploring their surroundings, Junsei remained where he was placed, refusing to move or react to anything around him. Eventually, the caretakers began to worry something was wrong, especially when he passed the age of 2 without speaking a single word. They were deeply concerned, but the orphanage lacked the funds to bring in a doctor for a proper diagnosis. Then one day, after they accidentally missed one of his meals, something extraordinary happened. For the first time, Junsei spoke, and he did so in a complete sentence. "I need food to grow and live." The caretakers had been stunned. The child who had never spoken had suddenly formed a clear sentence. When they asked him why he had never spoken before, he replied simply, "I prefer not to," and fell silent again. No amount of questioning afterward made him speak another word. Kimmy could hardly believe the story. It was too strange. And so her curiosity turned into a resolve. Why was the boy like this? What was truly wrong with him? She decided she would find the answers herself. She stepped outside into the orphanage courtyard, where children were running and laughing in the afternoon light. Several of them waved and called out to her, and she waved back with a warm smile before turning toward the quiet corner of the yard. Junsei sat on the ground in the shade of the orphanage wall, hugging his knees and staring with vacant eyes at the children playing nearby, a sight Kimmy had grown accustomed to. She walked straight toward him, then crouched down in front of him. Smiling gently, she met his clear blue gaze and spoke. "Hello. I'm Kimmy." Junsei continued to stare straight ahead, as though Kimmy were not there at all. She waited, still smiling, giving him time, before finally speaking again. "Your name is Junsei, right?" There was no response. Kimmy tried once more, her voice softer. "Why won't you speak to me? Does something hurt you?" Nothing changed. Junsei did not blink, did not shift. He simply stared. Kimmy tilted her head, then carefully moved to sit beside him. "Mrs. Kagome and Mrs. Kikyo told me they're worried about you," she said gently. "Do you really want to keep making them feel bad?" She glanced at him, a faint frown forming. She had never seen a child behave like this. If it were not for the occasional blink, she might have thought him a statue, so completely unmoving was he. After a moment of thought, she sighed lightly. I guess you hate speaking too much. Fine. I'll do the speaking. And so she did. She began talking about the one thing she loved most, heroes. She told him stories of their battles and rescues, of courage and sacrifice. She spoke at length about All Might, his strength, his smile, and the hope he gave people. Soon her words wandered to quirks, to her own wish of being a hero, of wanting to make the world a better place, and how she wished she had been born with an amazing quirk like those she admired. She told him about heroes saving people from disasters, stopping villains, and even rescuing cats and dogs from the streets. She did not notice that at the mention of saving cats and dogs, Junsei glanced at her for the briefest moment before turning away again. She was far too absorbed in her own voice to see it. More than an hour passed before Kimi finally stopped talking. She looked at Junsei with quiet disappointment and stood up. It was nice talking with you, she said. I'll come visit you next week. Is that okay? No answer came. He did not even look at her. As she turned to leave, Kimi thought of how difficult it must be for the caretakers to look after him. He truly did not respond to anything. She gave him one last glance and froze. A redback spider was crawling along his shoulder. Without thinking, she moved quickly, slapping it away and stomping on it hard. Junsei, she cried urgently. Did it bite you? Do you feel any pain? For the first time, Junsei moved. He did not look at Kimi. Instead, his eyes fixed on the crushed spider on the ground. It didn't do anything to deserve getting killed, he said. Kimi stared at him, shocked, then asked again, Are you okay? He did not answer, still staring at the spider. After a moment, Kimi spoke hesitantly. The spider can bite, and its bite can cause a lot of pain. I didn't want you to feel pain. It wouldn't have bit me, Junsei replied calmly. It doesn't attack or bite unprovoked. It was searching for a path to live, and you took that from it. You killed it. Taken aback, Kimi shook her head slightly. Spiders are scary. You're still young, you don't understand that. And don't worry, it didn't feel any pain. It isn't scary, Junsei said. It's friendly. And how do you know it didn't feel pain? Kimi shifted uncomfortably. It's not a person. It's a spider and... It can feel pain, Junsei interrupted. It experienced horrible pain from being stomped like that. And even if it doesn't feel like you say, it still didn't want to die like that. Kimi was speechless. Junsei turned his gaze back to the children playing and spoke again. Do you also enjoy burning ants with a magnifying lens? Do you think that is also fun? She hesitated, then said quietly, I'm sorry, if what I did hurt you. Junsei finally looked up at her. His face was blank. You said you wanted to make the world better, Junsei said. He looked back at the crushed spider. That's what the others said. I was only trying to help, Kimi said quickly. They say that too. He turned away again, hugging his knees, staring somewhere beyond the courtyard. You all sound the same. Kimi froze. She waited for him to explain. He didn't. As the silence stretched, she understood he was finished with her. Her chest tightened. She had meant to do something kind, and somehow it had gone wrong. Unsure what else to do, she turned and walked away, leaving him alone in the shade. Chapter 3, The Misjudged. 1829 words. Kimi spoke of the incident to the two caretakers later that day. She explained what had happened in the courtyard, repeating Junsei's words and his cold reaction, hoping the women might help her understand why he had behaved that way. Mrs. Kagome and Mrs. Kikyo listened with growing confusion. In the end, they could only shake their heads. Kagome sighed and said that Junsei was just a little child who did not understand the world around him, and she gently asked Kimi not to take his words to heart. And Kimi did not. She accepted their reassurance and let the matter go. What none of them realized was that one of the children had been listening. By the time the story passed from mouth to mouth, retold in clumsy fragments and childish exaggeration, it had changed. The white-haired freak had done something terrible. He had upset Miss Kimi. Before the day was over, every child in the orphanage was angry with Junsei. To them, he had become a villain who had hurt Miss Kimi. The days that followed passed as usual, but Kimi did not return. Her studies had grown demanding, and she stayed away. When the children asked about her, Mrs. Kikyo told them she was busy and would visit again later. At first, they believed her. But some of the older children began to whisper that Miss Kimi was not coming back because she was angry. Angry because of Junsei. That idea took root quickly. It was the oldest boy in the orphanage, Sykes, who finally gathered the children around him. He declared that if they wanted Miss Kimi to return, they had to punish the evil villain Junsei. Sykes was older than the others, taller and much louder. His voice carried authority among the children, and they rallied around him easily, especially when he promised that their actions would bring Miss Kimi back. Their plan was simple. They would be the heroes who beat the villain while the caretakers were not looking. They did not have to wait long. As soon as the caretakers began preparing food as they usually do, 20 children gathered together and followed Sykes across the yard. Junsei was sitting where he always did, in the shade, hugging his knees and staring into nothing. They surrounded him from all sides in a half-circle. Sykes stepped forward, chest puffed out. "Today you will pay for your crimes, villain," he said. "We will make you regret wronging Miss Kimi." Junsei did not react. He remained still, his gaze empty and distant. The children began to shout. "Freak! Villain! Weirdo!" The words grew crueler by the moment. Still, there was no reaction. Sykes felt irritation rising in his chest. "I, Sykes, the hero, shall end you, villain," he declared. At that, Junsei finally reacted. He lifted his head and looked at Sykes. His eyes traveled over the boy, white skin, blonde hair, brown eyes. Nothing unusual. Nothing he had not seen countless times before. Then his eyes began scanning those who surrounded him one by one. It was not the first time it happened, they were just a little smaller, or maybe he was bigger than the other times. He remembered how this ends usually. The children were startled by the simple act of Junsei reacting. They had come to punish him, yet seeing him acknowledge them felt unsettling and strange. "You are here to kill me?" Junsei asked softly. The children froze. Many of them had never heard his voice before. The younger ones didn't even fully understand what killing really meant, while the older ones thought to themselves that they are the heroes and they don't kill, but no one spoke as it was just too sudden. Even Sykes hesitated for only a moment before forcing confidence back into his posture. He raised his fist. Bones pushed through his skin, forming pale protrusions as he grinned. "I am the Bone Hero," Sykes announced, "and you will pay for your evil deeds. When I'm done with you, Miss Kimi will come back." The other children quickly regained their heroic confidence and erupted in cheers. "Beat the villain. Punish the evil." Junsei stared at them a moment longer. Then his eyes began to glow. Fear rippled through the group. Sykes took a step back, then shouted, "You think I'm scared? I am a hero." He lunged forward, kicking at Junsei with all his strength. From his seated position, Junsei caught Sykes's foot in midair. His grip tightened. The sound of breaking echoed sharply through the courtyard, followed by Sykes's scream. Junsei released him. Sykes fell onto his back, howling in pain. "Death hurts more," Junsei said softly. The children scattered at once, fear overtaking anger as they backed away from Junsei and the screaming boy. Moments later, the two caretakers came running, drawn by the noise. Mrs. Kagom's voice rang out in panic. What is going on? Not long after the courtyard incident, Kimmy returned to the orphanage. She had come to visit the children again, and the first thing her eyes fell on was Sykes struggling to move around, his leg obviously broken. Her heart sank. She hurried over to him, full of concern for his state. Sykes. What happened? How are you? How did you end up like this? She asked, worry threading her voice. Sykes shifted uncomfortably, clearly embarrassed to explain, but the others had no such hesitation. They jumped in eagerly, recounting in detail his heroic attempt to punish Junsei for the terrible things he had supposedly done to Miss Kimmy. According to them, the villainous freak had been far too strong, and in the struggle, Sykes's leg had been broken. Sykes, still flushed with pride, added indignantly, I underestimated him this time. But next time, I'll win for sure. Kimmy might have smiled at his enthusiasm, if not for the stark reality of the situation. Sykes attempted to hurt another child, and had ended with a broken leg while Junsei was nowhere to be seen. Her brow furrowed as she crouched beside Sykes. Sykes, listen to me. Don't fight others for me, all right? Junsei said nothing bad to me. Nothing at all. It is just a misunderstanding, okay? For the first time since the incident, the children seemed to pause and Kimmy saw disbelief on their faces. They initially believed Junsei had done something wrong, and the two caretakers were hiding it. But hearing Kimmy say otherwise made their collective belief shift. Kimmy made it clear that Junsei was not a villain in the eyes of the other children before she left Sykes and the others and went in search of Mrs. Kagome and Mrs. Kikyo, hoping to understand and confirm exactly what had happened that day. When she found them, she greeted them and immediately began asking about Junsei and the incident in the yard. The two caretakers recounted the events. The children had ganged up on Junsei, convinced he was the villain, and Sykes had approached him aggressively. When Sykes's cries and the children's shouting escalated, the two women became aware something was wrong. Kimmy asked, Is Junsei okay? I didn't see him this time. Kagome's expression softened, though concern lingered. Junsei is not hurt. But he is punished in his room. He is not allowed to leave until he apologizes to Sykes. Kimmy froze. Why did you punish him? Going by what you said, he was only defending himself. This will isolate him further and might encourage the children to bully him even more. Kikyo let out a long sigh. It can't be helped, we are a small orphanage with limited funding, we can't afford to let it be known that we allow children infighting and hurting each other, punishments must be given. We are intending to punish Sykes as well once he is a little better, we made that clear to all the children. She paused for a moment then continued, as for Junsei, we are at our wits' end with him. When we arrived after Sykes screamed, it was clear that Sykes approached Junsei first. The children's words only confirmed that. But Junsei, he didn't react. Even after the ambulance arrived, he showed no emotion whatsoever. Kagome nodded in agreement. The children insisted Junsei was in the wrong, that he hurt Sykes first. But Junsei simply stared at them. She hesitated, then added, her voice tight with concern, Junsei broke a leg with his hand, and he didn't show the slightest reaction to his action. He didn't show remorse or even seem aware that it was wrong. We couldn't risk him hurting another child, whether in self-defense or not. He has to learn that hurting others excessively, even to defend himself, is unacceptable. We want him to learn constraint and empathy, but words don't reach him. This is our only way. Kimmy listened carefully and nodded, though she still thought it was not right and too harsh on Junsei, but on the other hand, she didn't know what was the right thing to do. The two caretakers needed to worry about the orphanage and the rest of the children as well. She understood Junsei was indeed difficult to communicate with, and it would be very bad for something like this to happen again. She paused, then asked, how did he break Sykes's leg? I thought Sykes had a quirk that strengthened his bones, not to mention he is 4 or 5 years older. Did Junsei awaken a quirk? Kikyo shook her head slowly. We don't know. We suspected he might have awakened his quirk, especially after the children said his eyes were glowing. We even took him to the hospital to check for a quirk. But the doctor assured us he is quirkless for the rest of his life and mentioned a missing joint in his body as a proof of that. According to the doctor, among the billions of people registered worldwide, not a single one with the missing joint turned out to have a quirk. Kimmy blinked, processing the information. Then, how did he break Sykes's leg? And what about the glowing eyes? Kagom's lips pressed together. The doctor suspects it was a side effect of Sykes's own quirk. It doesn't just strengthen his bones, it can also make them more brittle if misapplied. Junsei only had to apply a little pressure in the right place, and that was enough. And you know how clear his eyes are. I think the children just mistook his eyes for glowing under the sun. It is not that strange. I honestly find the situation strange, but not impossible, and Junsei didn't show any signs of quirk beyond that. Kimmy was not convinced by that argument. If quirk was part of human evolution, and has all kinds of strange powers and effects, then what prevents a new one appearing where one joint is missing? Maybe he is the first case, and the doctor overlooked that. Chapter 4, What exactly was he? 1,611 words. When he was born as a human, the first thing he felt was despair. Fear clung to him like a shadow. What suffering would this life bring? What cruelty would the humans deliver this time? He was one of them now, and he knew how cruel they could be to their own. He watched their wars many times. But as hours stretched into days, the raw panic faded, leaving behind a new curiosity. He wondered what it truly meant to be human. What drove them to despise life so much? Why did they kill, destroy, and hurt everything in their path? In all his previous lives, he had accepted instinct and acted on it. He didn't think much of the world around him. Every time he knew what needed to be done: hunt, survive, reproduce, and spread the life of the kind he was born as. Every action had been taken with the intent to fulfill his instinct, his purpose. But now he was not aware of his instinct anymore. It felt dull, almost absent. He didn't know what he had to do to survive, or what he was supposed to do with this life. That left an uncomfortable emptiness inside him. An urge rose that he needed to fill that emptiness, but he didn't know how or with what. And as a baby, all he could do was observe. He watched the humans around him, and learned their rules. Food, water, comfort, these were needs he could no longer instinctively meet, but he could cry to demand them. He was careful to make his cries minimal, to avoid angering the larger humans who ensured his survival. He could sense that he was not theirs, not their child, yet they fed and cared for him. It was a mystery, one he could only silently accept. As he grew older, learning to move and speak, he made a choice. He would remain still, silent, cautious. Other children around him explored and played freely, curiosity blazing from them like fire, much as he had seen Okina do long ago. But he could not. Fear anchored him. He did not know what would provoke the humans' malice, and he chose the path he judged safest. He understood enough of their language to know that the humans regarded his quiet obedience as positive. They praised his calmness, his minimal movement, as if it made their lives easier. Time passed, and he observed more carefully. Another difference became clear. In his previous lives, he could communicate with creatures of his own kind, and often understand others as well. But now he could feel them. He could perceive the joys, the hunger, the pain of every living creature around him, as if their experiences were his own. The only beings whose minds and feelings he could not touch were the humans. Was this what humans experienced? If they could feel the suffering and delight of others, why would they kill so freely? Did they take pleasure in the fear and pain of those around them? His first real encounter with this question came when a group of children living alongside him brought magnifying lenses and began to focus sunlight on ants. He watched and listened, slowly understanding the principle. The concentrated light burned the ants alive. As he observed, he could feel the tiny creature's distress. He recoiled internally, a wave of pain and grief rolling through him. He had to cut himself off from their suffering to continue observing without becoming overwhelmed. He could not believe that any creature would take joy in such suffering. Did that mean humans were unable to sense the suffering of other beings, or was he the only one who could? With these questions, and for the first time in his long existence, he wondered about himself. Was rebirth a natural thing, or was he unique? Had other humans or creatures lived previous lives? Until now, he had never considered it. He began sitting outside, where the other children played, listening intently to their voices and watching their interactions. It did not take long to confirm what he suspected. These humans could not feel the lives around them. They could not sense the hunger or fear, or joy of even the smallest creatures. And unlike him, they had no memory of prior lives. They were already forgetting this one. Through observation, he also learned about quirks. Humans had abilities, powers beyond the ordinary. Some of these children in front of him already possessed quirks. He considered his own unusual perception. If he could sense the feelings of creatures around him, could that be his quirk? And if so, what of his rebirth? Was it not normal in this world? If humans were bound to one life, and he had lived countless, then what exactly was he? And the more time passed, the more confusion settled over him. Once he understood what an orphan was, and that the two older humans had chosen to care for him, and the other children out of what they called goodwill, he found himself unable to reconcile the idea. These were the same creatures who, in his experience, only knew how to kill. Since when did humans nurture life? Had they changed over time? Had they evolved into something less malevolent than what he remembered? He watched the children crush insects and tear flowers from the ground, only to discard them. The older humans observed with indulgent smiles. This was enough for him. Humans were capable of goodwill, but only toward their own kind, or perhaps toward those they deemed similar enough. Survival meant remaining unremarkable, and avoiding their attention. Then one day, a new human began appearing. She joined the little ones and kept smiling at them. He observed her carefully and decided she was no different from the rest. Until, one afternoon, she approached him. Fear tightened inside him. He had done nothing to draw her attention, nothing at all. The woman introduced herself as Kimmy, and began speaking without pause. She spoke of herself, of dreams, of heroes. Some of her words were entirely foreign to him, others he recognized from fragments he had overheard during his observations. She spoke of heroes who defeated villains. That he understood. Heroes were humans who killed other humans deemed bad or different. But then she spoke of heroes helping people, and even animals. Dogs. Cats. At that, he glanced at her. Did humans care for other creatures after all? Could there be humans like him, beings who remembered past lives, who felt the world as he did? She said she wanted to be like those heroes, that she tried to live as they did. For a fleeting moment, he allowed himself to believe there might truly be different kinds of humans. Then, as she prepared to leave, her demeanor shifted. A spider crawled across his shoulder, and without hesitation, she struck it away, then crushed it beneath her foot. He felt the stomp. He felt the spider's pain. The sensation rippled through him, numbing his senses as he stared at the broken body on the ground. The words escaped him before he could stop it. It didn't do anything to deserve getting killed. He had felt the spider earlier, its hunger, its simple desire to survive. It had meant no harm. Why kill it? She spoke of danger and fear, said she had done it for him. But he could not accept that. In his eyes, she was no different from the others. Humans were humans, hurtful, dangerous, and careless with life. A few days later, the children gathered around him. They said he had wronged the woman. Their voices rose, calling for him to be beaten, to feel pain, even to be killed. Fear surged through him, he thought he would die again. They were going to kill him, just as others had before. And then the gaping emptiness inside him stirred. Memories of countless lives flooded his mind. The humans showed hesitation at that moment, and he didn't know why. Then the largest among them attacked. In that instant, a memory surfaced of a life lived as a bear. Instinct took over. He raised his hand and caught the attacker's leg. Strength surged through him. Before he understood what he was doing, he heard the sound of breaking bones. The moment he realized what he had done, he released the leg at once. He knew better than to do more. More violence would only invite more humans, more danger. As the attacker screamed in agony, the words slipped from him, "Death hurts more." Perhaps that would make them think twice before they kill. The caretakers arrived soon after, their voices full of panic. It was the first time he had seen them like that. Help was called for the injured attacker, and he was taken away to be examined. A man they called a doctor declared that he had no quirk and sent him back. In the orphanage, the women ordered him to remain alone or apologize to the attacker. In his eyes, the choice was simple: avoiding the other humans meant less chance of being attacked. That choice gave him time and the peace of mind to replay the attack moment again and again. He focused on the sensation he had felt, the surge, the connection. The emptiness within him was no longer hollow, it was filling, overflowing with memories of all his past lives. He felt them all at once as a whole. He was part of them, and they were part of him, a single entity. But what exactly was he? Chapter 5: What Humans Teach. 1,620 words. Days of isolation taught him many things about himself. By reaching back into his past experiences, by recalling the memories and the nature of what he once had been, he could draw life from them. His body would change subtly. When he summoned the memory of a feline's keen sight, he could see in the dark, and the color of the world changed before his eyes. When he recalled the thick hide of a crocodile, his skin grew firm, resilient beneath his touch. Drawing upon these lives did not alter his outward appearance, but it granted him their abilities all the same. Only his eyes betrayed the truth. Whenever he drew upon another life, his blue eyes glowed faintly, as if lit from within. With this power now understood, his thoughts turned toward escape. If he used it carefully, intelligently, he might be able to leave this place, and the humans who lived in it behind. Go somewhere distant where he could exist without fear. That was his path to survival. He had begun quietly preparing, practicing in secrecy, when his fragile peace was shattered by the return of the woman named Kimmy. To his dismay, she persuaded the caretakers to make him leave the room and return to the courtyard as before. It was the last thing he wanted. Kimmy did not stop there. She made time to sit beside him in the shade, speaking endlessly about her life and her plans. While she kept speaking, he kept most of his attention to the hostile stares of the other children that followed her presence. Their eyes lingered on him with resentment, and he felt fear from that attention. So he sat silently, listening as she spoke of difficult exams, of earning high marks, of nearing the future she had always dreamed of. Most of it passed through him without meaning, until one day, she said something that caught his attention. "So, Junsei," Kimmy said brightly, "you'll be going to school in a few months. You'll meet many more children your age. Are you excited?" A shiver ran down his spine. More humans. The thought alone was terrifying. Kimmy, oblivious to the fear blooming inside him, continued cheerfully. "You'll learn so much. You'll learn how the world around you works, and how amazing it really is. Learn how the world works." The phrase echoed in his mind. Humans understood the world in ways he might not. He had heard before that schools taught many things humans believed important. If he could learn what they knew, perhaps he could understand them better. If he understood them, maybe he could survive them, not only in this life, but in those that will follow. Hope stirred within him, pushing back against fear. He spoke, his voice soft and cautious. "What would I learn in school?" Kimmy froze, startled by the sound of his voice. For a heartbeat, she simply stared. Then her face broke into a wide smile. "All kinds of things," she said eagerly. "You'll learn reading and writing, math, about plants and animals, and history too." It sounded like a lot of good awaited him. Yet the thought of being surrounded by more humans filled him with unease. He fell silent again, weighing danger against possibility. Kimmy noticed. She paused, then said thoughtfully, "If you're interested in school, how about I start teaching you? You might like it." He looked at her smiling face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Fewer humans were always better, and she was already here, whether he wished it or not. And so, quietly and without ceremony, their teaching sessions began. For their first lesson, Kimmy chose Japanese characters. The sheer volume of them and their complex patterns made them one of the most difficult subjects for children. It was hardly the most exciting place to begin, but it was practical, and something about Junsei made her think that quiet repetition and steady drawing would suit him better than talkative lessons or games. So on the first lesson, she arrived carrying sheets filled with hiragana and katakana characters and several blank pages for practice. Sitting beside him in the shade, she showed him the characters one by one, explaining how each was pronounced before handing him a pencil and the paper. At first, she even had to guide his fingers, showing him how to hold the pencil properly. Once she was sure he understood what he was meant to do and could draw on his own, she stepped back slightly and watched with a gentle smile as he prepared to make his first attempt. The smile faded almost at once, replaced by confusion. Junsei began to draw smoothly and the characters appeared on the page perfectly formed. He did not glance at the reference sheet even once. He simply wrote, exactly as she had shown him. His handwriting was perfect, an exact copy of the print she brought with her. Her confusion deepened into outright shock as he completed the entire page. When he finally looked up at her, she forced herself to recover, smiling brightly. "That's great, Junsei," she said. "But I noticed you didn't look at the character sheet." He stared at her in silence. She blinked. "I am asking you why you didn't look at it while drawing." He answered slowly, "Why? Should I draw the characters while looking at it?" Kimmy blinked again. "So you make sure you don't make a mistake." Junsei replied simply, "If I drew something wrong, I would have seen it." Kimmy fell quiet for a moment. Then she asked, carefully, "You don't think you might forget any of the characters?" He looked puzzled. "Forget? I just saw it." She pondered that, then nodded slowly. "Yes. You're right. Let's move on to the next set." She showed him the katakana characters, explaining the phonetics more quickly this time, then asked him to draw what he had learned. Junsei did so in silence. Kimmy watched in growing amazement as he reproduced the characters flawlessly, same size, same order, same exact style as the sheets in her hand without so much as a second glance. Without a quirk that enhances one memory, having photographic memory was just a fiction. But seeing it now felt unreal, and his steady hand and ability to mimic what he saw was also not normal. Kimmy believed Junsei possessed a quirk despite the missing joint, that the doctor was wrong about him, she was now sure of that. She broke free from her thoughts when he looked at her again, silently waiting for what came next. She smiled, a little more thoughtfully this time, and continued. Now Kimmy wanted to see just how far she could push him, how much he could truly memorize and learn in a short time. For the next few days, Kimmy came to the orphanage every afternoon to teach Junsei. What began as simple lessons quickly grew into something far more ambitious. She brought elementary school materials with her, then more. Within 2 weeks, Junsei had memorized everything up to the 3rd grade. By then, Kimmy was absolutely certain. Junsei had a quirk, one that made him far more intelligent than any child his age. The realization thrilled her. She decided she would help him learn as much as possible, push him as far as she could. Perhaps, one day, he would become a great hero with his mind. Those thoughts made her giggle softly during their sessions more than once. Each time, Junsei glanced at her with faint confusion. He did not understand why Kimmy was helping him, nor what made her so excited. The things she taught him were strange and impractical. What was the point of mathematics? Still, he followed the path she set before him, hoping that in time he would understand where it led. A month after their lessons began, Kagome and Kikyo stopped Kimmy, as she was heading toward the courtyard to meet Junsei. Kagome smiled gently before speaking. It's wonderful that you're helping Junsei, and that he's opening up to you, she said. But we're worried this might become a bad thing. Kimmy frowned, confused. A bad thing? I'm helping him learn and communicate. What's wrong with that? Kikyo answered with a sigh. The other children are growing jealous. They're calling him names because you give him so much attention, and his lack of reaction is causing the resentment to grow. Nothing serious has happened yet. We've tried our best to calm them and explain that you're helping him so he can play with them too. But they're very young. To them, Junsei is taking all of your time, and you don't play with them anymore. We're afraid they might act on those feelings eventually. Kagome nodded in agreement. We truly appreciate what you're doing, and we want you to continue bonding with him. Just try to spend time with the others too. Or encourage Junsei to mingle with them. Kimmy thought about it for a moment, then nodded. I didn't think of it like that. I'll be more careful around, actually, she added suddenly, her face lighting up. I've got a great idea. I'll be back soon. Kagome blinked. What are you thinking? It's going to be a surprise. Kimmy called back, already hurrying away from the orphanage. She didn't want to tell Kagome and Kikyo about Junsei yet. She wanted to surprise them, show them how far ahead he was. As for the other children, the caretakers were right. Even adults grew jealous when attention was taken from them, let alone children. If she wanted to help Junsei properly, she would need to show that she cared about everyone. Chapter 6, What They Cannot See. 1629 words. What was something that would bring children joy and pull their attention away from envy and resentment? Toys were an obvious answer, but a better one is a pet. And not just any pet but a puppy. So Kimmy came back to the orphanage that afternoon carrying a tiny white puppy that wriggled in her arms, its nose twitching and tail flicking. She had barely stepped inside before Kagome stopped her short. Your great idea, Kagome said slowly, eyeing the puppy, was to bring them a dog. A puppy, Kimmy corrected brightly. Yes. Isn't it cute? It is, Kagome admitted, though worry creased her face. But I fear they won't be able to take care of it. It's too small. These children don't really understand what it means to care for a pet. They'll learn, Kimmy said with confidence. We just need to tell them what to do and what not to do. I'm sure they'll be happy to play with it, and learning to take care of it will help them grow more responsible. Kagome still looked unconvinced, but Kikyo sighed softly and said, I've always refused the idea of a pet here, but since you already brought it, let's give the children a chance. Kagome sighed in defeat. All right. But I'm not cleaning after it. Kikyo and Kimmy laughed quietly. Kikyo then said, Kimmy, you go surprise them with the puppy, we still need to prepare food. Kimmy nodded and carried the puppy out into the courtyard. The reaction was immediate. Children swarmed toward them, voices rising in excitement as Kimmy gently set the puppy down on the ground. It stood there for a moment, blinking at the sudden ring of faces, before wobbling forward on uncertain paws. Sykes leaned in eagerly. What's its name? I haven't given it one, Kimmy said. Why don't you all suggest names and agree on one together? Sykes nodded, but the idea barely had time to settle before children began shouting suggestions, Doggy, Max, Whitey. The puppy began to toddle between them, barking sharply now and then, which only made the children shriek with delight. Kimmy smiled at the sight. Then she noticed Junsei, sitting in the shade as always, watching the scene in silence. She excused herself and walked toward him, her smile softening. Hi, Junsei, she said gently. I'm late today because I wanted to surprise you all. What do you think of the puppy? Junsei stared at the small white creature for several long moments. Then he asked quietly, why did you do that? Why? Kimmy echoed, surprised. I wanted everyone to have fun. I am sure everyone likes having a pet. His voice sharpened, so you brought it here for the others to hurt it. Something in his tone made her pause. She crouched beside him, lowering her voice. I know the others wronged you, she said carefully, but you don't need to worry about them hurting the puppy. They wouldn't do that. They're happy. She looked back at the courtyard, children laughing and running as the puppy darting between their legs. See? They're happy. Even the puppy is barking and running happily with them. Do you really think they'll hurt it? Junsei was silent again. Then he said, very softly, can't you see it isn't happy? It is terrified, it's not playing, it is trying to escape. It wants its mother. It was with her not long ago, and you came suddenly and took it and threw it here. Kimmy froze. When she looked back at him, she saw his eyes glowing faintly blue, his body rigid, hands clenched tight. She didn't understand what had come over him, or what made him say such a thing. Junsei felt it clearly. The puppy's fear, its thoughts tangled with longing and confusion. Surrounded, unable to flee, searching desperately for safety. His mind drifted to memories he wished he did not have, his cubs taken and getting skinned while he couldn't do anything to save them. The puppy turned suddenly toward him and barked. The bark was a plea only he understood. Junsei's body went cold. If he interfered, he would draw attention to himself again. And yet something deeper stirred, an instinct he didn't feel in this life before. It told him that turning away would be the worst action he could take. His thoughts raced to earlier lives, to a time before thundersticks and sharp metal, when humans relied on numbers and coordination to overwhelm stronger creatures. If humans survived by working together, could others do the same? The thought burned brighter and brighter in his mind. And as the puppy cried again for help, Junsei stood up, no longer thinking of the consequences at all. Junsei walked forward toward the children, and Kimmy straightened at once, alarmed. Junsei, she called after him. What's wrong? He did not answer. He moved straight toward the puppy. The moment the small white creature saw him approach, it bolted from the ring of children and ran to him, slipping behind his legs and pressing close as if it found a safe haven. Junsei stopped, standing between the puppy and the others. You are scaring it, he said softly. Leave it alone. The courtyard fell into silence. One child frowned and protested, you can't play with it alone. Junsei did not reply. He simply stared back at them, his gaze cold and unblinking, as though daring anyone to come closer. From the side, Sykes, still moving stiffly with his injured leg, called out, Miss Kimmy brought it to play with us, not for you. Kimmy hurried forward. Junsei, she said quickly, they're just playing with it. They won't hurt it. But Junsei did not look at her. One child stepped forward, emboldened, and then another followed. At that moment, Junsei's eyes began to glow, a cold blue light flickering within them, and a hostile animal-like growl rose from his throat. The children froze. Fear rippled through them. Even Kimmy felt it, her breath catching as she stared at him. Junsei, she called again, more urgently now, what are you doing? I am not leaving it, he said, his voice edged with threat. I will rip apart anyone who tries to hurt it. His glowing eyes swept over the children as he growled again, then he began to retreat slowly, never turning his back on them. The puppy followed him at once, keeping close. Before their eyes, Junsei returned to the shade and sat down, still watching the children warily. The puppy curled beside him, pressing its small body against his leg. No one dared approach him now. Instead, the children turned on Kimmy, tugging at her sleeves and calling out, demanding that she make Junsei let them play with the puppy. Kimmy forced a smile. She wasn't sure what had come over Junsei. The glowing eyes, the animal growling and the threat, it had been a frightening reaction. She truly believed he might attack if pushed further. With a weary sigh, she told the children to go play while she spoke with him. They left reluctantly, full of disappointment, and their resentment toward Junsei deepened. Kimmy felt it clearly, and it troubled her. Determined to fix this, she approached Junsei carefully. As she drew nearer, she noticed the puppy inching closer to him, as though trying to hide from her. Junsei's eyes stayed fixed on her. It's afraid of you, he said quietly. You took it from its mother. Kimmy hesitated. He was in a pet shop, she replied. His mother wasn't there. She was, Junsei said. In the cage above him. Kimmy blinked. How do you know that? He didn't answer. A memory stirred in her mind, her first talk with him, the spider, the way he had spoken. A possibility formed in her mind. Back then, she said carefully, you talked about the spider like it had thoughts and feelings. And now the puppy. Junsei. Do you understand what animals and insects think and feel? Junsei stiffened. Alarm flickered across his face. That was all the confirmation Kimmy needed. Everything began to fall into place. He was distant from everyone else because he was listening to voices no one else could hear. This must be your quirk, she exclaimed. You can understand animals, maybe even communicate with them. I knew the doctor was wrong about you. She smiled at him warmly. If you told the others you could understand animals, and that you didn't want them hurt, I'm sure they would have listened. Junsei blinked. They would have listened, he asked slowly. Humans only know how to kill. Kimmy frowned. Did your insect friends tell you that? Or the animals and birds, she asked gently. We don't hurt everything, Junsei. We just don't know what animals are thinking, like when I thought the puppy was happy, or when I thought the spider might hurt you. We don't know everything. Junsei thought of it then. If humans could understand other creatures, would they show restraint? Would they only kill to survive, instead of indiscriminately? Was all that pain they caused born of ignorance? Kimmy clapped her hands lightly. Why not show them, she said. Tell them what you can do. Tell them what's wrong, and see for yourself. Junsei considered it, then nodded. Perhaps this was why his instinct had compelled him to protect the puppy. Perhaps this was what he was meant to do as a human. Please, he said softly, take him back to his mother. Kimmy smiled. I will. Suddenly, the puppy stood and walked toward Kimmy on its own, looking up at her. Kimmy blinked in surprise. She wondered whether Junsei's quirk allowed him to translate between animals and humans, or if he spoke to them telepathically. Chapter 7, Voices Only He Can Hear. 1,546 words. With the puppy cradled carefully in her arms, Kimmy led Junsei into the orphanage building. By now, word had already spread. Kagome and Kikyo were waiting for them. Kagome folded her arms. What happened out there, Kimmy? Kimmy smiled and gently pointed toward Junsei. He has a quirk, she said. It allows him to communicate with animals, understand what they're thinking and feeling. He stopped the children from playing with the puppy because it was afraid. He was trying to help the puppy. Both caretakers stared at Junsei in shock. But the doctor said. Kikyo began. He was wrong, Kimmy said firmly, cutting in. Then she turned to Junsei. Why don't you show Mrs. Kagome and Mrs. Kikyo your quirk? Talk to the puppy. Junsei hesitated. But you don't understand what it says, he replied quietly. Kimmy blinked, then nodded. Right, then can you ask it to do something for us? Something obvious. Like moving in a certain way. Junsei nodded once. Please put it down. Kimmy lowered the puppy to the ground. It wobbled slightly, looking around in confusion. Junsei's eyes began to glow faintly as he stared at it. The puppy barked once, sharply, as if in response. Junsei spoke evenly. It will walk one step forward, then one step back. After that, it will bark twice. The puppy did exactly that. Kagome and Kikyo gasped, then exchanged a look of astonishment. Kagome's face softened into a smile. You really do have a quirk, Junsei, she said. And it's an amazing one. We're sorry, Kikyo added gently. We told you that you didn't have one. Junsei said nothing. He simply stared at them. Kimmy spoke again. Junsei can also communicate with insects like spiders and ants, she said, deliberately emphasizing the words spiders and ants. The caretaker's expressions changed at once. Pity crept into their eyes as understanding dawned. Junsei's strange behavior since he was baby finally began to make sense. In his silence, he must have been speaking with insects and animals. Then they thought of the insects crushed without a thought, the ants burned for fun, and the way Junsei always watched such things in silence. To him, those creatures might have been his friends. Kimmy picked up the puppy again. It wants to go back to its mother at the pet shop, she said. I'll take it back. Could you explain this to the children? Of course, Kagome said at once. Don't worry, Kikyo added. We'll handle it. Kimmy turned to Junsei. I'll return it to its mother, and then I'll come back. Okay. Junsei nodded. Kimmy waved to him and the caretakers and left. Kagome then looked down at Junsei. Let's go tell the others about your quirk, she said kindly. And don't be shy about explaining it. You can make friends that way. Junsei nodded again. Together the caretakers led him back into the courtyard, where the children were already waiting, eyes searching for the puppy. Kagome and Kikyo explained that the puppy had been missing its mother, and that Junsei could understand what it was feeling. They told them about his quirk, how he could speak with animals and insects. Disappointment spread quickly among the children. Sykes was the first to speak. What if he was lying? Kagome shook her head sharply. That's not nice, Sykes. Sykes scowled. It's not fair. We don't get to play with it just because he says so. The puppy missed its mother, Kikyo said softly. Would you want to force it to stay here? Sykes hesitated, then muttered, if we don't keep it, someone else will. Right? Both caretakers were taken aback. You can't think like that. Kagome said. The puppy being back with its mother is what matters. But the shop will sell it anyway, Sykes argued. Miss Kimmy brought it for all of us, it is not fair that he gets to decide what we do with it. The other children began to look at Junsei with more resentment. Junsei watched them quietly. Then he spoke. It is not nice, he said, to be taken away from your mother or father. You all should know that. You don't have them. The words landed heavily. Kagome and Kikyo were visibly troubled. Some of the children looked down, their disappointment turning into aching. Sykes's face tightened, his resentment deepening. All right, Kagome said quickly. That's enough. Let's all remember something important, small creatures like ants can speak and feel too, even if we don't understand them. And if you're ever curious about what something is saying, you can ask Junsei. Kikyo smiled gently. And Miss Kimmy will be coming back soon to play with all of you. But their words did little to elevate the children's spirit. Less than an hour later, the courtyard had slipped back into its familiar rhythm. Junsei sat alone beneath the shade, his gaze fixed ahead as usual. Around him, the children resumed their games as if nothing had happened, laughing and shouting while carefully pretending he did not exist. Kagome and Kikyo watched the scene with quiet frustration. Junsei made no attempt to approach anyone, and the children still resented him over the puppy, and had no interest in approaching him either. The caretakers tried, more than once, to encourage the others to speak to him, to ask about his quirk, to include him in play. Each attempt was met with silence, averted eyes, or stubborn shakes of the head. When Kimmy returned, they explained what had happened. She listened, then sighed. Her effort to fix things had failed spectacularly. Keeping the puppy would have led to conflict, perhaps even violence, if Junsei felt compelled to protect it. Sending it back had made him the object of quiet blame. As Kimmy stood there thinking, her eyes wandered across the courtyard until she noticed a small worm inching its way through the dirt. An idea sparked in her mind to soften the children's resentment and draw Junsei out of his shell. She clapped her hands loudly. Everyone, come here. Let's do something new. The children immediately rushed toward her. Kimmy then turned toward the shade. Junsei, come here as well. Junsei looked at her but did not move. Please, she added, smiling. After a long moment, he stood and walked toward her. As he did, the children instinctively stepped back, creating a clear space around him. Kimmy noticed and felt a pang of worry, but she pressed on. Look here, everyone, she said, pointing to the ground. See this little worm crawling along. Aren't you curious to know what it's doing here? The children stared down at it. Worms crawl in the dirt, one of them said flatly. That's all. Kimmy turned to Junsei. Junsei, can you ask it what it's doing here? Junsei hesitated, but recalling his earlier conversation with Kimmy, and how human lack of understanding makes them behave, he felt compelled to let them understand. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to the worm. His blue eyes began to glow faintly. A moment later, he looked back up. It is here to reproduce, he said calmly. Another worm left its trace nearby. It is heading toward it. Kimmy blinked, surprised. What's reproduce? A child asked. It creates children with another worm, Junsei replied without hesitation. An older girl frowned. Do worms kiss to make babies? Junsei shook his head. Creatures do not kiss to have children. Most types have male and female. They use their body parts to reproduce. Once this worm finds its mate, they will attach to each other and form a sac between them. The female inserts eggs and the male inserts its essence. The children stared at him, puzzled and silent. Kimmy, meanwhile, was taken aback. She hadn't known worms reproduced that way. She hadn't even known how insects reproduced at all. Had the worm truly told him this in such a short moment? And was this something children their age should be hearing? But children come when a man and woman love each other and kiss, the girl insisted. That is not how it works, Junsei said evenly. Humans should be similar to other animals, like cats. The body part between the male's legs is inserted into the female part. This causes the female to become pregnant. If you do it with a male next to you, you should have a baby, though I am not sure which hole works for that purpose in humans. Kimmy froze. Okay, she said quickly, her voice tight, that's enough. No more talk about making babies. But it was already too late. Every child had turned toward her now, eyes wide and expectant, waiting for her to explain, or for her to say whether Junsei was telling the truth or not. Kimmy felt a cold realization settle over her. They were too young to talk about this kind of stuff. She had opened a can of worms that she had no idea how to close. In the end, the only thought left in her mind was, why did the animals or insects teach Junsei about this? Was there nothing better to talk about, like tasty food? She would have never guessed that Junsei had more experience than most living things in the world. Chapter 8, Limits of Care. 1,715 words. The next day, Junsei found himself back in the hospital. Kikyo had brought him there early in the morning, saying he needed to be examined again. The first time, the doctor had declared him quirkless. Now that mistake had to be corrected, his quirk must be identified and registered properly in the system. They needed to be certain he posed no danger to himself or to anyone else. Junsei sat quietly across from the same doctor he had seen days before. The man, in his late 30s, studied the glowing screens with a furrowed brow, scrolling through Junsei's scans once more. After a moment, he spoke softly. The initial scan was not wrong, he said. He truly does have the missing joint. And yet he developed a quirk. Very interesting. Kikyo tilted her head. Will that be a problem? The doctor shook his head. No, but it is the first recorded case of its kind. Even after running him through every test again, by all logic he should be completely quirkless. Kikyo absorbed that, then asked, so what happens now? Nothing to worry about, the doctor replied. We'll simply record him as an exceptional case for future reference. Some quirk researchers may show interest and contact you, but beyond that, there's no cause for concern. Kikyo nodded slowly. So we just complete his registration and we're done. Yes, the doctor said. His quirk appears to be limited to understanding what animals are thinking or feeling. As long as it remains at that level, there's no potential danger to himself or others. However, if it changes, if it develops into something like controlling animals, then you'll need to return immediately. We would need to update his registration and conduct a full reevaluation to ensure everyone's safety. The doctor then looked at Junsei. Junsei, could you wait outside for a moment? I'd like to speak with Mrs. Kikyo alone. Junsei turned his gaze toward Kikyo. She nodded reassuringly. Without a word, he stood and stepped out of the room. Once the door closed, the doctor leaned back slightly. Quirks can affect personality, he said. Especially in children. Depending on the environment, they can shape how a child grows. Being able to hear and feel the pain of insects could have serious psychological effects. His withdrawn behavior is a clear sign of that. Kikyo nodded. I agree. I recommend you talk with him more, the doctor continued. Make sure no one harms animals or insects around him. With time and care, he will become more active and engaged with his surroundings again. We'll do our best, Kikyo said. In truth, she hid something behind her calm expression. Junsei had been strange since he was a baby. She had suspected he had a quirk since he was a toddler. If that became known, she feared she and Kagome might be accused of negligence. They saw a toddler with a strange behavior and they chose to not think too much about it. The thought made her stomach twist. They had done everything they could for the children. Having one child affected by a quirk even doctors couldn't fully understand was not their fault. Still, she didn't know how they would be judged, and she had no desire to find out. When Kikyo stepped outside, Junsei was standing exactly where she had left him, silent and watchful. She smiled and extended her hand. You did well, Junsei, she said gently. I'm glad the examinations didn't scare you. You're a brave little boy. Let's go back. Junsei took her hand after a moment of hesitation, and together they walked down the hospital corridor, side by side. When Kikyo and Junsei returned to the orphanage, the courtyard was livelier than usual. A well-dressed couple stood among the children. Kikyo took this in at once and turned to Kagome. Who are those two? Kagome lowered her voice. Mr. and Mrs. Pico. They came today to see the children. They're looking to adopt one. Kikyo raised an eyebrow. Do they understand what that implies, or are they like the last ones? They do, Kagome replied. Their papers are all in order. They've been married for several years but haven't been blessed with children. They seem quite wealthy and capable of giving a child a comfortable life. Kikyo nodded thoughtfully. Have they chosen anyone yet? No, Kagome said. They wanted to spend the day here first, play with the children, talk to them, get a feel before deciding. That, at least, was sensible. Kikyo nodded again, then remembered Junsei, who was still standing quietly beside her. She crouched to his level. Junsei, she said gently, we've spoken before about adoption and what it means. Mr. and Mrs. Pico want to choose a child from here. That could be anyone, including you. If that happens, they would become your father and mother. But for that to happen, they need to see you talk and play, and learn about your quirk. Junsei only stared at her, his blue eyes showed no reaction. Kikyo sighed involuntarily. Never mind. Go outside. Junsei turned and walked away without a word. Once he was gone, Kagome looked at Kikyo. What was that about? You know how different Junsei is, Kikyo said quietly. He's special and he needs a care we've failed to give him. I thought parents who could focus solely on him, with good finances, might help him out of this state. Kagome frowned. But what if it makes him feel more rejected? It could harm him. I know, Kikyo replied. But what else can we do? I don't want him to grow like this. The longer this goes on, the worse it will get. The children don't understand him and barely ignore him completely, and we don't have the time or energy to give him what he truly needs. Kagome sighed. We can't force things, let's watch and hope for the best. Kikyo nodded. Outside, Junsei paused. By drawing on the power of past lives, he sharpened his hearing and had caught every word. Kikyo didn't understand him, but she was still trying to help, despite how different he was. That mattered. He thought of Kimi, the doctor earlier today. They, too, seemed concerned for his well-being. His actions had drawn attention he never wanted. Standing out had brought him hatred from some and worry from others. Humans were not all the same. Or perhaps they were divided because he was human now. Or maybe they had always been this way, and he had never known that. He couldn't speak their language in past lives after all. As he stepped into the courtyard heading to his usual spot, the woman immediately noticed him and stopped him. Well, hello there, she said warmly. I don't think I've seen you earlier. I can't believe I missed a child with such pretty eyes. Junsei blinked. She smiled wider. Come here, dear. Look at this shy little one. Her husband stepped closer and studied Junsei with open curiosity. His eyes are strange, he said. I've never seen eyes like that before. It's as if I'm staring at the sky. The woman elbowed him lightly. Don't mind him, she said quickly. He means your eyes are beautiful. What's your name? Junsei hesitated, then answered softly, Junsei. What a fitting name, she said brightly. Turning to her husband, she added, Dear, I think this is the one. The man blinked. What? You've only just met him. She nodded eagerly. Behind them, the other children gathered, watching. Envy twisted their faces, resentment settling in quickly. They all knew why the couple was here, and to think the freak would be the one chosen the moment they saw him filled them with quiet fury. Junsei, meanwhile, noticed something else. Much of their clothing was made from animal hide. The woman's purse felt like crocodile skin. The man's shoes were no different. Revulsion crept through him. He recalled Kikyo, Kagome and Kimi's treatment of him and their actions, then looked at those two. He did not want to leave the ones he knew now they were not bad to follow those two. With his decision made, he said plainly, pick someone else. I don't like you. Then he turned and walked away, back to his spot beneath the shade, and sat down. Behind him, Mr. and Mrs. Pico stared in stunned silence, along with the watching children, whose resentment now burned all the brighter. He rejected what they all wished for. The swift rejection left Mrs. Pico unconvinced. She tried speaking to the boy again, lowering her voice, changing her tone, even kneeling so they were closer to eye level. Each attempt was met with the same result. Junsei sat perfectly still, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond her, as though she simply did not exist. At last, with a quiet huff of frustration, she straightened and turned toward the caretakers to question them. Is something wrong with him today? She asked, keeping her voice polite. Was he upset before we arrived? I wouldn't take an upset child's behavior to heart. Kagome and Kikyo exchanged a brief glance before explaining. They spoke carefully, choosing their words carefully. They told her about Junsei's quirk, about how he usually behaved, about his silence and distance. They were careful to frame it as an effect of his quirk rather than a flaw. Mrs. Pico's expression softened into pity. That must be very hard for him. Beside her, Mr. Pico nodded, then said quietly, I don't think he is fit to be our child. She turned to him, surprised. What makes you say that? He's just a little antisocial for now. Mr. Pico shook his head. We don't know that, he replied. For all we know, he could remain like this for the rest of his life. He paused, then looked back at Kagome and Kikyo. Adoption is no small matter. I know my limits. I don't even know how you can raise him. He needs a specialist, not regular parents. Kagome and Kikyo understood. They did not agree, but they understood. In the end, the couple chose Sykes. He was older than the rest, easier to manage, and his quirk caught Mr. Pico's interest immediately. To him, it looked like hero material. Chapter 9, An Incident and What Followed. 1,692 words. Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Pico arranging everything ahead of time, the adoption process was cut remarkably short. There were no long waits, no complicated delays. They could have taken Sykes with them that very moment. Instead, they chose to leave him for one final day at the orphanage, so he could gather the few belongings he owned and say his goodbyes to the children he had grown up with. Sykes could hardly contain himself. He strutted through the courtyard with his chest puffed out, telling anyone who would listen that it was because of his amazing quirk that he had been chosen. His voice rang loud with pride. One of the children, burning with envy, snapped back that Sykes was only picked because Junsei had said no, and that if Junsei changed his mind, Sykes's new parents would throw him away without a second thought. The words struck like a match to dry grass. A fight broke out almost instantly. Shouts echoed, fists struck, and it took both caretakers to pull the children apart. Through it all, Junsei sat where he always did, watching in silence. The next morning, before Mr. and Mrs. Pico arrived, Sykes sought Junsei out. Junsei was sitting in his usual spot, half in the shade. Sykes stopped beside him and announced, "I'm leaving today. I'll have a father and a mother." Junsei tilted his head to the side slightly, his eyes resting on Sykes, but he said nothing. Sykes waited, then frowned. "You can't go back on it now," he added sharply. "Even if you change your mind." Still nothing. "Say something." Sykes snapped. Junsei finally spoke. "What do you want me to say?" Sykes's voice rose. "Why are you like this? Why did you say no to them? Why didn't you say yes?" Junsei looked genuinely confused. "I didn't like them," he said simply. "Why are you angry? They are yours now." Something inside Sykes snapped. He clenched his fists, hatred boiling up toward Junsei's calm voice, toward the way he spoke as if he were above it all, as if parents were something he could casually have. He hated the attention Junsei received from Ms. Kimi and the caretakers. He hated that his parents had chosen Junsei first. He hated everything about him. Sykes took a step closer. At once, Junsei was full of alertness, and his eyes began to glow. Sykes froze. The memory of a broken leg flashed through his mind. It took a little over 2 weeks to recover, and that was only thanks to his quirk. He did not want to experience that again. Thinking quickly, Sykes pointed past Junsei's shoulder. "What's that?" Junsei's eyes naively followed the gesture. In that instant, Sykes struck. Bones protruded from his fist as it slammed into the back of Junsei's head. Blood sprayed, and Junsei collapsed to the ground, utterly still. The courtyard went silent. Then the children screamed. Blood pooled beneath Junsei's head as Sykes stood frozen, his face drained of color. "Junsei. Junsei," he whispered with a fearful tone. He had wanted him to feel a little pain, nothing more. The caretakers came running. Kikyo dropped to her knees beside Junsei. "The back of his head is bleeding badly," she said urgently. "Kagome. Call an ambulance. Now." Kagome's hands shook as she reached for her phone. Just then, the youngest child in the orphanage, little Sally, wandered closer, her eyes fixed on the blood. "Sally, step back," Kikyo said sharply. The girl did not answer. Her hand began to glow gold. Before anyone could stop her, a tentacle of pure light extended from her palm and touched Junsei. The light flared and then Sally collapsed to the ground. At the same moment, Junsei stirred, blinking as if waking up. Kagome rushed to the girl. Kikyo turned to Junsei. Don't move, she said. Junsei did not answer. He lifted a hand to the back of his head, where the wound should have been. There was no pain, only the wetness of blood. His gaze shifted to Sykes. You tried to kill me, Junsei said softly. Sykes stammered, and no, I just. Junsei's eyes flared. His pupils widened until they swallowed the whites completely. A faint blue mist began to seep from his body as a low growl rumbled from his throat. Sykes stumbled backward, terror seizing him. Junsei lowered himself, ready to charge and fight for his life. Then Kikyo moved. She threw herself in front of him, wrapping her arms tightly around his body. Calm down, she whispered urgently. Calm down. You're fine. No one is going to hurt you. The growling faded. Slowly, Junsei's eyes returned to normal. Sykes turned and ran. Kagome lifted Sally carefully. Let's take these two inside, she said. We can deal with Sykes later. Kikyo nodded, still holding Junsei close, and together they led the children inside, leaving the blood-stained courtyard behind. Once Kikyo and Kagome were certain that both children were stable, they left the room quietly, closing the door behind them. Kagome let out a long breath. Luckily, Junsei is fine, she said, pressing a hand to her chest. And to think Sally had a healing quirk, one of the rarest quirks anyone could have. Kikyo nodded slowly. Yes. If not for her, Junsei might have. She stopped herself abruptly, her lips pressing together before she shook her head. How could Sykes do such a thing? We told him again and again not to use his quirk to hurt others. He's leaving in a few hours at most, Kagome replied grimly. He probably thought he could do whatever he wanted without fear of punishment. Kikyo frowned. No. He looked genuinely shocked and terrified. I don't think he planned it. She hesitated. It felt like an impulse. A mistake. Junsei probably said something that pushed him over the edge. Kagome's expression hardened. Nothing justifies what he did. I know, Kikyo said quietly. But he is still a child. Children do foolish, cruel things without understanding the weight of them. You know that. Kagome folded her arms. So what do we do now? We talk to him, Kikyo answered. We make sure he understands how disappointed we are. That's all we can do. We don't have much time left to give him any meaningful punishment. We could tell Mr. and Mrs. Pico, Kagome said after a pause. Kikyo shook her head immediately. No. Better we don't. It could cause trouble or worse, they might refuse to take him. This could ruin his life. She sighed. It isn't fair to Junsei, but he is alive and he is safe. If Sykes stays here, those two might clash again. Her voice lowered. You saw what happened when Junsei stood up. Kagome nodded slowly. Yes, what was that? His quirk isn't just talking to animals. No, Kikyo agreed. It can do something else. It can make him dangerous to others. Her gaze darkened. If I hadn't stepped in. I don't want to imagine what could have happened. Kagome sighed. Is it just me, or are children's quirks becoming more dangerous every year? Let's not think about that, it won't lead anywhere, Kikyo replied. I'll go find Sykes. You tell the others that Junsei and Sally are fine. Kagome nodded and they parted ways. Back in the room, Junsei sat upright on the bed, his hands resting neatly in his lap. He listened to the muffled sounds of the orphanage beyond the walls, the distant voices of caretakers and children. Whether Sykes would be punished or forgiven did not concern him. What mattered was simpler. The threat was gone. His thoughts turned inward. He had lowered his guard. He had allowed a false sense of safety to settle over him, because of Kimmy, because of the caretakers, because for a brief moment he had believed he was not in danger. That had been a mistake. He would not make that mistake again. With Kikyo and Kagome quietly handling the incident, the matter was kept entirely from Mr. and Mrs. Pico. Kikyo made certain, however, that Sykes understood the weight of what he had done. She sat him down away from the other children. She told him plainly of the consequences of his actions and of her deep disappointment. If not for Sally, she said, he might have lost his chance to leave with the Picos or with any family at all. Sykes cried through it all and kept apologizing over and over, swearing he would never strike another person with his quirk as long as he lived. Kikyo listened and watched him carefully. When she was satisfied that his remorse was genuine, and that he learned his lesson, she dismissed him, and went to check on Kagome and the other children. That same day, Sykes left the orphanage. He never returned. The following day, Sally was taken to the hospital to register her quirk. The official explanation was simple. Her ability had manifested while the children were playing, when one of them had been scratched. The revelation drew immediate attention. Healing quirks were exceedingly rare, and depending on their potency, stamina requirements, and other variables, they were often considered invaluable. However, Sally was only 4 years old, and the fact that she had lost consciousness from healing something as minor as a scratch made any proper testing impossible. The hospital, with government support, registered her as a valuable quirk user in need of careful supervision. It was decided that she would require to grow older before any further evaluations could be conducted. Additional government funding was issued to the orphanage to ensure Sally's well-being and healthy development. Her name was added to a special registry of children requiring extra assurances and paperwork before adoption. Should no suitable family meeting the new standards come forward before she turned 6, Sally would be transferred to a specialized government facility for gifted children. Kikyo and Kagome did not object. The orphanage benefited from the added support, and if Sally were eventually moved, she would be going somewhere better equipped than they could ever hope to be. For them, that was enough. Chapter 10, Shadows over the Orphanage. 1,678 words. The following month passed quietly. The government had sent workers to renovate the orphanage, repairing worn walls and updating old facilities. The added funds also meant better meals for the children. The atmosphere was calm, even cheerful. Kimmy, for her part, had begun her internship at last, the one she had long wished for, and her visits dwindled to only weekends. The children noticed, but the excitement over the improvements and the fresh meals kept them distracted enough. Meanwhile, Junsei remained quiet. He spent his days staring into the distance or poring over the elementary school books Kimmy had sent him, absorbing what he could. Yet beneath the calm, he was always on edge. Even in the safety of the orphanage, his eyes would sometimes glow faintly blue as he sharpened his senses, listening for the faintest whisper or movement. He trusted none of the other children. The adults, while noticing his vigilance, could do little to ease it. The memory of Sykes' attack had left its mark. Then, one night, everything changed. The clock had long since passed midnight, and the orphanage lay silent. 3 black vans rolled silently up the drive. 8 men stepped out, clad entirely in black, faces obscured by gas masks. The leader surveyed the scene and barked an order. "Matsu, use your quirk to isolate the orphanage. I don't want a single sound reaching outside." Matsu nodded, and the leader turned to another man. "Are all the jamming devices on?" he asked. "Don't worry, boss," came the reply. "Everything is ready." The leader's eyes hardened. "Make sure no child is harmed, especially the one with the healing quirk. The demon lord is paying us more than 10 times the usual for this." A subordinate muttered in confusion. "I still don't understand why the sudden interest in children. He usually sends us after adults, with fully mature and powerful quirks. If the target was only the one with the healing quirk, I would understand that." The leader replied. "We are not paid to know that." A low chuckle ran through the men. "Well, let's do this," said the leader. "Kin, release the gas." Kin stepped forward, removed his glove, and a faint tube-like aperture appeared in his palm, from which a gray gas hissed. He pointed at the orphanage, and the mist seeped into every corner of the building, spreading silently and quickly. 5 minutes passed before the team advanced, slipping through the main doors as the gas continued to fill the rooms. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, Junsei lay still on his bed, eyes wide open. After Sykes's attack, he began to sleep like a rabbit, open-eyed and always ready. The moment the gas entered, he sat up immediately, tense and aware. He glanced at his roommates, still deep in unconscious sleep, and back at the creeping gray gas. Though he didn't yet understand what it was, he felt a compulsion to sleep like he had once experienced when he was a lab rat. But this time, instead of succumbing to sleep, his body adapted and changed internally. The gas didn't make him go to sleep, and instead heightened his senses to the limit, and made him enter a hyperactive state, ready for the danger. His ears picked the faint sound of footsteps at the orphanage front, so he rose quietly and crept toward the hall. He wanted to find the threat and find a path to escape it. The moment he stepped out of the room, he lowered himself close to the floor. He moved like a shadow, silent as a stalking cat. As he neared the front of the hall, a door creaked open. Kikyo emerged, her face pale but calm, and she held her phone in hand. Their eyes met. She raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay silent. She moved closer and whispered, "Go hide under my bed. I'll check what's happening. Do not step out unless I say so. Do you understand?" Junsei noticed her shaking hands and recognized her fear. After a moment he nodded, then moved as she said. He entered the room and slipped to hide under the bed, but he kept listening to his surroundings. Kikyo watched until she was certain Junsei had slipped beneath the bed. Only then did she draw a slow, steady breath and move on, her steps slow as she edged to the end of hall. She crept toward the stairs and peered down. No one stood there, yet the sound reached her all the same, soft footsteps pacing somewhere below. Fear filled her. Her first instinct was to reach for her phone, but she already knew it would be useless. She already tried. And she knew whatever gas had flooded the building had dropped everyone into a deep sleep. Everyone except her, and Junsei for some reason. Kikyo swallowed. Her quirk, drug resistance, allowed her to shrug off gases, sedatives and most kinds of drugs. She realized villains were doing this, they were attacking the orphanage. The thought made no sense. There was nothing here to steal, nothing worth the effort. She forced the question aside. Answers could come later, if there was a later. Carefully, she began to descend the stairs, each step placed with painstaking caution. She needed something to defend herself, Kagome, and the children. The kitchen. A knife. It was a thin hope, but it was all she had. At the foot of the stairs, Kikyo leaned against the wall and peeked around the corner. The space beyond lay empty. Heart hammering, she broke into a quick, silent dash toward the kitchen. She crossed the threshold and froze. 2 men stood inside. They turned at once. Kikyo's face drained of color. They lunged, hands reaching to restrain her. She struggled, but they were stronger. Upstairs, hidden beneath the bed, Junsei listened. He heard everything. The sudden rush of footsteps. Kikyo's muffled cry. The sounds of a frantic struggle. Then a voice, "Tie the bitch." Junsei's heart began to pound so hard it felt as though it might burst through his chest. He pressed himself flatter against the floor, every muscle trembling. Heavy boots passed through the upper floor, stopping briefly at the doorway. A glance inside. Nothing more. No one thought to look beneath the bed. They were carrying the others out, the children, one by one. Time dragged. Then, just as the noise seemed to ebb, his body went cold. A sound rolled through the building. Thunder. Junsei knew that sound. He had learned it long ago. A gun. And when it sounded, something died. The voice came from Kagome's room. His limbs shook violently, his teeth clenching as he fought the urge to flee. He stayed where he was, frozen beneath the bed, as minutes crawled past. Voices echoed from below. All children are secured, a man said. Except for one. There's a missing kid. Then came Kikyo's sobbing, followed by the dull thud of blows and cries of pain. They were threatening her. Demanding answers. Promising she would end up like the other one if she didn't talk. Junsei's mind screamed at him to run. To escape. Self-preservation burned bright and fierce. Kikyo would give him up, it was only a matter of time. But then he heard her voice through tears and pain. I don't know what you're talking about, she said hoarsely. You killed Kagome and took all the children. What else do you want? Just kill me, if that's what you want. The shaking stopped. A cold, dreadful calm settled over Junsei. She was lying. Choosing death rather than endangering him. Images flickered through his mind, wolves standing shoulder to shoulder against a larger foe, animals he had once been, packs that never abandoned their own so long as survival was possible. Kikyo was doing the same. And he was hiding. He didn't know what to think. Guilt and fear tangled together until neither made sense. Then, slowly, another feeling rose to the surface. The will to live. Not just his own life but hers. Kikyo's. His pack. He did not want to die. And he would not let her die either. The first floor trembled with tension. The boss's frustration was mounting by every passing moment. Matsu had kept the barrier, but he knew his subordinate was approaching his limit. If their control over the situation weakened, and a single shot or scream pierced the night, the entire operation would collapse. He had never anticipated a caretaker would resist the sleeping gas. And she must have hidden the last child. His mind raced, calculating. If she had gone to such lengths for a single child, then that child must be valuable, worth far more than the others. It meant a bigger reward from the demon lord. Boss, I think we should leave, one of the men muttered. A single child isn't worth it. We already got the rest. We can call it done, and that we got everyone. The boss whirled with fury. Are you crazy? You want me to lie to the demon lord? I'd rather have an unfinished job than lie to him. Matsu interjected cautiously. I think we should leave, we got the most important one. The rest, one unknown, won't matter. The boss's gaze flicked to the sobbing, tied-up Kikyo. He sneered, his grip tightening on the gun. Screw you, bitch, he spat, lifting the weapon. Kikyo closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitability. Then the man screamed. Kikyo's eyes snapped open. In front of her, Junsei gripped the man's arm, teeth sinking into flesh. With a single, horrifying twist reminiscent of a crocodile's death roll, the arm was ripped free. Blood sprayed across the floor, splattering against walls and tiles alike. The man stumbled backward, screaming, his arm gone. Junsei released the limb, letting it thud grotesquely to the ground. Blood smeared across his face, and his eyes were glowing blue with no hint of whiteness. From him emanated a low, guttural growl, primal and terrifying. Chapter 11, When Instinct Ruled. 1533 words. Chaos erupted before Kikyo or the men could fully grasp what they were seeing. Junsei moved again, no hesitation left in him, only the instinct to fight for survival. He hurled himself toward the closest man, his eyes glowing blue as he drew upon the life of a steppe mammoth. The tiles beneath his feet fractured with a thunderous crack, and the force of a charging mass of 22 tons of unstoppable power. He slammed into the unsuspecting man, the moment of the impact was annihilating. The man's body burst apart, blood and fragments scattering in every direction, spattering walls, floors and faces alike. No one was spared the grotesque rain. The boss, clutching where his arm had been, screamed hoarsely, "Kill the monster." Junsei was already moving. This time he drew on the explosive speed of a cheetah. In the space of a heartbeat, his body went from stillness to a blur, 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2 seconds. He was upon the next man before the gun could even be raised. Junsei leapt, wrapping the man tightly in his arms, pulling him close to his chest. Then he drew on the crushing power of an anaconda. There was a sickening pressure, a sudden snap, and the man's head burst apart. The remaining men opened fire at once. Bullets screamed through the air, tearing chunks from walls and furniture, but Junsei was already gone, springing away, skimming along the walls, twisting and darting so that every shot missed. The boss, frantic and half-mad with terror, began scrambling backward across the floor, shrieking, "Shoot him! Kill the bastard!" Bullets tore through the wall where Junsei had been, and almost instantly the boy was racing along the other side, dodging death by instinct alone. Still tied, Kikyo saw Junsei falter for the briefest second. Something fierce and desperate surged through her. With a sudden burst of strength, she threw herself forward, slamming into the nearest man and knocking him to the ground. Another man spun toward her, gun flashing. The shots rang out, and Kikyo cried out as bullets struck her body. Junsei screamed a raw animalistic sound and charged the man who had fired. He leapt, sinking his teeth into the man's neck with everything he had, causing yet another fountain of blood. But a shot rang out from the side. The bullet struck Junsei in the head, and he collapsed heavily to the floor. The man he had attacked crumpled moments later. Silence followed. The surviving men stared at the small body on the ground, at the mangled remains of 3 comrades, and at their boss bleeding and barely conscious. "What the fuck was that?" the boss muttered before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed from pain and blood loss. The 4 men still standing exchanged terrified glances. Then, moving quickly, they lifted their boss and fled. As they went, they set the orphanage ablaze. Not long after they left the building, Junsei stirred. He pushed himself upright slowly despite the pain. Blood ran down his face, but he was alive. He had drawn on the thick skin of an orca and the dense bones of a turtle's shell, just enough to survive. Realizing he could not face them again, and believing Kikyo was already dead, he let his body go slack and played lifeless. When the danger passed, he turned his head and looked at Kikyo's body. Her eyes were wide, frozen in panic and pain. He had failed her. Behind him, flames crept along the doorway, crackling hungrily. Junsei looked once at the fire, then back at Kikyo. A heavy, unfamiliar ache settled in his chest. He closed his eyes, then stood and walked away toward the back door. He could not stay here. He did not know what came next, only that he could not live among humans anymore. He knew to the east lay a mountain, and beyond it a forest untouched by people. That would be his destination. As he stepped outside, he glanced back once at the orphanage as it burned. Then he drew on the life of a froghopper, and a kangaroo all at once. He jumped and the world fell away beneath him. Streets, buildings, and far in the distance, the mountain rose into view. That night, Junsei did not stop anywhere near the humans. He moved through the darkness toward the safety he believed waited for him, leaving fire and blood behind. He stopped moving only when the mountain laid behind him, and the forest swallowed him whole. The moment his feet crossed beneath the canopy, his strength deserted him. He dropped to his knees, then toppled forward entirely, limbs slack and breath shallow. He remained there for hours, unmoving among roots and fallen leaves, until the sun climbed high enough for its warmth to reach him. Only then did he stir, aching, hollow with hunger and thirst. The need to survive came back. He had to find food. Water. He sharpened his hearing, letting the forest unfold around him in layers of sound, the rustle of leaves, distant animal sounds, any whisper of movement. Then he heard it, running water. He turned at once and followed the sound until he found a narrow stream threading its way through stones and moss. He knelt and drank until the ache in his throat eased. Yet the hunger remained. As he looked around, another memory surfaced from his past lives. There had been lives when he was an animal or insect. More than once, he had been a plant, tree or flower. Back then, sustenance had come from light, air, and water alone. Holding on to that thought, he drew upon that aspect of himself. Almost immediately he felt it, a slow, steady filling, warmth from the sunlight, cool strength from the water, breath itself began feeding him. The process was slow but sufficient enough as long as he did not move too much. With that understanding, he began to explore the forest slowly, making sure to not cross the limits of his self-feeding. He mapped the forest in his mind, where water lay, where shelter could be found, what dangers might exist. Hours passed. Then he saw a bear. It was moving slowly toward him, large and unhurried. Junsei stopped at once. What caught his attention, however, was not the bear itself, but what happened beneath its paw. As it stepped forward, it crushed a small insect. The life of that tiny creature ended instantly, and Junsei felt nothing. No pain or any negative thoughts. He frowned. Why did he feel nothing? The bear continued closer. Junsei did not feel fear. Not even caution. Strangely, the thought of human children unsettled him far more than this massive predator. That realization confused him deeply. His mind replayed fragments of past lives, times he had died in countless ways, including being hunted and eaten by animals like this very bear. And yet, why did humans inspire fear and hatred, while other animals did not? Why did humans feel dangerous in a way nothing else did? The bear stopped directly in front of him. It stared at the small boy in silence. Junsei lifted his hand and placed it gently on the bear's head. The bear did not resist. Its eyes began to glow blue as Junsei met its gaze. There was a connection between them. Not just with this bear but with all creatures. As though they were parts of a greater whole. Humans alone stood apart. He did not feel that same bond with them. Questions crowded his mind. His thoughts returned to the men he had killed. He had not understood it then, but standing here now, he could feel the difference. The emptiness inside him, the vast hollowness he had carried inside him since he was born a human was smaller. Fuller, if only by a little. Drawing on past lives had eased it before, but never like this. Killing humans had reduced it in a way nothing else had. Something was wrong. Junsei lowered his hand, his thoughts turning inward. Perhaps his purpose was not simply to survive as a human, or even to grow and reproduce. The suspicion settled quietly but firmly within him. He did not yet know what that purpose was, but he knew with certainty that it existed. His connection to every living thing in the world except humans, the pain and suffering he feels from life extinguished by humans compared to the numbness of animals killing animals. There was something he was missing about humans. While Junsei was questioning himself and the world around in the peace of the forest he saw as a home, Japan woke up to the shock of an orphanage being attacked and many children kidnapped. The official investigation revealed remnants of at least 5 or 6 people dying there in the fire, but it was hard to confirm due to how many splattered human remains there were. It was one of the most horrific incidents in the country. As for the children, no one was able to locate them or know what their fate was. Chapter 12, Under the Forest's Protection. 1,781 words. 6 years passed in relative peace. Junsei lived alone in the deepest parts of the forest, far from any trace of humans. With the knowledge carried from billions of former lives and his unusual ability to draw upon their aspects, survival came easily to him. The cold did not trouble him. Wild animals posed no threat, and were even friendly. Poisons, venom, sickness, even injury lost their meaning. His body adapted and corrected itself. Over those 6 years, his understanding and control of his power deepened. What had once required his focus and attention now came to him like true instinct. He learned to draw upon dozens of reincarnations at once, blending strength, perception, endurance, and form without restraint. His connection to other creatures also changed. He no longer merely understood what they felt or communicated with them. He could step into them, see through their eyes, hear through their ears, guide their movements as naturally as his own limbs. After the first year, he stopped thinking about humans altogether. They were out of sight, out of mind. The forest, however, was not indifferent to him. Without ever asking, Junsei found that the living world around him acted with purpose. Insects, animals, birds, and even plants behaved as though sharing a single intent: to keep humans away from him. Predators such as bears began appearing along hiking paths, driving people back with fear. Insects bit relentlessly, swarms forming where humans lingered too long. Snakes slithered onto trails once considered safe, sending hikers and rangers fleeing. Trees near the forest's edge stopped bearing fruit, mushrooms and flowers withered, and in their place, poisonous growths flourished. Just as Junsei could sense the state of living things, they seemed able to sense him. They understood his desire to remain hidden, to be left alone, and they responded. He had never felt so safe. Not in this life, nor in any before it. It was as though the world itself had decided to shelter him, and Junsei found that he welcomed it. At the forest's edge, near the mountain Junsei had crossed 6 years earlier, a businessman stood beside rows of heavy machinery. Dozens of workers waited nearby. The man looked toward the forest, then back at the police officers barring their way. "I don't understand why you're stopping us," he said quietly. "I have permits to build a road and a resort deeper inside. The land review showed it was safe." "What danger are you talking about?" The officer facing him replied carefully, "Mr. Yayorozu, I understand your frustration. But we've had a sharp increase in reports of bear sightings, snake bites and toxic insects injuring people. Something has changed in that forest. We can't allow workers in when it's clearly a hazard." Mr. Yayorozu frowned. "It can't be that bad, can it?" "It is," the officer said with a sigh. "We've never seen numbers like this. We may need specialists to reassess the area and determine the cause." Mr. Yayorozu nodded slowly. "I find this hard to believe, but I won't risk my workers' lives. I know a few heroes and wildlife specialists who can examine the forest. I'd like you or someone familiar with the situation to accompany them and share what you know." The officer nodded his head. "Thank you for understanding. When the specialists arrive, we'll help however we can to find out what's happening here." A week later, Mr. Yayorozu returned to the mountain's edge with a force far greater than what the supposed goal required. Waiting for specialists to evaluate the forest and then for yet another team to decide on containment or wildlife control felt like an unnecessary waste of time. He was a man who preferred decisive action. If the forest required evaluation, then it would be evaluated properly. If it needed cleaning up, then that too would be done, all at once. To that end, he had enlisted the pro-hero team Wild Pussycats, whose teamwork and experience made them ideal for forest and mountain missions. Alongside them came Flame Breathman, a pro-hero famed for his ability to breathe fire, useful for driving off animals and dispersing swarms of insects should they appear. The final hero was Slingshot, whose quirk allowed him to turn his own hair into explosive sleeping pellets, perfect for subduing large animals like bears without causing permanent harm. Beyond the heroes, more than 30 forest rangers accompanied the group, each trained for hostile wildlife encounters, along with a medical team of 5 to ensure everyone's safety. Some might have called it excessive. Mr. Yayorozu called it thoroughness. He had never believed in leaving room for error. This time, he had also brought his daughter, Momo. She had insisted on coming, calling the expedition a valuable learning experience, and after some hesitation, he had agreed. When the police arrived, led by the same officer who had stopped him a week earlier, he greeted the man. "I'll explain what we know so far," the officer said, "and I'll be joining you with a few of my men. We're familiar with the area." Mr. Yayorozu thanked him sincerely, and explained his wish for Momo to accompany the team. No one objected. With nearly 50 trained individuals entering the forest, the idea of a kid joining them seemed harmless. Besides, everyone was being paid well, and no one felt inclined to argue. After some time, the team moved beyond the mountain and into the forest. Momo and the medical unit stayed near the center, guarded by rangers, while the pro-heroes took the lead. Almost immediately, they noticed signs of hostility. Snakes slithered across their path, insects leapt toward them, spiders and scorpions moved straight toward them, and mosquitoes swarmed with unusual aggression. Yet none of it posed real danger. Between the heroes and the rangers' own quirks, the threats were handled swiftly and efficiently. They pressed on, deeper and deeper into the forest. Then slowly everything went silent. No insects buzzed. No bird chirped. No kind of any animal sounds. Mandalay was the first to notice. "Why is it so quiet?" she asked slowly. "Did everything gather at the edge of the forest?" Tiger scanned the area uneasily. "Yeah, this is weird. I don't like it." Others began to tense. Something about the forest felt unnaturally wrong. A ranger suddenly spoke, his voice tight with urgency. "We're being surrounded." Everyone turned to him. "My quirk detects mammals within a certain range," he continued. "And they're everywhere." Before anyone could respond, animals emerged from all directions. Bears stepped forward in alarming numbers, a dozen of them, while rabbits, foxes, wild cats, and countless other creatures stepped out from the undergrowth, forming a tightening circle around the group. Slingshot swallowed audibly. "This isn't normal," he said. "Animals don't behave like this. Is someone controlling them?" Flame Breathman looked up. "Guys above us." They followed his gaze. Hundreds of birds perched in the trees overhead, staring down in eerie silent unison. Only then did they notice the trees themselves, motionless yet crawling with insects, all of them watching. Pixie Bob's voice wavered. "What do we do? We're surrounded." Mandalay's expression hardened. "We fight with everything we have." She issued orders quickly. "Pixie Bob, keep the animals away from us, especially snakes and ground insects. Don't let them close. Slingshot, focus on the bears. Flame Breath, handle the birds and flying insects. The rest of you, fight if you have to." Panic rippled through the group. Most of the rangers and officers went pale. They had faced dangerous wildlife before, but never like this. Rangers and officers drew their weapons almost in unison, muzzles swinging wildly from shadow to shadow, fingers tense on triggers. Yet not a single shot rang out at first. No one quite dared to be the one to begin. At the center of the formation, Momo remained frozen beside the medical team, as the forest closed in around them. Then a single bird chirped. The forest exploded into motion. Without hesitation, Pixie Bob drove her quirk to its limits. The ground heaved and surged outward in a violent wave, throwing up walls of earth in every direction to force the animals back or even kill them. At the same moment, Flame Breathman inhaled deeply and released the greatest torrent of fire he had ever produced, a roaring inferno that tore through the air above them, scorching feathers and driving shrieking birds from the sky. Rangers and police officers with offensive quirks unleashed them all at once, bursts of force, flashes of energy, concussive waves, while the rest opened fire, bullets tearing through the mass of bodies surging toward them. The noise was deafening. Momo clamped her hands over her ears and crouched low, trembling as the world became fire, earth, and screams. Their combined assault was devastating. The animals were packed so tightly that every strike found a target, bodies fell, and the advance staggered. But it did not stop. From the trees, from the undergrowth, from every unseen corner of the forest, more creatures poured in relentlessly. Flame Breathman finally broke off his attack, gasping for air. "There's no way," he said hoarsely, "I can stop all of this." Mandalay's eyes darted across the battlefield, her mind racing. Charging back the way they had come was one option, but how many animals waited along that path? And if the entire forest was against them, how far would the pursuit go? Saving everyone under such conditions felt impossible. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the assault stopped. The animals halted, drawing back just enough to keep their distance. The sudden stillness was almost worse than the chaos. Confusion spread through the group, until a deep, thunderous roar rolled through the clearing. They turned as one. A massive bear stood ahead of them, its eyes glowing an unnatural blue as it stared directly at the group. Mandalay sucked in a breath. That bear, it's controlling them. It's an animal with a quirk. In an instant, every weapon swung toward the bear. Ending it felt like the only clear path to survival. But before anyone could act, the blue glow in the bear's eyes faded, returning to a dull, natural brown. Around it, the animals began making more distance from them. Pixie Bob whispered, almost disbelieving, "What is going now? Are they letting us leave?" "I don't know anymore," Mandalay replied quietly. "But if they're keeping their distance, I think it's safe to retreat." Before anyone could move, Ragdoll stiffened. "Guys," she said slowly, "someone's coming from the deepest side of the forest." She swallowed. "And it's fast. Really, really fast." Chapter 13, The Forest Custodian. 1,585 words. Mandalay swallowed and forced her voice to remain steady. "So someone is controlling them. Ragdoll, how fast are we talking?" Ragdoll did not look at her. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, past the ring of animals, toward the bears standing like silent sentinels. "They're here," she said quietly. As if summoned by her words, a heavy thud struck the earth near the bear whose eyes had glowed earlier. Every head snapped toward the sound. What they saw left them staring. A boy stood there completely naked, his thin body smeared with dirt. Long messy white hair fell in a tangled curtain down to his lower back, and his bare feet rested lightly on the forest floor as though he belonged to it. But it was his eyes that got their attention, cold, sky blue. The boy looked around slowly, taking in the weapons, the humans, the fear, and the bodies of dead animals. Then he spoke. "You are not welcomed in our home. My friends tried to keep you away," he said. "But you kept charging in and killed them." As he stepped forward, his eyes began to glow. Momo stared at him, blinking. Then in a small uncertain voice, she asked, "Is that a real Tarzan?" No one answered. Pixie Bob broke the silence with a strained laugh. "Okay," she said, forcing bravado into her tone, "that one ominous-looking boy right there." "I don't know what this kid is doing here," Slingshot cut in, his unease replaced with resolve, "but it looks like he's the one in control. Look at his eyes, they're the same as that bear's." Without another word, he raised his weapon and fired. The sleeping pellet struck the boy squarely in the face. Mandalay spun on him, fury blazing. "What are you doing? He's a kid. Put him to sleep, save our asses, and leave this cursed forest," Slingshot shot back. Tiger grimaced. "Good job, Slingshot," he muttered. "You made him angry." Slingshot just stared at the boy in disbelief. The gas from the pellet drifted uselessly away as the child's gaze fixed on Slingshot with narrowed glowing eyes. "How?" Slingshot whispered. No one answered him. Tiger took a few steps forward ahead of the group with both hands raised to show he meant no harm. "We're sorry," he began. "We didn't mean to." Junsei did not let him finish. He was suddenly right in front of him. One moment Tiger stood before them tall and strong, the next, Tiger collapsed with columns of curly smoke coming from his body as Junsei's hand touched his chest. That simple touch made electricity course through Tiger's body, the combined electrical output of 3 species of electric eel. Junsei noted that some humans had strong resistance to electricity, the amount of power he had used should have been lethal. "You bastard!" Pixie Bob screamed, unleashing a massive wave of earth meant to hurl him away from Tiger. But Junsei seized Tiger by the neck and leapt straight up, landing on a thick tree branch with the unconscious hero dangling in his grasp. From above them, Junsei looked down. "You are angry I hurt him," he said calmly, "but you were the ones who intruded on our home." His fingers tightened. Tiger groaned faintly in pain. At once the animals began to move again. Bears stepped forward. Snakes slithered closer. Wings rustled overhead. Mandalay glanced around at all of these animals and clenched her fists. "Wait," she screamed. "Don't hurt him." Junsei did not react. Then a young girl's voice rose shakily from the center of the group. Mr. Tarzan. Please wait. We can pay you. Junsei's eyes drifted toward the sound. Momo stood there pale but determined. Tarzan. Junsei echoed faintly. Are you not Mr. Tarzan? Momo asked. Junsei shook his head, confused. Oh, Momo said. I thought you were the real one. Junsei blinked, thrown off by the sudden shift in tone. Momo coughed nervously, then pressed on. My dad is rich, she said quickly. He can give you whatever you want if you let us leave safely. I don't need anything from you, Junsei replied at once. Mandalay seized the opening. You're angry because your friends were hurt, and because we came here, right? But if you hurt us or if you kill us, more people will come. A lot more. And many more of your friends, maybe all of them, will be killed. For the first time, Junsei hesitated. He knew he was strong in this life. Strong enough to fight humans and have a chance at winning. But if they returned with fire from the sky, with bombs, with flames that could swallow the forest, could he protect the others on his own? Seeing the change in his eyes, Mandalay pressed on. We can stop that from happening if you tell your friends to let us leave. Why are you here? Junsei interrupted softly. Why did you come so deep into the forest? Humans don't do that. Not in such numbers. Mandalay faltered, caught off guard, her mind racing for an answer that wouldn't doom them all. Momo spoke first. They work for my father, she said simply. He wanted to check the forest for a business he had. He didn't know you were here. Junsei said, none of you are welcome in this forest. I won't allow whatever your father wants. Momo hesitated, her hands trembling slightly, then said, then talk to him yourself. These people are all working for him. They don't get a say in what happens, and he doesn't listen to me. You need to talk to him. Junsei fell silent, weighing his options. He needed to keep his friends safe while making sure humans did not return. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his decision was made. He released Tiger, and as the men fell from the tree, Junsei vanished in a blur. Before anyone could react, Junsei was at the center of the group. In the same breath, he seized Momo and leapt away, landing high in the trees once more. Momo screamed as the ground vanished beneath her feet. Junsei's hand slid to her neck. Go back to where you came from, he said evenly. Tell her father to come here. If I don't see him by tomorrow, I will slice her neck. At his words, the animals moved, stepping aside. A clear path opened, leading back the way the humans had come. The heroes, rangers, and officers stood staring helplessly. When Junsei had moved, none of them had been able to react. And even now, the army of animals watched them in silence. It was clear to all of them, they did not have the firepower to win this and save the girl. Mandalay swallowed and looked at Ragdoll, who gave a small nod. Turning back to Junsei, Mandalay called out, don't hurt her. We'll come back as soon as we can. What should we call you? Junsei, he replied. Mandalay nodded. Momo, be brave, she said, her voice breaking despite her effort. We're going to come back and bring you out of this forest. Momo nodded, tears spilling. The humans began to retreat. Only when they had gone some distance did Junsei leap down, Momo still in his grasp. He set her on her feet, though the animals remained close. Momo drew a shaky breath. Why are you doing this? She asked. To get your father, Junsei answered. No, Momo said quickly. I mean, why don't you want us in the forest? What did we do? Junsei looked at her. The forest is our home. We don't welcome humans. Isn't that what you do with your homes? You choose who is welcomed and who is not. You can't just say an entire forest is your home, Momo protested. Our home, Junsei corrected. And stay silent if you want to live. His gaze shifted past her. Momo turned slowly and fell silent. Animals surrounded her on all sides, but it was the two enormous bears standing barely 2 feet away that truly terrified her. Her heart thumped hard in her chest. Junsei walked past her and the bears. After a few steps, he paused and looked back. "Follow me," he said, then continued on. Momo hesitated only a second before gathering her courage and rushing after him, doing her best not to look at the bears as she passed. They moved deeper into the forest until they reached a shallow cave, wide enough to shelter them both. Junsei stepped inside, pointed to a flat rock, and said, "You can stay here." Momo stared at the rock, then at him. "You want me to sit on a rock?" Junsei nodded. She looked back at it, hesitating. "It's too dirty," she said carefully. "Can I at least make a cover?" "Make a cover?" Junsei asked. "My quirk allows me to create items," Momo explained. "Can I show you?" Junsei studied her for a moment, then nodded. Momo extended her hand, and from it formed a simple brown cloth. She draped it carefully over the rock, smoothing it down. Junsei watched without expression, though a flicker of surprise passed through him. Momo looked at him, clearly expecting some reaction to this. "What do you think?" she asked weakly. "Can you make food and water?" Junsei asked. Momo nodded. "Yes, but the food usually doesn't taste very good." Junsei nodded once. He sat down opposite her on another rock. Chapter 14, Negotiating with the Forest. 2,181 words. When Momo had insisted on coming to the forest, not for a single moment had she imagined it would end like this. What she had called a learning experience had turned, quite abruptly, into a kidnapping by a strange boy deep in the wilderness. This reality was cartoonishly absurd, the sort of thing that belonged to a fictional story rather than her own life. She glanced at the boy sitting across from her. Since they had sat down, nearly an hour ago, he had not moved, nor made a single sound. He simply stared at her, though somehow not at her at the same time. His gaze seemed distant, unfocused, as if he were looking through her rather than at her face. At first, she felt only fear. Now that fear still lingered, but it had been joined by curiosity. He violated every rule of decency she had been taught since childhood simply by existing as he was. He walked around naked, without the faintest hint of embarrassment, or awareness that such a thing might even be improper. He did not try to cover himself. He did not look ashamed. He simply was. Momo found herself wondering how long he had been alone in the forest. How long had he lived like this? He looked about her age, but his tangled white hair reached nearly to his lower back, and his body bore the quiet marks of long neglect. Dirt clung to him as though it had become part of his skin. Surely, he had been here for years. Finally, she gathered what courage she could. Mr. Junsei," she said softly. "How long have you been in the forest?" His eyes shifted at once. The vacant haze lifted, and for the first time, his attention seemed truly fixed on her. The intensity of his gaze made her skin prickle uncomfortably. "I don't know," he said. Momo blinked. That was certainly not the answer she had expected. After a few moments of awkward silence, she tried again. "Then, why are you here?" "To live," Junsei replied. Another answer that meant almost nothing. Momo exhaled and decided that asking questions would get her nowhere. Hours passed in silence. Then her stomach betrayed her with a soft, unmistakable growl. She placed a hand over it instinctively, cheeks warming, but said nothing. Junsei noticed. "If you are hungry," he said calmly, "make food. I won't stop you." Momo shook her head. "It doesn't work like that. I create things from the fat I store. Eating the food I make wastes my energy because of inefficient energy transformation." Junsei was clearly confused. She paused, realizing that most children her age, and with good education, struggle to understand how her quirk works. expecting understanding from someone who had lived alone in the forest for who knew how long was unreasonable. In the end, she said, others can eat my food. I can't. Junsei blinked. Then, without warning, he stood and rushed out of the cave at full speed. Momo gasped, startled by the suddenness of it. She barely had time to react before he was gone. The cave, once merely uncomfortable, now felt terrifyingly empty. She understood his presence was what kept the animals away. Without him, she was vulnerable. She was a food for the animals. Her fear did not last long. Only a few minutes later, Junsei returned, his arms full of pears. He placed them in front of her, and sat down again, as if nothing unusual had happened. Where did you get these? Momo asked. A tree, Junsei replied. She picked one up hesitantly, then created a small handkerchief, and wiped the fruit thoroughly before taking a cautious bite. The taste was different from the pears she knew but not unpleasant. She looked at Junsei, who had already returned to his quiet stillness. Thank you, she said. I didn't think you'd bring me food when you left. Junsei did not reply. At the edge of the forest, Mr. Yayorozu's angry voice rang through the clearing. A single boy, he shouted, face red with fury, made you all come back like beaten dogs and leave my daughter behind. Do you have no shame saying this to my face? The heroes, rangers and officers stood in silence, heads lowered. No one argued. His anger was justified. It was shameful, dozens of trained professionals driven back by a child, forced to abandon a little girl to save themselves. Mandalay said with a heavy tone. We are sorry, Mr. Yayorozu. We've already contacted the Hero Public Safety Commission. They're reaching out to available heroes and agencies for reinforcements. Right now, we simply don't have the firepower or the capacity to deal with this situation. Mr. Yayorozu laughed bitterly. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this is happening. A single child is too much for you. I understand your anger and concern, Mandalay said. We will do our best to save your daughter. He pressed his fingers to his temples, breathing hard. Then he looked up. He wants to talk to me, right, he said. Then I'm going. Mandalay stiffened. We can't allow that. It's far too dangerous. I don't care, Mr. Yayorozu snapped. I will save my daughter myself. I'm not waiting for you to mess things up again. I would rather give my entire fortune than leave my daughter defenseless in that forest for a single night. We can't allow this, Mandalay said again, her expression strained. It's too dangerous. No one will agree to this. I don't care. Mr. Yayorozu shouted. Either you join me and show me the path, or you let me go in alone. Either way, I am not waiting until tomorrow to speak with this boy. At that moment, Pixie Bob hurried toward them. Rabbit Hero, Mirko has arrived to assist. Mr. Yayorozu turned sharply. Isn't that the rookie who's been rising recently? Rank 13. Yes, Mandalay replied. Mirko's been active for 3 years now. She's already considered one of the strongest heroes in close combat. As they spoke, no one noticed the small fly resting inside a nearby bush, its eyes glowing faintly blue. Sometime later deep in the forest, Junsei stood suddenly. He looked at Momo and spoke with calm certainty. Your father is coming. Then he turned and walked out of the cave. Momo hesitated only a moment before standing and following him. Back at the forest's edge, Mr. Yayorozu walked into the forest. At his side walked the wild cats, and the rabbit hero along with a few rangers and officers who came to assist with whatever they could. Mirko stretched lazily, a grin on her face. She said, I am looking to meet the boy who beat your asses. Tiger glanced at her. Don't underestimate him. He's fast, and he can electrocute you with a touch. If not for my quirk, I'd be dead. Yeah, Mirko replied dismissively. If you're scared, just go back. The wild cats didn't respond. They had already heard of Mirko's rude, aggressive reputation. As for Mr. Yayorozu, he frowned slightly. He wondered how a hero with such a personality had risen so high in the rankings. Such behavior should have held her back, unless she truly possessed power comparable to legends like All Might or Endeavor. If not, then the public taste had changed, and now they preferred unrefined aggressive rude women. Ragdoll suddenly stiffened. "He's coming toward us," she said. "And the girl is with him." Mirko's grin widened. "Great. Saves us the trouble of finding him." Mandalay turned sharply to her. "Don't start with a fight. Our top priority is saving the girl." Mirko cracked her knuckles. "I know." Minutes passed before the two sides finally came face to face. Mr. Yayorozu felt relieved seeing his daughter alive and unharmed. Then his gaze shifted to the boy beside her. Seeing Junsei in person was nothing like hearing the report. The child looked feral, more animal than a human, his long white hair tangled, his posture alert in a way that reminded Minami of a cornered animal. And then he noticed something else. All around them. Bears, foxes, birds, insects, forming a silent ring. It was unsettling. But panic would help no one. Mr. Yayorozu inhaled deeply, steadying himself, then stepped a few paces ahead of the heroes. "I am Yayorozu Minami," he said clearly. "I came to retrieve my daughter, Momo, as you said. What do you want in return for letting her go?" Junsei's voice came without hesitation. "Don't send more people into this forest. It is our home. We don't welcome you. We will fight you if we have to." Minami was not surprised. He had expected something like this. "Who is we?" he asked. "Life," Junsei replied. Minami frowned slightly, then nodded. "I can agree to that as long as you release my daughter." Junsei did not answer. His eyes flared blue. In the next instant he vanished. He reappeared in a blur of motion, charging forward with terrifying speed. His target was Mirko. The rabbit hero's eyes widened, then lit up with excitement. A wild grin spread across her face as she kicked forward, ready to meet him head-on. But halfway through the motion, her blood turned ice-cold. It was as if her quirk itself screamed at her to stop. For a fraction of a second, her vision warped. An enormous python loomed before her. She blinked. Her legs struck nothing. Then she felt him, behind her. His hands held her cheeks, his touch cold, more like a snake coil than human grip. Pain detonated inside her skull. Her body convulsed violently, and the world went black. To everyone watching, it happened almost too fast to follow. One moment Junsei charged, the next Mirko was flying forward, kicking empty air, before collapsing to the ground foaming at the mouth. Minami staggered back in shock. The heroes moved instinctively in front of him, while rangers and officers raised their guns toward Junsei with trembling hands. Junsei ignored them. He looked straight at Minami, his eyes glowing. "You wanted to take your daughter. Then let this woman beat me," he said calmly. "I am strong. It would be easy for me to kill all of you. But all I want is that no one comes into the forest. If I don't get that, I will kill everyone you send. Then I will come after you. There is nowhere in the world you can hide that I can't find." Minami went pale as the animal's eyes glowed in unison with the boy's. The threat was real, and he knew it. Still, his mind raced. Fear gave way to calculation. He stepped forward again after calming himself, waving the heroes back. "You can kill everyone," he said, "but you didn't. You don't want more people coming here because they will hurt the animals you call friends. Am I right?" Junsei's eyes narrowed. "You have my word," Minami continued. "I won't send a single person here, as long as we leave today. But I am curious, who is your family?" Junsei was silent for a moment. "I have never had one." Minami frowned. Are you an orphan? Junsei nodded. And how did you end up here? Minami asked gently. It doesn't matter to you, Junsei replied. Fair enough, Minami said. Then his expression hardened. But I must warn you. I and my people won't return, but others might. This land belongs to those who pay. You are the intruder. Junsei's eyes flared dangerously. Minami raised his hands. Ownership can change. This is only a temporary solution for you. But I might be able to help. Junsei growled, low and animalistic, but Minami pressed on despite the fear curling in his stomach. You want to protect this place and keep people away. I can help you do that. In return, you do something for me. A simple trade. You can understand me, right? Junsei stared at him for a long moment. What do you want? Minami smiled faintly. I want you to be a bodyguard. Gasps rippled through the group behind him, and his own daughter. Junsei tilted his head. What is that? Minami hesitated, then said, a bodyguard is a protector. You protect someone from harm. You want me to protect you? Junsei asked. Yes, Minami said. My home. My family. You do that for a time, and you can return here, and remain for the rest of your life. Junsei did not answer. Think about it, Minami said. Give me your answer tomorrow. I trust you know how to find us. If you don't come, I'll assume you refused and you will never see me or my men again. He turned to the heroes and pointed at Mirko. Someone pick that one up. Then he looked at Momo. Come here, my dear. We're leaving. They retreated slowly, everyone glancing back at Junsei with fear etched into their faces except for Minami. Junsei remained where he stood, watching as they disappeared from the forest's edge. Chapter 15, When There Is No Escape. 1630 words. A/N. Junsei's current state is mostly fear toward humans. Hatred is secondary, and it is not properly justified at this point of time. He died to other creatures, old age and natural events just as much as he died to humans. And some seems to forget or not realize this, nature is one cruel bitch on par with humans. Now, if you think I am hating on humans for no reason, I am not. There is a reason for his state down the line in the setting. And if you think this is going to be about happy slow domestication filled with understanding and forgiveness of humans, then it is not. Without spoilers, the following 10 or so chapters are the start of explaining why he feels differently about humans, and the start of his ideology. By the way, this is going to be 120 chapters long, and the first 26 chapters are the setting. When the group finally emerged from the forest, Mr. Yaoyorozu rested a firm hand on his daughter's shoulder as they moved toward the waiting car. You were brave back there, Momo, he said, but we are going straight to the hospital. We need a full checkup. Momo nodded, then hesitated. Dad, were you serious about him becoming a bodyguard? Only then did Mandalay say, I was wondering the same thing. This isn't as simple as making a deal with him. He's an unregistered minor for all we know, with a unique situation and a dangerous quirk. You would be breaking several laws. Mr. Yaoyorozu did not show much reaction to that. Do you think I don't know that? He said calmly. It's obvious he has been living alone in that forest for years, at best he is considered dead or lost. He values animals and insects more than humans, he even calls them friends. The only reason we are alive is because he feared for their safety. Mandalay's expression tightened. And that is exactly why he needs to be taken into custody and handled by specialists. He needs continuous observation and a lot of thera. That won't work, Yaoyorozu interrupted, shaking his head. He won't leave the forest by force alone. His quirk allows him to command animals, and in his mind, he is one of them. If you try to drag him out, every insect, every beast nearby becomes your enemy. It would be a disaster. And let's assume you succeed, you would continuously face the same issue wherever he goes. But we can't leave him like that, Mandalay insisted. He's a danger to himself and to others. Yayorozu nodded slowly. That is why I made him that offer. I want to give him a chance to live among humans, to see for himself that life isn't meant to be spent hiding in trees and among animals. I will contact the quirk registration and classification department myself. With the proper paperwork and permissions, accommodations can be made. I am confident I can obtain them. And if he refuses? Mandalay asked. Then I will leave, Yayorozu replied simply. Just as I told him. An agreement is an agreement. What happens with him and the forest has nothing to do with me. You or someone else will come along and antagonize him, that's just a matter of time. With that, he turned away, entering the car and signaling the chauffeur to drive. Mandalay watched the car pull away, then glanced back toward the forest, unease settling in her chest. Inside the moving car, Mr. Yayorozu sat beside his daughter. Tell me everything, he said. What happened while you were with him? Momo recounted what she could. There was not much to tell to begin with, and when she finished, she asked again, Dad, do you really want him to be a bodyguard? I do, Yayorozu said without hesitation. I want to tie him to us. That boy has lived outside society for years. His understanding of the world may be simple, but his abilities are anything but. He confronted trained pro-heroes without any training, and won easily. He controls animals and insects across a vast area, and can use them to spy on others. I won't be surprised if he was listening to every word we are saying right now. You might think this is an overestimation, but he knew we were coming, and that Mirko intended to fight him. He was spying on us before we entered the forest. He paused, then continued, voice thoughtful. He is still a boy, yet he is already like this. Imagine him in a few years. With guidance, he could rival Endeavor, perhaps even All Might. He has no allegiances, no history, no ties. In that sense, he is ideal to be recruited. Momo frowned. That sounds manipulative. Yayorozu shook his head. I am not deceiving him, nor harming him. It is a fair trade. He learns to live as a person instead of a wild animal. In return, we gain someone capable of protecting our home if necessary. Villains grow stronger every year. We cannot rely on the hope that a hero will always arrive in time. One day you are going to inherit our wealth and businesses, and you must understand that the most valuable thing to have is capable and trusted subordinates. There is a limit to how much you can manage and keep track of. Momo considered this, then asked, what should I do if he agrees and comes with us? Nothing special, her father replied. Be yourself. Treat him as you would anyone else. Do not fear him, he is powerful and different, yes, but he understands restraint and consequences. Otherwise, none of us would have walked away from that forest. He leaned back slightly, eyes distant. Still, I can't help but wonder. How does a boy like that end up alone in a forest, with nothing but animals for company? Mr. Yayorozu had been right. Junsei listened long after the humans left the forest. He heard the man's words, the intent to keep the promise of leaving the forest untouched, and for that alone Junsei felt a measure of relief. But it was what followed that worried him. Even after Mr. Yayorozu and his daughter departed, Junsei continued to listen. Mandalay stepped aside and made a call. She reported everything. The response on the other end was brief. If the boy agreed to Yayorozu's offer, they would step back and leave him alone, declaring him no longer their problem. If he refused, it would be different. They would send the strongest top heroes. They would extract him from the forest at any cost. Junsei felt something twist in his chest. These humans would not stop. They would come again and again, until they had him. And if they failed, they might turn their anger on the forest itself. Fire, machines, destruction. The thought made his jaw clench. He considered leaving, vanishing deeper into the land, abandoning this place entirely. But where would he go? There was no promise the humans would stop hunting him, and even if they did, what of the others? He could not take the forest with him. If he left, humans would return eventually, cutting, burning, building. Fighting humans was bad for the forest. Leaving it unguarded was also bad. For a fleeting moment, a darker thought surfaced: go to the nearby city and kill them all. End it at the source. But he knew what would follow. Retaliation. Nothing will remain alive if the humans aim to destroy the forest. He was only one and can't protect everything by himself. His thoughts returned to the ones he had fought, the humans in bright colors. They were not weak. The white-haired woman who smelled like rabbits was especially dangerous. Her kick could kill a bear outright. If many like her came together, the forest would not survive an all-out battle. There was only one option left. Accept the offer. Protect the man's family for a time. Force the humans to acknowledge the forest as his home, to promise they would not intrude again. It would solve all his problems, but can he trust him? And if yes, the thought of living among humans again made his skin crawl. As the night deepened, he kept asking himself what he should do over and over without finding an answer. Hours later, far from the trees, Momo left the hospital with a clean bill of health. Nothing unusual, no infection, no injuries nor scratches. As she climbed into the car beside her father, she noticed his phone buzz. He picked the call and listened, then froze. "Are you sure?" he asked. There was a pause. His expression shifted to one of clear surprise. "Send me any photo you have." Immediately. Momo looked up at him. "Dad? What's wrong?" "I asked someone to look into the boy," he replied. "I requested records of any child named Junsei, born roughly 10 to 12 years ago, possibly an orphan." "And?" Momo asked. "There is one," he replied. "An orphan named Junsei, registered 6 years ago. His quirk was classified as the ability to understand animals. He lived not far from here." Momo blinked. "Really? Then how did no one miss him? Or find him all this time?" Her father's gaze darkened. "The orphanage he belonged to burned down one night," he said quietly. "All the children disappeared." Momo's breath caught. "All of them? How could they just disappear?" Mr. Yaoyorozu leaned back slightly, eyes distant. "That," he said, "is something I would very much like to know myself. This incident made it to the national news, and this boy might know what happened that night, and where did the children go?" Chapter 16, The Forest's Goodbye. 1527 words. The next morning, Mr. Yaoyorozu received the call just after sunrise. Officers stationed at the forest's edge reported that the boy had appeared on his own. He immediately ordered the car prepared at once, and went to meet the boy. When he arrived, he found Junsei sitting on the ground at the very edge of the forest, knees drawn to his chest. Around him, at a careful distance, stood heroes, officers, and rangers in a loose ring. Weapons were lowered but ready. Eyes never left the boy. Yet no one dared step closer, as though an invisible boundary had been drawn around him. Mandalay approached Mr. Yaoyorozu as he arrived. "He came out of the forest on his own," she said quietly. "He demanded we call you." Then he sat there. No one wanted to provoke him by approaching first. Mr. Yaoyorozu nodded once, then he walked forward. "Good morning," he said calmly as he neared the boy. "Should I take your presence here as a yes?" Junsei lifted his head. His blue eyes were tired but resolute. "How long do I need to protect your home and family?" 10 years, Mr. Yaoyorozu replied without pause. Junsei considered this for a moment. "Fine," he said. "But no one is allowed to harm the forest. And after 10 years it will be mine." "There are procedures to these things," Mr. Yaoyorozu said carefully, but I can guarantee that for the next 10 years, no one will touch it. I hold this land. After that period, depending on what you want, you may return to live there or stay with us. You should understand that ownership does not last forever. Certain factors can change that. Naturally, if I don't die, I can maintain control for decades. Junsei did not fully grasp the intricacies of what the moon was saying, but he understood enough. There were limits to this. Death of the moon could break the agreement. It was not ideal. But it was the only path. Fine, Junsei said. I will come with you. Mr. Yayorozu smiled faintly. Splendid. Follow me. Junsei stood and took a step forward, then stopped. He turned back toward the forest. Mr. Yayorozu noticed at once. So did everyone else. The atmosphere shifted. From within the trees, movement erupted. Hundreds if not thousands of animals emerged. Birds, mammals, insects, all spilling from the forest depths. They surrounded Junsei completely, their cries and calls rising into a deafening chorus. The humans recoiled instinctively, retreating as weapons were raised and hearts pounded. But no attack came. The animals pressed close to Junsei, brushing against him, circling him. Then, just as suddenly as they had arrived, they turned away, flowing back into the forest like a living tide, swallowed once more by green and shadow. Silence followed. Mr. Yayorozu steadied himself and exhaled. What was that about? They came to say goodbye, Junsei replied simply. And to say they will await my return. Mr. Yayorozu nodded slowly. That was unexpected. Junsei stepped toward him, then paused again, eyes shifting to the side. A blur of white and muscle charged toward them. You bastard! Mirko screamed. I'll pay you back for yesterday. Mr. Yayorozu frowned. What do you think you're doing? He snapped. Is this the behavior of a hero? I don't care. Mirko shouted. I want a rematch with the brat. Mandalay and the rest of the wild pussycats moved instantly, blocking her path. That's enough. Mandalay said. Do you have no shame? Starting a fight with a child because your pride was hurt? I'm not a coward like you. Mirko growled. I won't admit defeat. Age doesn't matter, he can fight, and he knows how. She locked eyes with Junsei. What? Afraid to fight? Mandalay turned on her. You muscle-brained brute, there has to be a limit to this behavior. She was cut off. If we fight, Junsei said softly, I will devour your life. Mirko froze. Her quirk went haywire. The world warped. Her vision filled with countless blue eyes staring at her from every angle. Her skin broke out in sweat, and an overwhelming urge to run, to flee as far and as fast as possible, crashed over her, but her body refused to move or make a sound. She lost control completely. Everyone saw it. The rabbit hero's face was drained of color. She stood rigid, staring at Junsei without any movement, all bravado was gone. Junsei turned away from her, and looked at his new employer. Mr. Yayorozu glanced between the trembling hero and the boy, then said quietly, let's leave. He turned toward his car. Junsei followed immediately, moving past the watching crowd beneath 100 wary gazes. Only when they were gone did Mirko finally breathe again. What the hell was that? She muttered. What exactly is his quirk? Pixie Bob snorted. The obvious. He threatened you, and you got scared. Mirko looked at her, but there was no anger. Did none of you see it? Or feel it? What about your quirks, did they feel normal? She was met with confused looks. Mirko clenched her fists slowly. She prided herself on fearlessness and strength. And yet whatever that boy did, it had reached past her body and mind, affecting her quirk directly. Near the car, the chauffeur stood waiting, holding a neatly folded coat in both hands. He looked unsure whether to step forward or not, eyes flicking nervously toward the boy. Mr. Yayorozu noticed and intervened calmly. We can't have you walking around naked like this, he said. For a start, wear this coat. We'll get you proper clothes later. Do you know how to put it on, or do you need help? Junsei took the coat from the chauffeur and examined it as though it were some strange unknown item. After a moment, he slipped his arms through and pulled it around himself. You also need to close it, Mr. Yayorozu added. Junsei did so, fumbling briefly before managing it. Only then did they both enter the car, the door closing with a soft, final click. As the vehicle began to move, Mr. Yayorozu glanced at the boy seated opposite him. Back there, he said you would devour life. Does that phrase have any special meaning? What does devouring do? Junsei answered without hesitation. It kills a human. Mr. Yayorozu blinked. Devour life means to kill a human. You have a unique vocabulary, certainly. And the rabbit hero, what happened to her? I don't know, Junsei replied. But her rabbit parts felt fear. Mr. Yayorozu leaned back slightly, thoughtful. So her instincts or quirk recognized you as a severe threat, he murmured. That's interesting. He turned his gaze toward the window as the building slid past them. We're heading back to my mansion nearby. But we don't live here permanently, I have a home in another prefecture, so expect us to move again soon. Have you ever left this city before? Aside from the forest. Junsei shook his head. Mr. Yayorozu studied the silent boy once more before asking, does the Nagi no Shiro orphanage ring any bell to you? I lived there, Junsei said. That was the confirmation Mr. Yayorozu had been waiting for. Do you mind telling me what happened there? How did you end up in the forest? Junsei was silent for several seconds. Mr. Yayorozu had almost resigned himself to the idea that he would receive no answer for the time being when the boy finally spoke. Men wearing masks came, Junsei said. They killed Mrs. Kikyo and Mrs. Kagome. Took everyone away while sleeping. Then burned everything. Mr. Yayorozu's expression hardened. How did you escape that night? I killed some of them, Junsei replied. Then I played dead when they shot me. I ran away when they left. Shock rippled through Mr. Yayorozu. He had reviewed the incident report only the night before, multiple destroyed corpses found among the burned ruins, only the bodies of the two caretakers were identified. So it was him, he thought. A child fighting to protect what little home he had, and fleeing when he failed. And worse, he was shot and had no one to turn to for help. It is a miracle he survived. No wonder the forest had become his refuge. Fear and hatred of humans must have rooted themselves deeply in him that night. Mr. Yayorozu exhaled slowly. I'm sorry that happened to you. Junsei tilted his head. Why sorry? It was not you who did it. Mr. Yayorozu sighed again. It's something people say when they hear about a painful past. Don't mind me. You'll learn with time. As the car continued on, he watched the boy quietly, a mixture of resolve and pity settling in his chest. His decision to bring Junsei with him felt increasingly justified. The boy possessed extraordinary potential, probably the greatest he had ever seen. And yet, beneath that power was a child born an orphan, who had watched the only people he knew die or disappear, then survived alone among animals for years. Life, Mr. Yayorozu thought, rarely dealt a harsher hand than this. Chapter 17, When the Dirt is Washed Away. 1,557 words. When the car finally came to a smooth halt, Mr. Yayorozu stepped out first, followed closely by Junsei. The boy paused at once, his eyes roaming over the place before him. A large house surrounded by a wide front garden, and a fountain situated at the center. Despite its size, the estate was quiet, as though no one lived within. Come, Junsei, Mr. Yayorozu said, already heading toward the entrance. Junsei followed in silence. As they reached the front door, it opened smoothly to reveal a middle-aged man dressed in a black uniform, standing straight and composed. Mr. Yayarozu gave him a brief nod. Junsei, he said, this is Sai. He has worked for me for nearly 2 decades. He'll help you adjust. You can ask him whatever you want. Sai smiled warmly. Hello, Junsei. It's nice to meet you. Junsei stared at him without replying. Sai's smile did not falter. He had already been warned about the boy from the forest. You'll need a bath and a new set of clothes, Mr. Yayarozu continued. Sai will help you with that. He paused briefly. You don't mind taking a bath, right? Junsei nodded. Mr. Yayarozu turned back to Sai. Please help him. Sai inclined his head. Of course, sir. Mrs. Yayarozu is in your office, he added carefully. She is displeased. Mr. Yayarozu sighed. I understand. Thank you. Sai gestured gently. Please follow me. Junsei glanced once at Mr. Yayarozu, then followed Sai down the corridor. Mr. Yayarozu went straight to his office. Inside, his daughter sat on a couch, her hands folded tightly in her lap, worry etched clearly across her face. His wife paced back and forth, her expression full of anger. The moment she saw him, she stopped. You are finally here, she snapped. You went ahead and brought the boy. I told you I would, Mr. Yayarozu replied. Why are you angry now? Because I thought the whole boy in the forest kidnapping Momo was absurd, a joke you were playing, Mrs. Yayarozu shot back. Then you came to me talking about bringing a feral child into our house. How was I supposed to believe you meant it? It was not until Sai told me you left to pick him up that I truly believed this. Let's not use such terms, Mr. Yayarozu said firmly. The boy has a name. Junsei. I don't care about his name, she retorted. We don't even know if he's carrying some disease from the forest. If anything, Mr. Yayarozu replied, he should be the one worried about diseases. He lived away from humans, after all, if only for a few years. Mrs. Yayarozu drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. He lived among animals and beasts for years. He looks and acts like one. So tell me, how do you trust that he won't harm us? Momo told me he took down pro-heroes. Do you not fear waking up one day to find him biting our daughter's neck? Now that's going too far, Mr. Yayarozu said tiredly. Is it? She pressed. What is his quirk exactly? How does it affect him? If he lived with animals for so long, how do you know he won't fly into a violent rage out of nowhere or decide he wants to hunt his food? My problem is that we know nothing about him. Not one thing. And yet you trusted him enough to bring him into our home. Mr. Yayarozu met her gaze steadily. I trust the judgment of a boy who had the strength to kill everyone who entered his territory and harmed his animals and chose not to. He understood the consequences. That alone makes him better than most people around us. He didn't act on his emotions. I heard part of his story in the car. It confirmed my initial judgment. Anyone in his place would have killed us on sight. Was that supposed to reassure me? Mrs. Yayarozu replied. If anything, it makes me more concerned. Mr. Yayarozu then explained what he had learned from reports and from Junsei, carefully omitting the most gruesome details. When he finished, his wife fell silent. That's pitiful, she said at last. But it's also deeply troubling. The boy needs therapy. He may never be normal again. All he needs, Mr. Yayarozu replied quietly, is to live as a human and be treated like one. I believe he will choose the right path if given the chance. Give him a few days, just a few, to learn how to live with us. Mrs. Yayarozu closed her eyes briefly, then nodded. Fine. I'll trust you. I only hope nothing goes wrong. But what about the press? A survivor from that orphanage 6 years ago, it will bring us unnecessary trouble. Mr. Yayorozu shook his head. It won't be a problem. No one will know about him or his situation. Mrs. Yayorozu stared at him in disbelief. How exactly do you plan to do that? A boy found in a forest, kidnapping the daughter of Yayorozu Minami from the middle of heroes and police, defeating heroes, and controlling an entire forest. That's far too big to simply ignore. That is precisely why no one will know, Mr. Yayorozu replied evenly. The orphanage incident from years ago already raised too many questions about how effective our local police and heroes truly are. Saying an orphanage is not a place villains target and therefore no one paid enough attention was never a convincing answer to the public. Since then, countless measures have been taken to improve public security. And Mrs. Yayorozu pressed. Finding that boy is a big deal, he could be a clue to what happened back then, couldn't he? Mr. Yayorozu shook his head again. He was barely over 5 years old. You cannot expect anything useful from him, but many will be like you and even go a step further to believe some conspiracy. On top of that, if the public were to find out that a child lived alone in a forest near the site of that incident, and was only discovered because a businessman attempted to profit from the land. He paused, letting the implication settle. That would be disastrous for everyone involved. He continued calmly, then there is the fact that this same boy, living among animals for years, managed to kidnap a child from the middle of the so-called protectors of society, defeat heroes in combat, and even injure them. Do you understand how much trouble that would cause, and the damage to heroes everywhere? Mrs. Yayorozu frowned. So all parties involved will simply keep it a secret. What about the workers and rangers? They've heard of it. Won't the story spread? Yes, it is for the greater good of society and to prevent unrest. As for those involved of this, they've all signed non-disclosure agreements, not to mention it was bad publicity to them as much as the rest of us, Mr. Yayorozu replied. And even if someone lets something slip, it will amount to nothing more than an unconfirmed rumor. Mrs. Yayorozu nodded slowly. It was then that Momo finally spoke. Dad, where is he now? Mr. Yayorozu turned to her. He's with Sai. The boy needed a bath and a clean set of clothes. Momo nodded. Mrs. Yayorozu, however, frowned again. That reminds me, he was living naked. Will he even be able to wear clothes properly? My dear, Mr. Yayorozu replied, he didn't devolve into some primal animal. He lived alone, outside social structures. He can learn what he's missing in time. They continued discussing arrangements for a while longer, and what would happen over the coming days until a knock sounded at the office door. Enter, Mr. Yayorozu said. The door opened. Sai stepped in, and behind him came Junsei. The moment the family's eyes fell on the boy, they froze. Junsei was dressed in simple white pajamas that matched perfectly with his long, silky white hair, now clean and falling neatly down his back. His skin, freed of dirt and grime, looked smooth and unblemished, and his pale blue eyes seemed clearer and far gentler than before. Mrs. Yayorozu spoke first, her voice tinged with shock. That's the feral boy. Momo blinked, then said honestly, with that hair, people might mistake him for a girl from behind. Mr. Yayorozu nodded slowly. He, too, was surprised by the transformation, though he kept his composure. His hair is fine for now, he said. We'll cut it later when we go out to buy clothes. Cut it. Mrs. Yayorozu exclaimed. That would be a crime. We are absolutely not touching that hair. No one will believe this boy was in the forest for that long. Now I want to know how he will look when we buy him proper clothes. Momo nodded immediately. Sai smiled quietly at the scene. Mr. Yayorozu looked at his wife with mild disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely opposed, now, seeing Junsei clean and presentable, she seemed to have forgotten every concern, and wanted to play dress-up with him. He shook his head, amused. And as he did, a strange thought crossed his mind: does living in a forest without bathing for years somehow improve hair and skin to this degree? Chapter 18, A World to Learn. 1876 words. 2 days after joining the Yaoyorozu household, they left Akita Prefecture and returned to Aichi Prefecture, where the Yaoyorozu family resided most of the time. The family's life there resumed its usual pattern immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu returned to their demanding work schedules, while Momo immersed herself once more in her studies and the strict etiquette training. Junsei, however, found himself seated across from Sai in a quiet room. Sai smiled at him and explained that Junsei had been away from people for far too long, and that children were meant to attend school to learn how the world worked. Mr. Yaoyorozu had entrusted me with your education. He wants to try and make up for your lost years without school. Junsei, do you understand me and do you know what a school is? Sai asked gently. Junsei nodded. Good, Sai said, encouraged. I'll do my best to teach you and help you catch up with children your age. Junsei gave no visible reaction. Sai could not tell whether the boy understood the importance of learning or not. After a brief pause, he added, Mr. Yaoyorozu believes this is part of your job. At that, Junsei nodded. Sai noted it quietly to himself. If Junsei believed something was part of his agreement with Mr. Yaoyorozu, he accepted it without resistance. With that in mind, Sai placed a notebook and a pencil on the table in front of him. The first thing I want to teach you, Sai said, is characters and how to draw them. Junsei looked down at the notebook and pencil. A memory stirred, Kimi's teaching. He spoke softly. I know them. I know how to draw both hiragana and katakana. Sai blinked, surprised. You do? Were you taught in the orphanage? Junsei nodded. Sai hummed thoughtfully. And after you left it, did you try drawing them again? Junsei shook his head. It's been years, Sai said kindly. I'm afraid you'll need to relearn them. But that's fine. I'm sure you'll learn them faster and better than the first time. Junsei frowned, confusion crossing his face. Sai noticed at once. What's wrong? I don't understand, Junsei said quietly. I learned them already. How do I learn them again? You may have forgotten some, Sai replied. Or become worse at writing them. Sai assumed Junsei had only learned a handful at most. After all, how much could a 5-year-old have learned, and how much could truly have retained after years? Junsei looked back down at the notebook. Slowly, he picked up the pencil and began to draw. Sai watched with a faint sense of pity. In his mind, Junsei did not even realize how much he must have lost. Still, Sai resolved to teach him patiently and thoroughly. That line of thoughts didn't linger long as character after character appeared on the page, each one perfectly drawn as it was done by a printer. Sai was completely shocked by the time Junsei completed the last line. Sai took the notebook, staring at it in disbelief. Junsei's handwriting was not merely correct, it was elegant, better than his own. You learned this in the orphanage? Sai asked slowly. When you were 5. How? Junsei looked up. Kimi taught me. Sai did not know who this Kimi was, but whoever she had been, she had done extraordinary work. Even more astonishing was the fact that Junsei still remembered it all after so many years. Sai's smile returned, warmer this time. Well, he said, knowing this will save us a great deal of time. Did you learn anything else you'd like to share? Kimi taught me other things, Junsei replied. Including math. She also gave me elementary school books to read. Does that count? It counted far more than Sai had ever expected. He began asking questions, what Junsei had studied, what he remembered, what he had practiced. With every answer, Sai's shock deepened. By the end of it, one thing was clear to him. The boy sitting before him was not 5 years behind his peers. At most, he was 1 or 2 years behind children his age. In the evening, Sai and Junsei entered Mr. Yayarose's office. The man was seated behind his desk, reading through a stack of documents, but he lifted his head at once when they came in. He smiled, setting the papers aside. "How was your day, Junsei?" he asked. "Anything troubling you?" "It was fine," Junsei replied. Mr. Yayarose nodded. "Do you have any problem with learning from Sai?" Junsei shook his head. Mr. Yayarose studied him for a few moments, as though weighing his next words with care. "Then do you wonder why I want you to learn?" Junsei nodded. Mr. Yayarose smiled. "If I want you to help protect my home, I need you to understand your surroundings and the world. I want you to know what qualifies as a threat. If you rely on strength alone, you will fail to notice what is out of the ordinary, or what truly endangers us." "Someone hostile is a threat," Junsei said. Mr. Yayarose nodded his head. "Yes. But you cannot always tell which person has bad intentions toward us. Suppose someone is here only to watch and report to someone else, someone dangerous with bad intentions. How would you know? Danger could be behind something out of what is normal. You need to learn what is right from what is wrong, or even how things usually work." Junsei fell silent. After a moment he asked, "So people staying around watching the place is bad and not normal?" "Yes," Mr. Yayarose replied. "It is." Junsei spoke again. "There are 7 men outside the walls who have been watching the entire day. 2 are at the front gate wearing black. 5 others sit in 2 cars and sometimes walk around. Is that a threat?" For a moment, Mr. Yayarose could only stare at him. Then he said, slowly, "You noticed them already?" Junsei nodded. Mr. Yayarose laughed, clearly startled but impressed. "That is remarkable. But no, they are not a threat. They are bodyguards. Their job is like yours, to protect this place. Though," he added with a faint smile, "I believe you are stronger than them. Still, do you see the importance of learning now? There are other things that would come handy for this job and for your future." Junsei did not reply, he remained silent. "That is fine," Mr. Yayarose continued. "Keep an eye on the surroundings. If you notice anyone acting strangely, or someone unfamiliar lingering around, tell Sai or me. Other than that, I want you to focus on your studies. You may go." Junsei turned and left the office without a word. Mr. Yayarose waited until the door had closed before speaking again. "So," he said to Sai, "what do you think of him? Did he give you any trouble?" Sai shook his head. "On the contrary, sir. He is too well behaved. His only flaw is his social skill, it is abysmal. And his habit of treating words like precious gold does not help." Mr. Yayarose nodded thoughtfully. "That is far better than I expected. I was worried he would refuse altogether or lash out. Children grow frustrated when they cannot do something right away, and being here against his will makes it even harder." Sai hesitated, then said, "Then what would you say if I told you that boy is the calmest and smartest child I have ever seen, more so than Miss Momo?" Mr. Yayarose raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Sai explained what he had observed, especially Junsei's ability to remember everything he saw or heard perfectly. When Mr. Yayarose had heard it all, his face turned to a thoughtful expression. "This is unbelievable," he said quietly. "Could this also be a side effect of his quirk? He has speed, strength, can communicate with animals and even control them. And now you are telling me he may have enhanced intelligence as well. What exactly is his quirk?" "He is a child, and already like this. Quirks grow stronger as their users age." "What will his make him in a few years?" Sai met his gaze calmly. "He will be something beyond impressive, beyond what you already expected," he said. "And I believe you will need to ask him about his quirk yourself." Mr. Yayarose nodded and said, "And we still need to register his quirk. The registration department showed leniency regarding his registration due to his special circumstance, but that won't be the case for long." The next morning, just before leaving for work, Mr. Yayarozu stopped Junsei in the hallway. "There is something we must discuss, Mr. Yayarozu began. "I am going to update your quirk registration. It is required by law. Could you tell me exactly what your quirk does?" Junsei looked at him for a moment then answered. "You already told Sai about it." Mr. Yayarozu raised an eyebrow. "You were listening through an insect I did not notice in the office," he asked mildly. "Or could it be that your quirk grants you enhanced senses as well?" Junsei did not answer, only continued to stare. Mr. Yayarozu hummed thoughtfully. "I will take that as enhanced senses," he said at last. His words met with silence, and after a few moments he spoke again. "Tell me, Junsei, did you learn how to act respectfully toward others in the orphanage?" Junsei's brow furrowed in confusion, but he said nothing. "When speaking to someone older than you," Mr. Yayarozu continued patiently, "you should show respect by not calling him directly with his name. Sai is older than you, so you should call him Mr. Sai, not simply by his name." "Mr. Sai?" Junsei repeated. "Mr. Yayarozu nodded. "Good. And even when you dislike a question, or feel confused by it, you cannot simply stare at someone in silence. That is considered rude, and it makes people uncomfortable, perhaps even hostile, as you would put it." At that, Junsei recalled the orphanage, the looks, the whispers, the way the other children would edge away from him. Slowly, he nodded and said, "I understand." Mr. Yayarozu smiled gently. "Lastly, it is a bad habit and too disrespectful to eavesdrop on people, and you shouldn't do it. But do not feel bad about it. You will learn these things with time. Now," he said, straightening slightly, onto another matter. "Since we are updating your quirk description, we can also give it a new name. It is yours, after all. What name would you like?" Junsei looked at him. "Why name it?" "Because it belongs to you," Mr. Yayarozu replied. "And you should decide how others refer to it. Think about what your power is and what name would suit it perfectly. It will represent your quirk, and in many ways, it will represent you." Mr. Yayarozu watched as Junsei fell silent, clearly deep in thought. Junsei considered his own nature, how he was like a convergence of countless lives, countless instincts and strengths, all bound together into a single existence. Many powers, one being. All things merged into one. After several long seconds, he lifted his head. "All for one," Junsei said. Chapter 19, Different Eyes. 1687 words. Mr. Yayarozu did not expect to hear that name. All for one. To most people it was nothing, but to those who truly knew about the underworld, it carried weight. It was the name of the king of the shadows. Criminals, authoritative figures, and high-ranking members of society alike had heard of him. The greatest villain Japan had ever known. Mr. Yayarozu knew, of course, that the name had been chosen by a child who could not possibly grasp its implications. And yet, implications there were. It was said that the villain had supposedly been defeated not long ago. Choosing such a name at this point could invite suspicion. And if any loyalists or fanatics of the villains are still out there, the name alone might draw unwarranted danger. After a brief pause, Mr. Yayarozu spoke. "I can see why you chose that name," he said carefully, "but let us think of something else." Junsei frowned slightly. "Why?" "You said I can choose." Mr. Yayarozu nodded. "That is true. But that name is already taken. It belongs to a bad person, and it could cause hostile people to come after you. It would be wiser to avoid that." Junsei considered this. He did not fully understand why people would pursue him over a name alone, but avoiding unnecessary threats seemed sensible enough. After a moment of thought, he said, "All life." "Is it taken?" Mr. Yayarozu smiled. "Not as far as I know," he said. "And it is unique. A fitting name, given your circumstances." With that settled, Mr. Yaoyorozu departed for work, and Junsei went to find Sai to continue his lessons. From that day on, Junsei's life within the Yaoyorozu household was largely uneventful. His days were filled with learning, steady lessons meant to help him catch up to what someone his age should know. For weeks, whenever he was not studying, Junsei helped Sai around the mansion. His interactions with the family of three were limited to polite greetings and the occasional meeting in the halls. Mr. Yaoyorozu would sometimes go out of his way to check on him, but that was the extent of it. Then, one afternoon, while dusting one of the quieter corridors, Junsei came upon Momo speaking with a middle-aged man he recognized as her private tutor. Miss Yaoyorozu, the man was saying, you need to revise the atomic structure of high-entropy alloys. These materials will be particularly useful to you. Momo nodded. Thank you, sir. I will do my best. You are doing well, Miss Yaoyorozu, the tutor said kindly. With time, I am sure you will learn everything. He turned and left, while Momo let her shoulders sag, her face briefly showing exhaustion. A moment later, she noticed Junsei watching her. She straightened at once and smiled. Is there something I can help you with, Junsei? What is a high-entropy alloy? Junsei asked. Momo blinked, surprised by the question. It's a material I am learning about, she said. It's rather difficult to explain. Strange, Junsei replied. I did not come across it. Mr. Sai said I have caught up with people my age in school. Momo stared at him. You caught up? You finished 6th grade. I started learning 8th grade material yesterday, Junsei said. Really? Momo exclaimed. That's amazing, Junsei. Is it? Junsei asked. I still don't know what high-entropy alloys are. Momo smiled faintly. That's because it's not something schools normally teach. This is for my quirk. As you know, my quirk allows me to create things, but to do that properly, I must understand the atomic structure of what I'm making. I have to learn far more than most people. Why? Junsei asked. Can't you buy what you need? Momo shook her head. It's not about that. I want to be a hero, she said, her voice firm. And to use my quirk properly as a hero, I must go above and beyond. The look on her face reminded Junsei of Kimi. After a brief silence, he asked, do you admire heroes as well? Is that why you want to be one? Of course. Momo replied immediately. They are selfless great people, especially the top heroes. Heroism is a noble profession, helping others and protecting society. What about you? Do you admire them? Junsei shook his head. Momo frowned. How could you not? Don't you want to be like them? Like All Might? Junsei shook his head again. Momo looked as though she had just heard about the greatest crime in the world. How could that be? Then her eyes widened with sudden realization. Wait, have you ever watched them in action, like All Might saving people before? Junsei shook his head. At last, Momo understood. Junsei had spent most of his life in the forest, and even after leaving it, his days had been filled with study and work within the house. He had never had the chance to see All Might's heroic deeds at all. Knowing this now, Momo took it upon herself to educate Junsei on the greatness of heroes. Before he could object or even properly understand what was happening, she had already taken his wrist and dragged him through the corridors of the mansion. They stopped before a wide door, which Momo pushed open. Inside was a spacious room dominated by a massive screen, plush seating arranged in tiers, and dim lights tucked neatly into the walls. This is our TV room, Momo said. Though it was more of a home cinema. She retrieved a tablet, tapped it a few times, and connected it to the screen. Moments later, the room darkened further, and an old video began to play. The footage showed a city in flames. Buildings smoldered, smoke curled into the sky, and people ran in all directions until a single towering figure appeared. All Might burst through the smoke, carrying dozens of people at once, his broad grin fixed firmly in place. "It is fine now," he declared loudly. "Why?" "Because I am here." Momo watched the video with shining eyes, her posture straight and reverent. Junsei, on the other hand, frowned. His gaze followed the fire, the broken streets, the people crying out in fear. When the video ended, the screen faded to black. Momo turned to him eagerly. "As a matter of fact, do you see now why heroes are amazing? Especially All Might. He's the greatest hero, the symbol of peace." At that moment, the door opened quietly and Sai stepped into the room. He looked from the darkened screen to the two of them and smiled faintly. "Miss Yayorozu," he said, "I haven't seen you come here in a very long time." "I was showing Junsei an old video of All Might saving the day," Momo replied. "Can you believe he doesn't know about heroes?" Sai raised an eyebrow and turned to Junsei. "That is unusual. Didn't your orphanage have a television? Did they not show you the heroes in action?" "We had one," Junsei said. "Smaller than this." He paused. "I didn't like sitting down to watch." He did not add that crowded rooms had always made his skin crawl, or that the times everyone gathered around the television were the worst of all. He had avoided them whenever he could. "I see," Sai said thoughtfully. "Then I'm curious, what do you think of heroes after watching this?" Momo added. "Yes, do you see now why heroes are great?" Junsei looked back at the dark screen before answering. "I don't understand." That man stood among fire and destruction, smiling. Does he not see the pain around him? Why smile at the suffering of others? Does he enjoy it that much? Both Momo and Sai stared at him, startled. Momo recovered first. "No. It's not because of their suffering that he smiles. He's showing them that everything will be okay." Sai nodded. "All Might is called the symbol of peace because when he arrives, people know no innocent will be harmed and everything will be okay. His presence alone stops fear from spreading." "But it will not," Junsei replied calmly. "Things were destroyed. Life was harmed. Even if the cause was stopped, the effect remains. Death and suffering are horrible things. Smiling at them is wrong. But it could have been far worse if not for him." Momo insisted. "Smiling doesn't change what happened," Junsei said. Sai said gently. "It's not about changing what already happened, Junsei. It's about stopping things from becoming worse. When you believe that what you're seeing will only continue to get worse, that belief itself causes despair. The smile is a promise that from this moment on, things will not continue that way." Junsei was silent for a long moment. Then he said quietly, "I don't understand you." Sai sighed. "One day you will." Momo brightened suddenly. "What if I showed you more? Other heroes?" Junsei looked at her, then asked, "How does it work? How can you show me things that happened in the past?" Momo was surprised by the question, but still she explained how recordings worked, how moments could be captured and replayed long after they had passed. She showed him how the tablet connected to the screen, and how she used it to access videos through the internet. Junsei listened intently, his attention sharp. When she finished, he asked, "What is the internet?" "It's a place where most of our knowledge is shared," Momo said simply. "If you want to watch something or ask a question, you'll most likely find it there." Junsei asked, "Can I find the answer to anything?" "For the most part," Momo replied. Sai smiled as he watched them. "Junsei," he said, "do you have some questions you'd like answered?" Junsei nodded. "All right," Momo said, holding up the tablet. "What do you want to know?" Junsei asked, "How did humans come to be? And why do they exist? What is their purpose?" He had wanted to know the answer to human existence for a very long time, but no matter how much he thought, he was never able to find it. Chapter 20, Foreign to Life. 1784 words. Sai regarded Junsei thoughtfully for a long moment. The boy stood still. His expression was neutral, as it often was, yet there was something searching in his eyes now. Those are very big questions to begin with, Sai said at last. Why do you want to know them? What made you think of them? Junsei answered. I want to understand why humans are different from everything else in this world. Sai raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing, allowing him to continue. Junsei paused, his brow knitting faintly as if he were struggling to shape his thoughts into a question. Do you feel emptiness inside you? He asked slowly. Like something is missing, and you need to find it to become whole. To be truly alive. I don't feel life in humans. The question hung in the air. Momo, standing nearby with the tablet still in her hands, felt a strange tightening in her chest. For some reason, his words felt ominous to her. It was as if he could see or feel something truly bad that no one else can. Something all humans suffer from and they don't know. Junsei hesitated again, then continued. Animals have a clear purpose. To live. To spread life. I can feel it in them. His gaze drifted, unfocused, as if he were listening to something beyond the room. Their thoughts are simple but they are complete. There is no emptiness inside them. He looked back at Sai. But humans are different. Why? Momo and Sai exchanged uncertain looks. Neither of them had ever thought of animals as having purpose in such an absolute sense, nor had either of them felt the emptiness Junsei spoke of. The way he spoke and the conviction in his voice left no room for doubt that he felt something no one else did. Sai thought for a moment then said, you can communicate with animals and even control them. Is that what you feel from them? That they are complete, and they have a drive to live? Yes, Junsei replied simply. And you don't feel the same thing from humans? Or maybe you don't feel it inside you, Sai continued. Yes. Sai said. That makes sense in a way. Humans are different. Mostly because of our intellect. We think too much. We imagine too much. We feel deeply, often more deeply than we know how to handle. Because of that, each person has to decide their own purpose. Some want to help others. Some want power or wealth. Others are content to raise a family, or create something that will outlast them. There isn't just one answer. And what you feel is probably due to your quirk. You feel animals but not humans, so you are confused about it. Junsei absorbed this in silence. The explanation was logical for humans, but he was something else entirely, and they didn't know that. Sai's answer was not what he was looking for. And where do humans come from? He asked. Sai smiled faintly. Most people will tell you that humans evolved from animals. That belief became stronger after the appearance of quirks, which force people to confront how flexible life can be. Others believe humans were created by God and placed on Earth. Personally, I believe in evolution. Junsei's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. He turned toward Momo and pointed at the tablet in her hands. Can you teach me how to use that? I want to find answers. Momo blinked, surprised by the request, then nodded quickly. I can help you search if you want. Junsei met her eyes briefly. Please. Sai watched them for a moment, a small smile tugging at his lips. He knew Junsei was not convinced by his answers, but he didn't mind it. He reasoned that Junsei found everything around him new and confusing, and it was hard for him to see the quirk that he relied on for so long as wrong or confusing. Sai believed with due time the boy would learn what he is missing and grow out of this phase. He won't continue to see humans as strange creatures and different from the world. So, with a quiet shake of his head, he excused himself and left the room. Momo moved closer to Junsei and began explaining how to search, how to read, how to follow one answer to another. They began with religion and the theory of evolution, Momo sharing what she already knew. She was a believer of humanity's gradual evolution over time as a fact. Junsei listened attentively. But he did not believe it. He had been there at the beginning of time. Not at the birth of the universe itself, but at the first moment he became aware. He remembered it clearly, the sudden emergence of emotion, of memory, of self. Before that moment, he didn't know how life was or what creatures lived in the world. Since then, he had watched the world shift through ages so vast they defied human comprehension. Continents moved. Seas rose and fell. Life emerged, multiplied, adapted, vanished. Evolution was real, he had seen it, lived it, experienced it through countless forms. But humans were different. They appeared suddenly, as if from nowhere. If they were an evolution like everything else, why had he never witnessed their gradual emergence? Why were they so disconnected from the life of the world around them? Why did they evolve so quickly, outpacing every other living thing? In Junsei's mind, humans were not the result of the same process that shaped everything else. They were something else. Without realizing it, his search shifted. Religion replaced biology. Myths replaced facts. Stories replaced evidence. Different faiths offered different explanations, but they all shared the same core idea. Humans were creations, shaped by a god or gods, and placed upon the world rather than born of it. As he read, memories stirred. The first time he encountered humans, there had been only a handful of them. 3 pairs. Male and female, they had surrounded him with sharp wooden sticks. But now as he had a better understanding of humans, when he recalled their faces, he realized they had looked at him with wonder, hope and fear in equal measure, right before they killed him. Were those the first humans? Adam and his children, as these religious texts said. Then there had been the long rain. It had fallen without pause, relentless and unending, until the land disappeared beneath endless water. He remembered drifting across the submerged world, watching a massive vessel float by while everything else drowned. The more he read, the more the old texts aligned with his memories. And with that alignment came the belief that humans were not born of life like everything else. They were the creation of a foreign entity called God. That explained their difference, why he didn't feel life from them like everything else. But it did not explain everything. Why had killing them, years ago, filled the emptiness inside him? And why did humans killing him and other animals brought him pain and suffering, when animals killing him or other animals never had? The questions only multiplied as he searched. But one conclusion took root: humans were foreign to this world. They did not truly belong to it. While Junsei searched for answers, the process began to change Momo as well. What had started as an attempt to help him understand the world slowly drew her into subjects she had never paid attention to before. Evolution, extinct species, the immense history of life on Earth, all of it fascinated her. And seeing Junsei so intent on learning, she began setting aside time each day to read with him. Together they explored ancient creatures known only through fossils, animals that had vanished long before humans ever walked the land, and the ways people had shaped life through selective breeding. Momo found it all endlessly fascinating. Junsei did not. Some of what they read repulsed him. Other parts were simply wrong. There were creatures described that he had never known, and others whose colors were incorrect. A few of the dinosaurs they studied had once been lives he himself had lived, and he recognized them instantly, but the illustrations were wrong. One illustration in particular made him pause: the creature was shown covered in scales. That was wrong. He had feathers. Yet despite noticing these errors, Junsei felt no urge to correct them. What humans believed or misunderstood was not his concern. Still, their research led him to something he had never truly considered before. Humans believed that microscopic organisms were also alive. That bacteria and viruses were living things. That all animals had evolved from them. Junsei knew bacteria existed. He had always known. But he had never considered them alive. He could not sense them the way he sensed animals. They had no thoughts. No emotions. No memories. And yet, if humans were correct, then these unseen entities were life as well. no different in essence from anything else. Then why could he not feel them? And what if his memories were incomplete? He remembered the first life in which he gained awareness, but what if that was not truly the beginning? What if he had lived before that, as something simpler? Something without memory, without emotion, without self. That night, after the mansion had fallen silent and everyone else had gone to sleep, Junsei sat alone in his room. He closed his eyes. For the first time, he tried to reach beyond what he could see. At first, there was nothing. He couldn't feel them, but then he changed his method. Instead of trying to sense their feelings and thoughts, he tried to recall the feeling he experienced when establishing connection with other creatures. He could sense their life when he did that. And as he did, slowly, something stirred. Blue smoke came from his skin, as he began sensing the endless presences surrounding him. They were alive, unmistakably so, innumerable and vast, yet empty of thought, feeling, or memory. When Junsei opened his eyes, the room was filled with tiny specks of glowing blue light, drifting softly through the air and clinging to surfaces. This was his connection to life. Junsei looked down at his hands and he noticed cracks spreading across them, a soft blue light emanating from them. Junsei smiled. He didn't understand what those cracks were, but from them he felt a warmth and safety similar to the one he experienced when he was living in the forest. He felt truly surrounded by life. He was not alone. That night, he slept blissfully. Chapter 21, Going to School. 2,101 words. Months passed quietly, yet steadily, and Junsei's life settled into a rhythm of silent, intense study. He absorbed every scrap of knowledge about humans and their world, their history, their social structure, their laws, the contradictions between their words and actions. Every inconsistency was noted and stored, catalogued carefully in his mind, as he slowly began to form a deeper understanding of them and his own judgments about them. At the same time, Momo began to confide in him. She would recount the trivialities of her day, the moments that bored her, the things that made her laugh, or the peculiarities that frustrated her. Her chatter reminded Junsei of Kimi, though he still did not understand why humans needed to share every detail of their lives. It was not as though they expected something tangible in return. It was simply communication, he concluded, though the necessity of it remained a mystery to him. Sai, on the other hand, had stopped giving Junsei formal lessons. The men recognized that the boy was far beyond what any conventional teaching could offer. Junsei had already caught up with or even surpassed the knowledge expected of a high school student, and he had likely memorized entire books and online articles with a single reading. Teaching him further would be impossible. One evening, Sai entered Mr. Yaoyorozu's office. "Good evening, sir. Did you need anything?" he asked. Mr. Yaoyorozu, leaning back in his chair, sighed. "Recently, the Yuzu group has been pressuring us to hand over a project we recently developed. So far, everything is stable, but I worry they may try underhanded methods, perhaps even targeting my daughter." Sai's calm expression vanished, replaced by a sharp, serious gaze. "I will order increased security around the mansion and ensure guards are always near her," he said firmly. "I was planning on that," Mr. Yaoyorozu replied, "but I was also wondering. Should I register Junsei in her school, and have him accompany her at all times?" Sai raised an eyebrow. "Why? We have skilled guards who can do that discreetly. And wouldn't that alert Miss Yaoyorozu?" Mr. Yaoyorozu sighed. "Junsei is far stronger and more capable than any of our guards. Not even you could match him. As for Momo, it wouldn't raise suspicion. If anything, it is strange that he doesn't already attend school." He paused, thoughtful. "Momo will start 7th grade soon. We could have him join her, but would he fit in? He is so different. Children can be cruel to those who stand out, and I fear that if Junsei is placed in such an environment, he could become brutal. We have never seen him tested in a setting like that." Sai considered this for a long moment. "He might be different," he said finally, "but he is intelligent. If we warn him not to harm others, he will understand. I see this not as a risk, but as a chance, he could learn to act like someone his age. Mr. Yaoyorozu nodded. Then he looked toward the door. Junsei, if you are listening, please come here. Sai raised an eyebrow. You think he's listening? I asked him at the start of this whole situation to monitor everything around the mansion, Mr. Yaoyorozu replied calmly. Seconds later, the office door opened and Junsei stepped in. His posture was upright, his gaze steady. I believe you heard everything, Mr. Yaoyorozu said. I need you to start accompanying my daughter to school, and to protect her while ensuring you do not cause trouble or harm other students. Any questions? Junsei's voice was quiet. Is that necessary? Yes, Mr. Yaoyorozu said firmly. During school hours, it is your duty to protect her. Don't attack or harm anyone, unless you are protecting Momo. Junsei hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. The new school year starts next week, Mr. Yaoyorozu continued. We will begin preparing the necessary paperwork and ensure you have everything you need. Junsei nodded again and left the office silently. Sai watched him go, frowning slightly. That's strange, he said. This is the first time I've seen him hesitant to follow your instructions. Perhaps he doesn't like the idea of going to school. Mr. Yaoyorozu had no answer. Momo looked at Junsei with clear disappointment and said, It's such a pity you had to cut your hair. It was unique and really amazing. Sai said. Unfortunate, yes, but the school has strict rules. That kind of hairstyle isn't allowed for boys unless it's directly related to their quirk. Momo sighed, but her mood quickly lifted. Still, it's great that you're coming to school with me. It's going to be fun. Junsei watched her happy expression and felt a tightening in his chest. Living in the Yaoyorozu mansion had already pushed him far from his comfort, and now he was expected to spend his days surrounded by hundreds of humans he did not know. Even if his fear of humans was no longer as strong as it had been in the orphanage, the discomfort remained. Momo noticed his reaction at once. What's wrong? You're acting strange today. More than usual. Junsei answered honestly. I don't like being surrounded by humans. Especially those I don't know. Bad things happen. Momo's voice softened, encouraging. Don't worry about that. Once you start having fun and doing schoolwork, you'll begin to like it. Sai, however, understood far more than she did. He knew what had happened that night in the orphanage, and pity stirred in him. For Junsei, bad things happen, carried a weight of tragedy Momo did not fully know. He joined in carefully. Junsei, school is similar to the orphanage in some ways. You'll have teachers, lessons, and people who care. You will even make friends. The words did little to help. Junsei had not liked the children in the orphanage, and the thought of repeating that experience brought no comfort at all. Seeing no change in Junsei, Sai opted to shift the conversation. We've prepared your papers. From now on, you are Mori Junsei, Miss Momo's distant cousin from her mother's side. You came to live here recently. There's a background story as well. It should help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Junsei nodded. 3 days later, Junsei sat in the back seat of the car beside Momo, as they headed toward Aichi Elite's private school. He stared out the window, expressionless. If you want to make friends, Momo said thoughtfully, you should start smiling. Junsei turned to her. Does smiling really make it easier to make friends? She nodded eagerly. Of course. Smiling makes you approachable. If you're expressionless all the time, people will find you scary and unapproachable. She paused, studying him. Now that I think about it, I've never seen you smile before. I've only seen this expression, and when you're confused. Junsei blinked at her, confused. Momo pointed at him. That one. Just like that. Why don't you try smiling? Why would I smile? He asked. She sighed. Just try. Junsei saw no reason for it, and he had no desire to befriend humans, but he complied anyway. He formed a small, warm smile, the kind he saw humans do all the time when trying to over-approach him. Momo clapped her hands happily. See? Your face is meant to smile. You actually look good when you do. Junsei let his face fall back into its usual stillness. It's more comfortable this way. Momo shook her head. You are hopeless. Minutes later, the car came to a halt before the tall iron gates of Aichi Elite's private school. Let's go, Junsei, Momo said, already opening the door. She stepped out, and Junsei followed closely behind her. They had barely crossed the gate when a bright voice rang out from the side. M.O. M.O. Momo turned, her face lighting up. Hi, Komi. The girl jogging toward them slowed to a stop, smiling broadly. I didn't expect to see you first this year. How was your vacation? Momo answered without hesitation. The usual, studying and practicing. Komi clicked her tongue. Your life is too tough. Not really, it is. Momo began, but Komi abruptly cut her off, pointing past her shoulder. Who the hell are you? Why are you standing too close behind her like that? That's creepy. Get lost. Junsei, who had been staring straight ahead toward the school building, slowly turned his head and looked at Komi. He stared at her without blinking, his expression completely blank. Komi stared right back. Momo reacted quickly. This is Junsei. He's my distant cousin from my mother's side. He started living with us recently and will be attending school with me. He's in our class. Komi's eyes lingered on Junsei for a few seconds longer before she turned back to Momo with clear indignation. You should have started with that. She faced Junsei again. I'm Nima Komi. Nice to meet you. Junsei continued to stare at her. Then, after a pause, he said, okay. Momo turned to him with a helpless look. When someone introduces themselves, you say your name and introduce yourself back. You don't just say okay. Okay, Junsei replied. Momo sighed and looked at Komi. Don't be angry with him. He's bad at talking with people. Komi waved a hand dismissively. That's weird, but I can forgive that face. She grinned. It only makes him more adorable. Please don't make things awkward, Momo said firmly. Komi smirked. No promises. Let's go, Momo said. We don't want to be late on the first day. Momo walked ahead, Junsei following in silence. Komi tagged along, chatting cheerfully with Momo. While every attempt she made to involve Junsei was met with a one- or two-word response. By the time they reached the classroom, Komi had clearly given up on him. The three entered the classroom just in time, greeting familiar classmates from last year, and finding their seats before the teacher arrived. He was a middle-aged man with a balding head and a stern posture. The moment he stepped inside, the classroom fell silent. I am Yajiro Kuma, he said, surveying the room. I will be your class teacher this year. I hope all of you have a great year. Let's begin by introducing ourselves. Each of you will say your name, your quirk, what you like, what you dislike, and your future dreams. One by one, the students stood and spoke. It didn't take long before it was Momo's turn. She rose confidently. I am Yayorozu Momo. My quirk is creation. It allows me to create non-living items from my body fat. I like reading, dislike bad people, and my dream is to be a hero. The teacher nodded approvingly. Being a hero is a big dream. You'll need to work hard for it. I will, Momo said, sitting down. The teacher's gaze shifted to Junsei, who sat silently. Your turn. Junsei didn't stand. Junsei, he said flatly. I have no likes, dislikes, nor a dream. The classroom filled with stares. Momo sighed quietly. A boy who had spoken earlier scoffed. What kind of introduction is that? You can't just do that. Junsei ignored him completely. Murmurs spread across the room. The teacher clapped his hands sharply. Quiet, everyone. He glanced down at the attendance list, reading until he found the name he wanted. Mr. Mori. He looked back up. Can I ask you to try again, and put more effort and sincerity into your introduction? Junsei stared at him for a moment. Then he said, Mori Junsei. I like forests. I hate humans. The teacher frowned, about to respond, then stopped. Junsei's eyes had narrowed and fixed at him with clear hostility. I would rather not repeat myself, Junsei said calmly. Move to the next one. The teacher didn't like the tone, but something about Junsei's demeanor sent a warning through him. It felt as though pushing further might provoke this unruly student into attacking him. He made a mental note to contact the boy's parents later. This behavior was completely unacceptable. Without another word, he moved on to the next student. The class, however, did not stop staring at Junsei, some with open dislike, others with curiosity. Momo let out a quiet sigh of relief. When she had seen Junsei's eyes narrowing, she had feared he might attack their class teacher on the very first day. She resolved then that she would need to explain to Junsei, very clearly, how he should treat a teacher and emphasize that he can't attack students or teachers even if he doesn't like them. Chapter 22, Measured by the Wrong Standard. 2021 words. During the lunch period, Momo led Junsei through the crowded halls to the cafeteria. They picked up their trays, filled them with food, and then sat at an empty table. Junsei immediately began eating. Before long, Komi and several of Momo's friends and classmates gathered around them, pulling chairs closer without invitation. Komi leaned in and said in an excited voice, "Mo, I know you said he's bad with people, but honestly, I thought he was going to attack Mr. Yujiro back there." Momo gave a weak smile. Of course not. He wouldn't do that, right, Junsei? Junsei, who had already started eating, briefly looked at her, then returned to his food without answering. Komi clicked her tongue. See? He totally was going to attack him. Who would have thought the kind Mo has a cousin like that? Another boy sitting nearby frowned and spoke up. You know, all you had to do was a normal introduction. Why did you act like that? And what's with saying you hate humans? Aren't you embarrassed to say that out loud? Junsei ignored him completely. Momo sighed. Junsei, you're being rude to Saji. You can't just ignore people when they talk to you, and you definitely can't beat people up. Especially teachers. There are consequences for that. I know, Junsei replied calmly. They would kick me out of school. I expected more. Momo nodded, then froze. Wait. You're trying to get yourself expelled. Her eyes widened. You can't do that. Give this place a chance, it's just the first day. I don't like it already, Junsei said flatly. Give it a chance. Momo said helplessly. The classmates listening in were stunned. This was the best school in the prefecture, and the boy sitting in front of them was openly trying to get expelled on the very first day. None of them had ever seen anything like it. Komi let out a laugh. Wow. I know lots of people don't like school, but this is the first time I've seen someone trying to get expelled on day one. Saji nodded. And he's definitely not friendly. He paused, finally noticing Junsei's tray. Why are you eating only dessert? At that, everyone, including Momo, looked down. Junsei's tray was piled entirely with sweets. Not again. Momo exclaimed. Mr. Sai told you need to eat a full meal, not just sugar. I can live on sugar only, Junsei replied. That's bad for your health. Momo said sharply. Komi laughed. Mo, you sound like his mother. Momo looked troubled for a moment, then her expression hardened with resolve. She leaned closer to Junsei. You are not allowed to get yourself expelled, and you can't cause trouble. Or I'll tell Dad. Junsei looked at her in silence, then calmly went back to eating. Momo sighed and returned to chatting with her friends. Junsei ignored them entirely. Her friends, for their part, stopped paying him much attention. They had already realized he was being forced to attend school, and more importantly, they were there for Momo, not him. The next period began with physical education. Mr. Yujiro appeared again, as he was also the PE teacher. The boys and girls changed clothes and gathered on the track behind the school. This is the first day, Mr. Yujiro announced. So we'll start simple. A 100-meter sprint. And remember, quirks are not allowed. I don't want to see anyone using them. The students were divided into girls and boys, each side running in groups of 5, 4 groups total. The girls went first. Komi finished fastest at 14 seconds, with Momo close behind at 15. Then came the boys. The first group performed better than the girls, the fastest finishing at 13.5 seconds and the slowest at 15. Then it was the second group, Junsei's group. Before he took his place, Momo approached him. Junsei, please don't cause trouble. Just run normally. Junsei nodded and walked to his position. Mr. Yujiro waited until everyone was ready, then gave the signal. The moment it was given, Junsei sprinted forward. Without activating his power, without changing expression, his speed eclipsed everyone else. He crossed the finish line far ahead of the others. Junsei slowed to a stop and turned to walk back. Stop, Mr. Yujiro said sharply. Junsei turned. The teacher frowned. Why did you use your quirk? You're not allowed to do that in school without permission. I explicitly reminded everyone. Junsei looked genuinely confused. I didn't. You finished in 9.6 seconds, Mr. Yujiro said sternly. That's professional athlete speed. The world record is 9.58. Your quirk registry shows physical enhancement. You clearly used your quirk. The students gathered behind him, staring at Junsei, some amused, others with disapproving looks. Your attitude is completely unacceptable, Mr. Yujiro continued. This morning was one thing. Now you brazenly break the rules and lie. You will come with me to the principal's office. Momo quickly stepped forward. Mr. Yujiro, please wait. He didn't mean to. The man turned to her. Miss Yaoyorozu, not only did he use his quirk, he lied straight to my face. Momo turned toward Junsei, her eyes silently begging him to apologize. Junsei stared at Momo and said calmly, I ran normally, like you asked. If this man can't tell the difference, it isn't my fault if I get expelled, right? Mr. Yujiro's frown deepened. Show respect when speaking to your teacher. Junsei ignored him entirely, his attention remaining on Momo, as if her reaction mattered far more than the teacher's authority. Before Momo could say anything, Mr. Yujiro stepped forward, placing himself squarely between them. And now you are ignoring a teacher while he is speaking to you. Junsei's expression did not change. He finally lifted his eyes to meet the man's gaze. What do you want? He asked evenly. An apology for something I didn't do, and something you clearly can't tell. Mr. Yujiro's face darkened. You ran at the level of athletes and you act as if you are done nothing wrong. Junsei replied, I did what you asked, you having low expectations is not my fault. Mr. Yujiro said, how did your parents teach you to lie so brazenly in my face after activating your quirk? Junsei replied, you made up your mind, why are you arguing? Mr. Yujiro felt his temper rise looking at the expressionless face before him. He said, we are going to the principal's office, I want to see you keep that face when you are expelled. Junsei remained standing in place, staring silently. Mr. Yujiro frowned and said, I said to the principal's office, why are you not moving? Junsei answered, I don't know where it is. Some of the students couldn't stop themselves from snickering at that. Mr. Yujiro's anger only raises hearing the sounds behind him. "Follow me," he said, then turned around, walking to the main building. Junsei followed silently behind him with the same expressionless face. Momo stared worriedly but said nothing more. She could see the rage in their teacher's eyes, and Junsei being Junsei will make the situation even worse. Komi approached Momo and said, "I guess your cousin is getting expelled as he wanted. Using his quirk, lying and disrespecting the teacher. I thought he would slow down after the lunch, but instead he went all in on this getting expelled thing." Momo looked at Komi and said, "I don't think he is trying to get expelled actively. He seemed to be more focused on this being Mr. Yujiro's fault rather than his." Komi said, "So?" Momo continued, "I think he probably didn't activate his quirk, and that was his normal speed. I saw him using his quirk before. He is much faster than that. You can't even follow him with your eyes." Komi was surprised by that. Is he really that fast? Momo nodded and said, "He doesn't care if get expelled, he only cares it is not his fault and Mr. Yujiro is giving him what he wants. This is just the first day, why can't he act normal?" Komi said, "Now, I also want to know what is wrong with him." In the principal's office, the principal, who was an older man with a head full of white, looked between his teacher and the student registered in by the Yaoyoroza family. "Mr. Yujiro, we can't keep a student like this one. It is the first day and he did everything wrong that can be done." The principal has been listening to the list of problems Mr. Yujiro was listing while keeping an eye on the expressionless and silent Junsei. When Mr. Yujiro was done, the principal looked at Junsei and said, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Junsei replied, "What do you want to know?" The principal replied, "Things from your perspective. Do you agree with Mr. Yujiro?" You have been listening silently without reaction after all. Junsei replied, "He is wrong about everything and he can't tell that." Mr. Yujiro said, "See that attitude." The principal raised his hand and said, "Let the boy speak, he didn't interrupt you." Mr. Yujiro went silent and waited. The principal looked back at Junsei and said, "Did you use your quirk?" Junsei replied, "No." The principal said, "Then how do you explain the result? And how can you prove you didn't?" Junsei replied, "What is there to explain? I am simply faster than others, and what he refers to as quirk activation can be distinguished with my eyes, they glow when I do." Mr. Yujiro froze and said, "What?" The principal gave him a look, then looked back at Junsei and said, "Give me a moment, let me check your profile registration." The principal silently turned and began browsing through the students' files on his computer and finally looked back at the two and said, "Mr. Yujiro, he is telling the truth. His eyes glow when he activate his quirk. Did you see his eyes glow?" But no words game. Mr. Yujiro was speechless at that moment. The principal turned to look at Junsei and said, "Why did you not tell Mr. Yujiro that?" Junsei replied, "He made up his mind and clearly couldn't tell the difference, why bother?" The principal nodded slightly, then said, "Very well, you are a boy with a gifted physique, but what about disrespecting Mr. Yujiro? Did you do that?" Junsei replied, "No, I didn't disrespect him. I don't respect him." The principal raised an eyebrow and said, "That's the same." Junsei replied, "No. Disrespect is an active outward expression of low regard, while having no respect is a passive, internal state of indifference or absence of value for someone's." The principal stared speechlessly. This was the first time hearing a student say that. For a few seconds, there was silence, then the principal said, "That's a unique argument, so you have no respect for your teacher, don't you see the problem here?" Junsei shook his head and said, "No, why should I have respect for him? I met him today." The principal replied patiently, "Because he is your teacher." Junsei replied, "Not yet, he is yet to teach me anything, and from my short observation, and him being a PE teacher with low expectations, I believe he won't. So no, he doesn't earn respect from me." The principal said, "That's a troublesome attitude." Junsei nodded and said, "He made it clear, so can we move to expelling me now?" The principal raised an eyebrow and said, "You want to be expelled?" Junsei answered, "He wants, and I don't mind. I don't like it here anyway." The principal stared for a little longer, then said, "Mr. Mori, please go back to your class. I will discuss this with Mr. Yujiro." Junsei stood up and left. The principal turned to look at the red-faced teacher and said, "Mr. Yujiro, I believe we have a uniquely gifted child in your class, and your behavior was inappropriate." Mr. Yujiro wanted nothing more than to strangle the expressionless little bastard. Chapter 23, Where He Does Not Belong. 1625 words. To Momo's immense relief and to Junsei's quiet disappointment, the day ended without expulsion. The principal declared the entire affair a simple misunderstanding. Junsei, he said, had failed to explain himself properly, while Mr. Yujiro had made a judgment without confirming what Junsei's quirk actually entailed. With a few words, the old man settled the matter. The following 2 days passed peacefully. Though it quickly became clear that Junsei was taking the antisocial trope to an entirely new level. He did not speak to other students. He did not react to jokes, whispers, or curious stares. He spoke only when Momo forced him to, or when a teacher addressed him directly and left him no alternative but to answer. Even then, his replies were brief, clipped, and utterly devoid of warmth. The students, for their part, adapted to this. After several failed attempts to draw any reaction from him, they collectively decided he was not worth the effort. Junsei became something like a piece of furniture in the class. By the 4th day, most of the class had learned to look past him altogether. But the morning of that day brought back the physical education class and Mr. Yujiro's teaching. This time, he led them into the gymnasium. "Today," Mr. Yujiro announced, "we'll be learning about basketball. Some of you may have played it before, others may know nothing beyond the name of the sport." He launched into a 20-minute lecture on the rules, the objective, and the basic mechanics of the game. Afterward, he ordered the students to jog for 5 minutes to warm up, then instructed them to line up near one of the hoops. "The ability to score in your opponent's hoop is the most fundamental skill," he said. "So we'll start there. Each of you will get 3 throws for today, and next week, we will dive deeper into the game. Any questions before we begin?" No one raised a hand. Mr. Yujiro nodded once. "Junsei. Come. You're first." Junsei stepped forward, his expression unchanged. Mr. Yujiro tossed him the ball. "When you're ready," he said, "dribble 3 times, then shoot." Junsei caught the ball and stared at it. He turned it over in his hands, moving it slowly, like a baby encountering a toy for the first time. He tossed it lightly into the air, caught it, then did it again and again. A faint crease appeared between Mr. Yujiro's brows, irritation building, but this time he reined it in. He drew a careful breath. "What are you doing?" he asked. "It's my first time holding a ball," Junsei replied calmly. "I'm judging its weight, and how much strength I need." For a moment, Mr. Yujiro did not know how to respond. Part of him was convinced the boy was lying or deliberately testing his patience. Still, he kept his voice level. "We don't have the whole day." Junsei tossed the ball higher this time, his eyes tracking its movement. He caught it cleanly and nodded once. "I'm done." Finally, Mr. Yujiro muttered. "Dribble and shoot into the hoop." Junsei obeyed. He dribbled the ball 3 times with one hand, then flicked it upward with a simple, almost careless motion. The ball traced a smooth arc through the air and dropped cleanly through the hoop. A murmur rippled through the students. Junsei retrieved the ball, repeated the exact same movement and scored again. Then a 3rd time. Silence fell over the gym. Mr. Yujiro stared, his mouth slightly open. He had never seen a student shoot like that before. When Junsei turned to walk back toward the line, Mr. Yujiro finally found his voice. "Junsei," he said, "have you played basketball before?" Junsei shook his head. "Then where did you learn to score like that?" Junsei frowned faintly, genuinely puzzled. "I just tossed the ball into the hoop like you said." "What's wrong?" He paused. Is that not normal? Mr. Yajiro's thoughts screamed that the boy was lying, but his eyes saw only confusion. After a moment, he said slowly, "How do you know how to put the ball into the hoop?" "I know how far my strength can throw the ball," Junsei replied. "I just adjust it." Mr. Yajiro swallowed. "Take a ball. Go to the center of the court. Score from there." Junsei blinked, then did as instructed. He walked to the center, dribbled 3 times, and flung the ball forward. It sailed in a perfect arc and dropped straight through the hoop. Mr. Yajiro's eyes widened. Around him, the students stared at Junsei, as though he were some strange creature that had wandered into their gym by mistake. From the sidelines, Momo smiled and waved at him, her support clear. Mr. Yajiro asked, "This is all you? No quirk?" Junsei replied, "Yes, what is wrong?" Momo said, "Mr. Yajiro, Junsei really doesn't know anything about basketball. This probably was his first time hearing of it." Mr. Yajiro looked at her, then back at Junsei, then said, "Well done, Junsei. Go stand back next to your classmate. Kato, you are next." The class continued with the students glancing at Junsei, and some trying to know what his trick was. They got no answer. At the end of the class, Mr. Yajiro asked Junsei to stay behind. Lunch hour arrived with its usual clatter and chatter, trays sliding across tables and voices rising in uneven waves. Junsei sat beside Momo, his attention wholly devoted to the impressive pile of dessert before him. He ate as though the world beyond his plate simply did not exist. Around them sat several of Momo's friends, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. Komi leaned forward first. "Are you going to stay silent?" she asked, unable to help herself. "What did Mr. Yajiro make you stay back for? What did he say? He must have added you to the school basketball team, right?" Junsei did not look up. He continued eating, eyes fixed on his food. Momo let out a small sigh. "Junsei, please," she said gently but firmly. "Komi is talking to you. Either answer her, or at least tell her you don't want to answer." Junsei paused. He swallowed and said flatly, "I was. Yes. He invited me." Then he returned to his dessert as though the matter were settled. Komi's eyes widened. "That's cool. If you can shoot like that in a game, you'll be our school's ace." The others nodded in agreement. Only Saji frowned. "I'm more interested in why he's acting like that," Saji said bluntly. "He hates this place, I get it, but why is he so weird?" "Saji, that's mean," Komi scolded. Saji pointed straight at Junsei. "He doesn't care. Talk as bad as you want and he won't react." Momo stiffened. "Still, don't talk to him like that," she said. "He'll get around. Eventually." "But really," Saji pressed, lowering his voice only slightly, "what's his deal? He's your cousin, and he only seems to listen to you." Momo hesitated. Her fingers tightened around her chopsticks. "Bad things happened to him years ago," she said quietly. "That's why he's like this. Just give him time." Silence settled over the table. One by one, their eyes drifted back to Junsei. He was the only one still eating, unbothered by their stares. At last, Komi cleared her throat. "So, Junsei," she said brightly, "since you're going to join the school team, did Mr. Yajiro say when you'll start training?" Junsei stopped eating. He looked up. "I won't join," he said. "I declined." "What? Why?" Saji exclaimed. Junsei didn't answer and just continued eating. Momo turned to him, clearly tired. "Please, Junsei. I know you understand me. Speak to the others normally too, you don't need me to tell you this every time." "I don't like staying near people," Junsei replied evenly. "Or talking with them." Saji blinked. "Are we included in this?" Junsei nodded once. Komi tilted her head. Why? I just don't like humans, Junsei answered. That only deepened the confusion around the table. Kaya, a girl who had been silent until now, glanced between them and asked hesitantly, if he doesn't like us, should we keep sitting next to him? Please don't mind him, Momo said quickly. Komi nodded as if the matter were perfectly clear. He doesn't like humans, not us. So it's fine to stay here. What kind of logic is that? Saji muttered. Then he shrugged. But I agree. There's no need to care about his opinion. Yes, Komi added cheerfully. He only follows Mama Mo's orders after all. Please don't call me that, Momo groaned. Too late. Komi laughed. Right? The other two nodded in agreement. In the principal's office, the atmosphere could not have been more different. Mr. Yujiro paced back and forth, face flushed with frustration. He has a rare talent, no, a divine talent, he thundered. And he refused to join the team. We can't let his talent go to waste. We have to do something. The principal sighed, watching his teacher with tired eyes. It was almost impressive. Only days ago Mr. Yujiro had been eager to expel the boy, and now he was utterly consumed by the idea of forcing him onto the school basketball team. He spoke of summoning Junsei's guardians, of convincing them, persuading them, pushing them if necessary. Mr. Yujiro, the principal said calmly, I understand your passion. But you cannot force a student to act against his will. I'm showing him the path to a bright future. This is the definition of my job. Mr. Yujiro shot back. And it would be a sin to let him walk away from sport. He was born for it. The principal sighed. Chapter 24, What Humans Take. 1,543 words. The ride home was wrapped in silence, broken only by the sound of the car's engine. Junsei sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery. Momo watched him for several minutes silently before finally speaking. Junsei, she said carefully, why are you really acting like this? He turned toward her. You can talk to me and Mr. Sai like a normal person. You're very smart. Even if you're missing some basic common sense, you do understand most of what's going on around you. So why are you acting like this in front of our classmates? I don't like the idea of being in school, he replied. I don't want to make friends or be close to others. I want them to keep their distance. But you keep making excuses for me. But why? Momo asked. I don't understand why you want to be alone. I can't explain. Junsei said. There was a pause, then he continued, and I'm going back to the forest after my agreement with your father is over. Why should I befriend anyone? Momo stared at him. You plan to go back, she said softly. Junsei, you're a person, not an animal. Your place is here, among us. I know you don't have good memories about people, but you can make new good ones. He did not answer. Momo sighed and leaned back in her seat. Moments later, the car came to a sudden halt, the jolt sharp enough to throw her forward. At the same instant, Junsei felt a stabbing pain in his chest. He opened the door at once and stepped out, Momo following him in alarm. The chauffeur had already left his seat. Junsei's eyes went to the road ahead. A cat lay there, its small body twisted, blood staining its fur as it breathed shallowly. It jumped in front of me out of nowhere, the chauffeur said, shaken. The poor thing. Momo whispered. It's in pain. Let's take it to a hospital. Junsei did not move. He stared at the cat, his senses going on overdrive. Since learning to sense and connect with simpler, microscopic life forms, the way he sensed other creatures changed. Now he could feel the life within the cat, he can feel it slipping away, little by little. And he felt that life was drifting slowly toward the chauffeur. In that moment, he understood a new aspect of his senses and connection to other living things. The pain he felt when living things died by humans was not only the pain of the animal itself. It was the movement of life leaving its body, crossing into a human presence. The cat would die. Its life would seep into the man standing nearby, the one who killed it. Junsei stepped forward instinctively. Without a word, he knelt beside the dying cat. His hands moved gently to its head, and in the next moment, to Momo's horror and the chauffeur's stunned disbelief, there was a sharp snap. Momo screamed. "What did you do? Why would you do something like that?" Junsei did not react. His attention remained fixed on what remained of the cat's life. Instead of continuing its slow journey toward the chauffeur, it drained downward, slipping into the earth beneath Junsei's feet, fading quietly away, and along with it the pain he was feeling. Momo rushed toward him, fury and shock burning in her eyes. "How could you do that?" she cried. "You killed it." "No," Junsei replied calmly. "It was dying slowly. Painfully. There was no hope it would live. So I saved it." "Saved it? You killed it. And you don't know if there was no hope?" Momo shouted. "We could have taken the poor thing to the hospital." Junsei stood and turned to face her. His expression was unchanged, but his eyes glowed faintly, stopping her mid-sentence. "But I know," he said coldly. His gaze shifted to the chauffeur, and for a brief moment, an urge rose within him to kill the man. The chauffeur, sensing something terribly wrong, stumbled back a few steps, then averted his eyes, not daring to look into Junsei's. Junsei clenched his fist. The glow faded. He turned away and returned to the car without another word. Momo and the chauffeur both released shaky breaths, relief washing over them. "Miss," the chauffeur said quietly, "please go back into the car. I'll put the poor thing in a bag and bury it later." Momo nodded and climbed back inside. She sat across from Junsei, studying his still face. "Junsei," she said softly, "I'm sorry I screamed at you. I didn't mean to. It was just a shock. I don't understand why." "I can feel what it feels," Junsei replied. "I know its state. Snapping its neck was the best thing." "You felt its pain," Momo whispered. "And its death?" Junsei did not answer. "I'm sorry," she said again. He remained silent, his mind kept repeating what just happened. In his mind, he saved the cat, he saved its remaining life from being taken by the human, but why did that happen in the first place? The pain he always felt due to human killing was life getting robbed from him, and the other creatures, it was life leaving the dead body and moving to the killer. Was this why when he or other animals were killed by other animals he didn't experience that same pain? When animals kill, life goes back to Earth, but when humans do the killing, life enters the humans. His mind drifted to the night he killed the men years ago. He felt something entering him, filling the emptiness inside him. Was that the life the humans took, returned to its natural place? The weekend passed in unusual quiet even for Junsei. He did not leave his room unless he had to, and when he did, it was quick. Most of his time was spent before the glow of a screen, his eyes steady as he scoured the vast internet in search of answers. The first field he examined was biology, and just as quickly, he dismissed it. Biology spoke only of what could be weighed and measured, of nutrients broken down, of elements absorbed, of muscles strengthened and cells repaired. It explained how the human body functioned, but not why life felt the way it did when it ended. It offered no answer to the sharp, painful sensation he felt when something died. So Junsei closed those pages and moved on. He turned instead to what most people of this era had abandoned. Religion. Philosophy. Old beliefs spoken of in joking tones and polite dismissals. He read of how different cultures understood life and death, of how they treated animals, of rituals surrounding slaughter and consumption. Some prayed before killing. Some refused to eat meat at all. Others believed animals offered their lives willingly, while a few believed every death left a stain upon the soul. The explanations differed wildly, yet one idea appeared again and again, clothed in different words but sharing the same spine. We become what we eat. Many claimed that meat carried a spiritual weight, that something of the animal passed into the human who consumed it, unseen but influential. Strength. Aggression. Instinct. Junsei frowned at that. Such talk was easily dismissed in the modern age. It lacked proof, structure, certainty. Even Junsei did not believe it fully. He could not tell whether those who spoke of it had uncovered a hidden truth, or were merely grasping in the dark. Yet he could not deny one thing. There was a connection between life and humans. But it was not eating. If consuming meat transferred life, he would have sensed it by now. Food passed through humans without leaving the echo he felt so sharply. No, what he sensed, what burned against his awareness, came only at one moment. The moment of killing. And only when the killing was done by humans. His thoughts drifted to the stories of human origin, to the tale of Adam, born not through evolution, but placed into existence whole. Humans had not risen slowly alongside other life. They had arrived separately. He remembered a thought that had followed him for lifetimes, one he had never quite been able to understand: humans evolved too fast. Faster than anything else. Faster than he could follow. Faster than the world itself. What if that was the reason? What if humans advanced so quickly because of all the life they had taken into themselves? They were the most efficient killers on the planet. No other creature slaughtered with such intent, such scale, such ingenuity. No other creature killed not only to survive, but to dominate and have fun. Alone in the stillness of his room, Junsei finally spoke, his voice barely more than a breath. Humans don't become what they eat, he said softly. They become what they kill. Then, after a long pause, another thought followed. So what would I become, he murmured, when I kill humans? His mind couldn't come with an answer. At the same time, he felt as though the world itself was listening to him as his eyes began to glow without him realizing that. Chapter 25, Sincere Lies. 1594 words. The next week arrived, and with it Momo's renewed determination. As she walked beside Junsei through the school gates, her thoughts fixed on a single goal: to show him that life among people was warm, that friends could be as real and comforting as any animal companion he trusted. They had barely taken a few steps into the grounds when a boy's voice rang out across the courtyard. Junsei. It really is you. Both of them turned at once. Momo's face filled with confusion, but Junsei's reaction was immediate. His eyes flared, his body tensing as though he were about to spring. The approaching boy froze, threw both hands into the air, and hurriedly said, "Whoa. Calm down, it is." "You tried to kill me," Junsei said coldly. The words struck like a slap. Momo's eyes widened, while the boy shook his head frantically. "I didn't. I swear I didn't. I was just an idiot back then, I didn't think about the consequences. I mean you no harm. I was just excited. Excited to find someone who survived that day." Junsei did not lower his guard. "Stay away from me. I never meant to hurt you," the boy said quickly, his voice full of guilt. "I'm really sorry for what I did. I feel bad every time I think about it." His words trembled with sincerity, but Junsei remained rigid, his glowing eyes fixed on the boy. Momo stepped forward, her confusion turning into concern. "Who are you? And how do you know Junsei?" The boy swallowed. "I'm Sykes. I lived in the same orphanage as Junsei years ago, before I was adopted by the Pico family. It was right before the tragedy." Momo's eyes widened. "You lived with him back then?" Sykes nodded slowly. "I was angry over something stupid. I lashed out and hit him with my quirk. It nearly killed him." His voice dropped. "I'm not proud of it. I've regretted it ever since. I wanted to apologize for so long, but then he was gone. Everyone was gone. Overnight." Something in Momo's expression softened at the raw honesty in his tone. But Junsei's face remained unchanged. Sykes noticed. I'm sorry, he said again. And I'm thankful to you. If not for you, my parents wouldn't have adopted me. I might have gone with everyone else. He hesitated, then asked quietly, Junsei, what happened that night? I don't care, Junsei snapped. Stay away from me. Sykes flinched, his face twisting with pain. Momo opened her mouth. Junsei, It's my fault, Sykes interrupted gently. He has every right to be angry. He took a step back. I'll keep my distance. But if anyone bullies you or if you ever need help, you can ask me. He turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped. Slowly, he looked back over his shoulder. Just tell me one thing, he said. Are the others alive? Junsei stared at him for a long moment. I don't know, he said at last. Probably not. Sykes lowered his head. I see. Thank you, Junsei. He forced a small sad smile. I'm glad you're alive. Momo watched him walk away, his shoulders heavy, before turning back to Junsei. You were too harsh with him, she said quietly. He was sorry, and I will never trust him, Junsei replied flatly. Momo sighed. As she looked at him, something shifted in her understanding. Hearing Sykes's words had raised a new possibility she didn't think of before. Junsei could have suffered even within the orphanage, if he had known pain and betrayal there and found safety and peace in the forest, then his hatred of people made a terrible kind of sense. And for the first time, Momo wondered just how Junsei's life had truly been in the orphanage. Later that day during a break, Momo gathered her friends and asked about Sykes, who he was, what sort of person he is. Saji answered readily that Sykes was an older student with ambitions set firmly on becoming a hero. He possessed a powerful quirk, trained relentlessly, and was known for his diligence. Teachers praised him, classmates trusted him, and it was often said that he had the potential to rise among the top heroes of his generation. He was currently aiming for UA, and most believed he had a real chance. In short, Sykes was well-liked, almost admired. Momo nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting to Junsei, who stood apart as always, silent and withdrawn. She had asked partly to learn more about Sykes, but more importantly because she hoped that Junsei might hear something that would soften his stance. From what she had seen, Sykes was genuinely remorseful. Someone like that could be a great help to Junsei, if only he would allow it. Healing old wounds felt to her like the right first step. But Junsei gave no reaction at all. He neither approved nor objected. He simply ignored the conversation, as if it had never reached his ears. Momo's heart sank. She wondered how she could possibly get Junsei to open up to forgive. Her thoughts drifted in circles until one rather desperate idea surfaced, perhaps she could ask Sykes to bring Junsei a pile of sweets. As childish and silly as it seemed, it was the only thing she knew that Junsei got excited over. And if that gave her a chance to help Junsei mend his years of trauma, then it was worth the shot. When the school day finally ended, Sykes walked out through the gates with his 2 closest friends. One of them snorted. Are you for real? Sykes replied casually, yeah. He was a freak back in the orphanage too. That's how I knew it was him. Same name and acting like a freak. All these years couldn't change what he is. The other friend frowned. So how do you think he ended up with the Yayarosa family? Didn't the orphanage kids all get kidnapped? Caretakers killed and the building burned down. Sykes shrugged. Maybe the kidnappers thought he wasn't worth the trouble. Freaks aren't exactly valuable. As for how he ended up with the Yayarozu, who knows? Doesn't really matter. What matters is that I can benefit from him. His friend glanced at him sideways. UA isn't like other hero schools. They don't just let people in because they have connections. Sykes shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. UA has a special referral program. Students with unique or powerful quirks can get recommendations. It's not a guarantee, but it's an advantage. I've got a strong quirk, good grades, and nothing to lose by trying. The Yayarozu family sponsors heroes and funds schools like UA. Their word carries weight. And if it doesn't work, the friend asked. Then so be it, Sykes replied lightly. I'm just trying to improve my chances. Worst case, I waste a little time on that freak. His friend laughed. Wow. You really sound like hero material. Sykes smirked. Like my father says, being a hero is just another job. It just comes with more PR. The three of them continued down the street. None of them noticed the murder of crows gliding silently above. The crow leading the murder had piercing blue eyes, fixed on the boys below. Later that evening, Sykes sat at the dining table with his adopted parents, the soft clink of cutlery filling the pauses between conversation. He spoke of his meeting Junsei, the boy with the blue eyes from the orphanage. At that, both his parents looked up in clear surprise. A child had survived the tragedy that shook the entire country. His mother was the first to speak. How did he survive? She asked. What happened back then? Sykes shook his head, pushing a piece of food around his plate. I don't know. He's still the same as he was in the orphanage. Barely talks, and he's quite rude. His father gave a thoughtful hum. He could be an autistic child, he said plainly. After all, children who have not grown over the years do get diagnosed with autism. His mother nodded in agreement before asking, so what did you speak about? Nothing really, Sykes lied. He hates me for some reason. I don't know why. It seems like he's holding a grudge over something from the orphanage. His father waved a dismissive hand. If he's truly autistic, then he's probably clinging to something silly. I heard stories of people with autism clinging to silly grudges that normal people would completely forget or ignore. This could be the case here. It's better to ignore him and put your time where it's worth. The orphanage days are behind you. Sykes nodded, though a flicker of thought lingered behind his eyes. Still, he said, he's with the Yayarozu heiress. There's no harm in trying to fix things between us. Who knows, I might be able to make a connection with the Yayarozu family. If I can get a recommendation, that would be great. And even if not, with time, they might sponsor me once they realize my potential. His father's expression softened into approval. He nodded firmly. That's good, he said. I'm glad to see you're already thinking like this. My teachings haven't gone to waste. But don't put too much hope into them. Sykes smiled, straightening slightly in his chair. I know. I'll make you proud, he said. Just wait and see. Both his father and mother nodded back at him, smiling, clearly satisfied by his words. Chapter 26, Life Reclaimed. 1,641 words. Sykes was many things, but being lazy was not one of them. Even late into the night, when most people his age are playing or long asleep, he spent the time studying or training. Life as an orphan had carved certain truths into him early. The world did not wait, and support was never guaranteed. He had been lucky, got adopted and given a path forward. But luck was not something to be trusted. It could vanish as quickly as it appeared. His thoughts drifted back to the orphanage. He remembered clearly how Junsei had refused to go with the Pico family, how that single decision had opened the door for him instead. He also understood, now more than ever, that the adoption had only gone through because the caretaker had hidden his own actions from the Picos. If the truth had come out then, everything might have collapsed before it even began. When news reached him that the orphanage had burned and that everyone there was gone, he had felt a brief sadness. But beneath it lies relief. He had not been there. Whatever had happened must have been terrible, and he did not want to know the details. The life he led to that point had taught him one rule above all others: if an opportunity appeared, you took it. Seeing Junsei again after so many years was simply another chance. He had never considered approaching the Yayarozu heiress directly. Children from families like hers were surely raised to distrust strangers who appeared from nowhere. He himself had been taught that much by his adopted parents, and his family was nothing compared to hers. If that was his lesson, then what warnings must she have grown up with? But Junsei being with her changed everything. It opened a path. All he needed was to act a little in front them. Mend things with Junsei, and with him would come a connection to the Yaoyorozu family. Junsei being a freak was both a blessing and a complication. It meant his words were easier to doubt, that others would see Junsei as overreacting, but it also made befriending him far more difficult. Still, Sykes saw no risk in trying. There was nothing to lose. With that thought, he closed his notebook, his studying finished for the night. Then he heard it. The sound of breaking glass echoed from below. The Pico house was 2 stories tall. The first floor held the kitchen, living room, and guest areas, while the bedrooms rested above. Sykes frowned, his heart giving a small, uneasy jolt. "Father. Mother," he called out. "Are you okay down there?" No answer came. His frown deepened as he rose from his chair, left his room, and stepped toward the stairs. From below, the television murmured softly with the droning cadence of late-night news. "Father," he called again. What was that sound? Still nothing. His fingers curled into a fist, and instinct took over. From his skin, a bone-like spear pushed outward. Slowly, carefully, he descended the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he turned left toward the living room and froze. His father sat exactly where he always did, facing the television on the couch. But his head was twisted completely around, bent at an impossible angle, staring back at Sykes with wide, confused eyes. Sykes staggered back, a strangled scream tearing from his throat. "Mother! Mother!" His foot caught on something, and he fell hard to the floor. Pain shot through his back and hands. Gasping, he looked down to see shards of glass embedded in his palms, blood already pooling beneath them. Shaking, he pushed himself upright and looked at what he had stumbled over. His mother lay face down on the floor. Her head was twisted the same way, her eyes wide open, a smile still frozen on her face, as if she had never realized what was happening. Sykes screamed. Without thinking, he scrambled to his feet, and ran for the front door. Escape, he needed to escape. He reached the handle, grasped it, and blinked. He was looking back inside the house. Then pain flooded his mind all at once, crushing and absolute, as he dropped to his knees. In that instant, he understood. This was what his adopted parents had felt, he was going to die. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was a pair of eyes like blue glowing lights, floating calmly in the air, watching him. It was past midnight, and the Yaoyorozu mansion lay wrapped in silence. Every light was out, every corridor still. Then, without a sound, the window to Junsei's room slid open of its own accord. Cool night air slipped inside, stirring the curtains. The room itself was empty, save for a neat pile of clothes on the floor. A moment later, the window closed again, and slowly, as though painted into existence by unseen hands, a body began to manifest in the center of the room. Junsei stood there at last, fully formed and completely naked. Tonight, he had drawn upon the aspect of metachrosis from various animals, bending the colors of his skin until he became part of his surroundings, completely invisible to the naked eye. His hand rose to his chest as he stood before his clothes, and he felt the emptiness within him had lessened. It was a strange sensation, like a bottomless hunger that had been quieted, if only briefly. He had suspected it, but now he knew for sure. When he killed a human, he took their life into himself. The act did not merely end something, it filled him. The sensation of it was beyond fulfilling. The warmth he sensed was euphoric. Yet euphoria was a fleeting thing. As the feeling faded, caution crept back in. Humans were dangerous. He might be able to kill most of them easily now, but he was not arrogant enough to believe himself untouchable. Momo had shown him heroes in action, true heroes. The likes of All Might were not merely human, they were monsters walking on this earth. And aside from them were weapons of mass destructive power. Tonight, he had acted recklessly. He could not afford to endanger himself again. Junsei dressed quietly and lay down on his bed. Within minutes, the room was still once more. The next day, the city awoke to horror. News spread like wildfire. 3 families had been slaughtered overnight. 11 people were dead, 5 of them still schoolchildren. Every victim had been killed in the same way, their necks twisted unnaturally, as though the monster who carried out these horrid crimes wanted everyone to know they were done by a single person. Police and heroes flooded the areas, searching desperately for answers. They combed through houses, streets, and alleyways, but not a single clue emerged. Cameras lined the streets where the attacks had taken place, yet none had captured even a shadow of a suspicious figure. In the end, only one connection could be found. The children from the 3 families had been in the same class. Close friends. Whispers began almost immediately, speculation that the attacker had held a grudge against them. The investigation turned toward the school. Teachers and students were questioned, and the quirks of everyone was reviewed. They searched for hatred, for jealousy, for any ability that might explain such a crime. But every path led to nothing. Sykes and his friends were spoken of with respect and praise. No one at the school, nor among the students' families, seemed capable of such an act. And so, as days passed and answers failed to appear, a grim certainty settled over the city. The vile villain would not be captured. When it became clear that nothing more could be uncovered, the school made its decision. One day was set aside as a memorial ceremony, held in honor of 3 promising students, good friends, diligent classmates, children whose futures had been cruelly cut short. All students attended, and so did their families, filling the grounds with a somber hush that no amount of order could truly control. The principal stood at the front, his shoulders seeming heavier than usual. He spoke at length about Sykes and his friends, about their potential, their kindness, the effort they put into becoming heroes. His voice wavered as he spoke of the pain of seeing such young lives stolen by the hands of a cruel, cowardly villain. Heads bowed. Some parents wept openly. Others stared ahead, eyes glassy with shock. Junsei stood among them, beside Momo and her father. He listened to every word without expression, his face as still as carved stone. He already understood this about humans. They felt sympathy toward one another, or at least pretended to, in order to appear civil and good. They saw his actions as cruel and cowardly. Yet to him, there had been no cruelty in it. He had simply removed what he believed to be a threat, he killed them quickly and as painlessly as possible. And life had not been stolen. It had been returned to where it belonged. He had returned life to the world. Still, they were not wrong about one thing. He was a coward. He valued survival and self-preservation above all else. Momo leaned slightly toward him. Junsei, she asked softly, do you feel sad for Sykes? Junsei glanced at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes dark with grief that felt heavy and sincere. You don't know him, why the sad face, he said quietly. Momo said softly. You feel sad when you see your animal friends die, right? I feel the same when I see poor animals and humans die unjustly. Junsei was silent for a moment. At last he said, you are a good human, Momo. I am not. My Hero Academia, the beginning without an end. 3,420 words. Copyright web novel. A/N, before starting and in case you haven't noticed the tags. This is not romance, harem, erotica, etc., it is not wish-fulfilling. There are plenty of these already. But out of curiosity comment here what you are into, genre/tags. Happy reading. Long before there was a sky to look up at, or a ground solid enough to stand upon, the world existed only as chaos, cosmic dust, drifting giants of stone in space, burning stars sending their light into vast nothingness, black holes devouring anything getting close, and other vast cosmic entities moving with indifferent purpose. Into this disorder came something new. A streak of blue-colored cosmic energy arrived upon what would one day be called Earth. It bonded instinctively with a handful of floating atoms from scattered elements, and in doing so created the first and most simple form of life, a microbial creature, primitive and fragile, resembling what would much later be known as a virus. The creature knew nothing of thought or purpose, yet it moved. Guided by instinct alone, it absorbed more elements from its surroundings and began to divide, creating others like itself. Each time it split, the blue energy made a choice. It slipped into only one of the two newborn creatures, leaving the other to survive solely on the energy stored within its elemental bonds. Thus, from the very beginning, there was always only one true bearer of that blue spark. Billions of years passed. Creatures adapted to water, air, and land, some rooted themselves as plants. Life multiplied, reshaping the world. Throughout it all, the blue energy persisted, gradually awakening. First it sensed movement, then presence, then itself. Slowly, it became conscious and alive in every meaningful way. And throughout it all, the blue energy endured. It did not remain unchanged. It evolved alongside the world. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, it began to gain awareness, first of movement, then of presence, then of itself. It learned the difference between what it was and what surrounded it. The energy became conscious. It became, in every sense that mattered, alive. Its first true awareness came in the sea. It inhabited a tiny creature, drifting and darting in endless waters, driven by a singular purpose, to survive and to procreate. When that fish eventually died, the awareness did not fade. It awoke again, this time within a creature walking upon land. Without being taught, it knew how to use this new body, how to breathe, how to move, how to feed, and how to reproduce. So the cycle continued. With every death came rebirth. Sometimes it flew as a bird, flying through the air with effortless grace. Other times it stood rooted as a tree, unmoving for centuries, watching the world pass in slow patience. Then the world shifted again, and the first generation of dinosaurs rose. The living creature experienced life as one of them, vast and powerful. Whenever one form fell, the next was born. It watched continents drift and climates change. It remembered. It observed other creatures evolving, becoming more complex and more capable with each passing age. Instinct told it one immutable truth: life must continue. The world would never stop changing, and it must live and create more life to endure it. The unique creature witnessed meteorites strike the earth in fire and ruin. It saw land split apart and sink beneath oceans. It endured ages of ice and storms of unimaginable force, disasters that reshaped everything around it. And every single time, life adapted. Forms changed, survival found new paths, and life pressed forward. Yet not all change was gentle. As the creature's intelligence grew and its awareness sharpened, it began to feel. Hunger gnawed. Fear crept in. Pain carved itself into memory. It did not fully understand why these sensations existed, only that they were part of its transformation. But the pain was unique for the creature. Each time it died, it experienced an endless, unbearable agony that followed it into awareness. It did not take long for understanding to form. Changing bodies was bad. Death was bad. Pain must be avoided. To live longer was to suffer less. Fear for its own well-being took root, and with it came self-preservation. The creature learned to avoid danger, to flee, to hide. Around it, other life forms began learning the same truths, though none remembered the weight of countless deaths behind them. More billions of years passed. In one life, the unique creature was born a herbivorous animal, grazing beneath an open sky. It was then that it encountered something entirely new. A creature that walked on two legs. It had no fur, no scales, no feathers, only bare skin and patches of hair, and wearing other animal skins. He had never seen them before and couldn't tell from which life they were born. Standing on all fours, the creature watched them carefully. The two-legged beings made sounds and pointed toward it. In their hands they carried strange lengths of wood. Curiosity filled it, but so did caution. Muscles tensed, ready to flee at any moment. Without warning, the two-legged creatures hurled their wooden weapons. The creature had never seen such a thing. Instinct screamed. It turned to run, but too late. More of them had circled around unnoticed, and they threw their sticks as well from all directions. Pain exploded through its body as the wood pierced. It was worse than any attack by claw or fang, worse than anything it had known before. The two-legged creatures rushed forward, binding its legs, dragging it across the rough earth as it struggled helplessly. For the first time in its endless existence, the oldest living creature met humanity and experienced its most agonizing death at human hands. After its first encounter, the creature continued to be reborn as it always had. It did so thousands of times. At first, it encountered humans only once every few dozen lives, and each time the result was the same. Humans would kill it. If it was a small insect, they crushed it beneath their feet. If it was a bird in the sky, a giant animal of the plains, or even a fish beneath the water's surface, the outcome never differed. Whenever humans found it, they ended its life. Over time, humans changed and refined their methods. Simple sticks became sharpened tools, their skills in hunting and killing unmatched. Escaping them became nearly impossible, and the creature remembered every encounter, powerless to adapt as they evolved. To it, humans were unnervingly skilled at killing and hunting. Escaping them was extraordinarily difficult, and the creature remembered every meeting. With each passing age, they improved. The wooden sticks became stones, the stones became sharper, faster, deadlier. Their methods refined themselves over time, it couldn't match them. No other creatures could. The worst realization came slowly. After thousands of years, the creature noticed that its encounters with humans were growing more frequent. What had once occurred once every few dozen lives now happened every few. And it was always the same. In one life, it was born as a large and powerful bear. It knew its strength and believed itself capable of fighting any other animal in the land. It had 3 children. One day, it left them safely hidden in a cave while it searched for food. When it returned, the cave was empty. Panic drove it forward, following the fading scent of its offspring. Eventually, it reached a gathering of humans, and there it saw them skinning its children. It charged, roaring with fury, trying to save what little could be saved. It was killed. The same story repeated itself countless times under different circumstances. In one life, it was reborn as a chicken living among humans. Not long after its rebirth, once it had gathered enough strength to move on its own, it attempted to escape. A human caught it and killed it on the spot. In another life, it was born a dog living alone in a forest. Humans arrived riding horses, accompanied by other dogs. They hunted it down and killed it. That day it tried to communicate with the other dogs using the simple language they shared. From them it understood, dogs were made to attack and kill, and in return humans would feed them. In another life still, it was born a massive elephant, one of the largest forms it had inhabited in centuries. It grew tall and strong, and for the first time in a very long while, it believed it might survive even if it encountered humans. But upon seeing them, that hope shattered. There was a sound like clapping thunder, louder than anything it had known. Pain struck suddenly and completely, flooding its immense body. As it lay dying, it watched the humans approach, carrying sticks that smoked at their ends. They smiled. One of them said, still grinning, "An elephant with blue eyes like jewels. It must be a rare one. It will fetch a good price." Another replied, "If we caught it alive, it would sell much better. I'm sure people would pay a lot to watch it." A third laughed and said, "Too much hassle. A collector will pay us far more handsomely." The creature did not understand a single word. It only understood that they were pleased it was dying. After thousands of encounters with humans, the creature learned a crucial fact. Humans killed when they were hungry, cold, in need of shelter or for joy. They always kill. They were beings that existed to kill. It had seen them kill one another on many occasions as well, and on a scale no other living creature could match. To the creature, humans were the most terrifying living things of all. It wondered why such deadly beings had come to exist, and why they loved killing so much. It was as though they were the enemy of life itself. The creature was born yet again. It was alive, and it knew that much with the same certainty it had carried through countless lives. At first there was nothing, it could feel and hear but couldn't see anything. Then its eyes adjusted. The darkness thinned, peeled away, and reality revealed itself with cruel clarity. Iron bars surrounded it on all sides. A cage. Cold, narrow, inescapable. Beside it was another rat, larger and white, whom the creature instinctively understood to be its sibling in this life. Beyond the cage stood many humans, all clothed in white, their eyes fixed upon them. Fear settled over it like a suffocating weight. Death was coming. It always did when humans were involved. There was no path to flee, it knew nothing could save it now. The large white rat moved restlessly, sniffing the air, scurrying about before approaching the edge of the cage, and standing upright to peer curiously at the humans. The creature did not move at all. Long ago it had learned this truth: when in human captivity, struggle was pointless. It was a learned helplessness. The humans spoke among themselves. The creature understood none of the words, not a single one, though the sounds themselves filled it with unease. "These two are much bigger than any other rats," one said, "and that one was born with such beautiful blue eyes. They are like jewels." Another voice full of interest followed: "It could be a mutation. The mother of these two showed signs of having an undeveloped latent quirk. If we're right, these two are the new evolution, and we could be looking at the first animals with quirks truly. We need to find a way to awaken them." A third voice cut in: "Let's wait for them to grow a little before we proceed with the experimentation. And I suggest we give these two specimens proper names. It's easier that way. Let's call the bigger one Okina Nizu, and the blue-eyed one Ao Nizu." The others laughed. "You are quite creative in naming Ao and Okina." "Really?" The men only shrugged. "A name is a label, and mine is fitting for them." The others shook their heads, but they agreed. The following weeks were peaceful, for the most part. The creature, now called Ao, and its sibling Okina lived within the cage while the humans fed them and gave them water. Okina did not seem to mind the confinement. It ran about the cage, climbed its bars, and explored every corner with bright curiosity. Ao, however, remained stiff with fear and worry, its body always tense, waiting for the inevitable moment when the humans would decide it was time to die. Every action was watched. Every movement recorded. The humans noticed that Ao, despite being newly born, and having experienced nothing harmful in this life, showed fear toward them. It lacked curiosity entirely, behaving unlike any newborn experiment rat, unlike any rat at all. Then the experimentation began. At first they tested learning ability. Puzzles were placed between the rats and their food. Success was met with reward. It was a routine test, one the humans clearly expected to yield predictable results. Instead, Okina amazed them. It learned quickly, observing patterns, adapting with remarkable speed. It achieved results faster than any rat they had ever tested. Ao did not move. It refused to engage. It would not enter a maze or touch a puzzle unless food was placed directly before it. It watched everything with wary eyes, acting only when hunger could no longer be ignored. Eventually, the humans altered their methods. The two were separated but kept within sight of one another. Whenever Okina participated, it was fed generously. Ao was left without food. It took several days of denying Ao food and water before it finally moved. When it did, it revealed an ability to learn and observe equal to Okina's. Yet there was a stark difference. Okina solved puzzles eagerly, exploring mazes and learning with enthusiasm. Ao did only what was necessary. It completed the minimum required to eat, then stopped. The humans reduced Ao's rations further, forcing it into more experiments. The method proved effective. In time, they reached a conclusion. Both rats were far more intelligent and capable of learning than any others they had tested. And with that conclusion came the next step. They began preparing to see whether a quirk could be forcefully awakened through pain and through danger. The experiments that followed were nothing like the earlier ones. No longer content with puzzles and measured rewards, the humans began injecting the two rats with different fluids. Some burned through their bodies with sharp, searing pain, others dragged their minds into heavy, unnatural sleep. Then came the mazes again, but this time, something else slithered in it. Snakes were placed alongside the rats, their presence meant to simulate danger. The scientists ensured the snakes could not truly harm them. Their fangs were removed, their bellies full. The rats, of course, did not know this. That ignorance was the point. When the first snake was introduced, Okina reacted exactly as expected. Curiosity drew him forward, step by cautious step. Ao, however, did something that startled every human watching. It let out a sharp squeak and fixed its blue eyes on its sibling. Okina froze at once and retreated, putting distance between himself and the snake. What followed defied every expectation they had of a rat. Ao moved with sudden aggressiveness, leaping forward and latching onto the snake, its jaws snapping shut around the creature's neck in a movement far closer to that of a hunting feline than a rodent. The scientists recoiled in shock. Their response was escalation. More snakes were introduced, larger ones. Okina began to keep his distance, fear finally overcoming curiosity. Ao, by contrast, grew increasingly aggressive, fighting snakes many times its size. It struck, bit, and subdued them ruthlessly. The scientists could have sworn Ao seemed to know exactly how to move and fight snakes as if he was a cat. Despite all of that, there were no real results or changes noteworthy. The scientists doubted it was due to the lack of danger and fear despite the convincing struggle. Dissatisfied, the scientists introduced a greater threat. A cat was placed into the enclosure with the two giant rats. As expected, a fight erupted. Ao and Okina fought together, moving as one, defending each other with desperate coordination as they struggled for survival. This continued for weeks. Their ability to fight, to protect one another, improved with every encounter, all of it carefully recorded. During one battle, Okina was accidentally injured, a deep cut slashed across his right eye. It healed, leaving only a mark behind. Then came the day that silenced the room entirely. In the aftermath of another confrontation, Okina turned toward his sibling and spoke a single word. Ao. The scientists were stunned. A rat had spoken. From that moment, the forced battles ceased. Instead, the humans attempted something new. They began teaching Okina words, patiently, as though he were a human child. To their amazement, he learned. He repeated sounds. He remembered them. Ao, however, remained distant. He did not engage. He would not repeat words or perhaps could not. One day, Okina squeaked softly to Ao, then pointed toward a pot nearby. Water, he said. Ao hesitated. Then, uncertainly, water. Water, Okina corrected. The scientists watched in amazement. Okina was not merely learning, he was teaching. They observed with open elation as the two animals began communicating in crude, human-like language. Soon, another question arose. Could this be Okina's quirk? The ability to learn and teach, to raise the intelligence of others. More rats were introduced, placed among them in the hope that Okina would teach them as well. The hope did not last. Okina tried to communicate, but the new rats did not respond as Ao had. There was no understanding, no imitation. The conclusion became unavoidable. Ao and Okina were both truly unique. As all of this unfolded, something darker took root within Ao. Life in the cage grew increasingly unbearable. He was denied freedom, denied the instinct to search for food, denied the right to procreate. He was forced to fight and kill for human observation and satisfaction. Worst of all, he was beginning to understand their language, the the language of the creatures he had feared for countless lives. The suffocating weight of it became too much. He pitied Okina. He loved him. But he could not continue like this. One day, without warning, Ao turned on himself. He bit into his own flesh, tearing and shredding his body with determination. The pain was unbearable, but it was still preferable to living under human control. That day, for the first time in his endless existence, Ao chose death over living. It killed itself. Okina watched in horror as his sibling destroyed himself, helpless to stop it. The scientists who came to witness the bloodied cage stood frozen, shocked beyond comprehension, and once they saw the video recording of what happened, they began asking themselves a question none of them could answer. What has gone wrong? Why did such an intelligent rat bite itself to death? After the life of torment in the cage, Ao's existence continued, though it had grown darker and more hopeless. He was reborn tens of times, each life ending shortly after its rebirth, always the same way, killed by humans. It was as if every corner of the world had come under their control, and no matter how he tried, there was never a place to hide. Escape was an illusion, and death had become a constant companion. Humans existed to torment him. Then, one day, he was born again, but he could not see. At first, he assumed it was yet another life as a rat, and he wondered if he would find himself in a cage again, under the watchful eyes of the cruel humans. Then, slowly, light entered his world. His eyes adjusted. And horror gripped him yet again. A human held him, and so he screamed. The cries of despair and fear tore from him. He thrashed, trying to wave his limbs, trying to escape, trying to flee the fate that had hunted him across countless lives. And then he finally noticed it, noticed his own body. He was a human this time. Read advanced chapters on Patreon. If you have some extra pocket money, buy me milk at patreon.com/milk_is_my_drug. Happy reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.